try to forget that you were here. Some part of me wants to disappear with you. My soul and all that I could afford. So only gonna fall into what you explore.
I was wrong. It creeps on back to color glass, to color glass. I'll paint out the sun again to say I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't change a thing. Come with me. here once again, and I'm dealing, I'm feeling the pain. So who takes the fall again? Come with me. Come with me. Was wrong. It creeps on back through color glass, through color glass.
Ready, set, go.
Hello, everybody. So there's been a bit of a change of plans. We were told that there's 3 games happening simultaneously. We're still waiting for the LGD versus VG Gaming lobby. But to make sure that we're able to stream all the games, it's actually going to be 1437 and Bulba casting this one, and it will be on a different channel. So head over to twitch.tv/Dota Starladder _EN. We're actually out of Beyond the Summit channels. There's so many games going on at once. Sorry, I'm scrambling, trying to make sure that there's at least some coverage for all these games. So, yeah, that's the channel you guys will want to go to. That's for Cloud9 versus Malaysia. Just the 3 here. Hopefully, LGD versus Vici will be starting soon. And then over on twitch.tv/Beyond the Summit 2, we will have Newbie versus Alliance, best of 3. So just typing this stuff out in chat. All right, thank you very much, guys. I'm not actually positive if there is a 3rd game at once. It looks like there might not be. But yeah, as soon as I know more, I will let you guys know. I didn't want to cast that 1 game and then end up not having someone else to cast the other. So if it turns out that's not the case, then, well, you'll get a change of pace in terms of casters. So hope you guys will enjoy the procast, and, well, for now, I'm just going to be waiting for this LGD versus VG Gaming game. So, once again, twitch.tv/Dota Starladder _EN for Cloud9 versus Malaysia, and twitch.tv/Beyond the Summit 2 for Newbie versus Alliance. Thank you very much.
time that you don't. You leave me waiting all alone, breaking words you said in fear, promises that felt like tears. And when I'm waiting all alone, I need you to take me home. Promises like broken bones, I've been holding on to you. And when I'm waiting all alone, I need you to take me home. Promises like broken bones, I've been holding on to you. Fighting battles we can't win. Can't you see the mess we're in? Choking up on every sin. Your promises don't mean a thing. And when I'm waiting all alone, I need you to take me home. Promises like broken bones, I've been holding on to you. And when I'm waiting all alone, I need you to take me home. Promises like broken bones, I've been
falling on the ground. Long day, but we won't back down. One thing playing on our minds. Long wait, but we won't give up now. You crave the love I gave, and we'll do it again. A cold night getting warmer now. The ground shakes as our love gets loud. We are the champions of the night. We are the champions of the night. Yeah. We are the fighting type, the ones that burn so bright. We are the champions of the night.
Used to think I was someone special till you knew my name. Open the doors to invade my castle. Don't you feel it strange? I'm going out on a limb where the clouds start to fail. Wearing my heart like a stupid grin. Out on a limb, out on a limb, out on a limb, out on a limb, out on a limb.
Breathe me in into the light. Slowly heal the darkness in my heart. I hear you now. A taste was all I needed. I feel your love, loud and clear to the end. It's you and me, I'll follow you to the end. I'll follow you to the end. To the end. I'm exposed, laid out my secret. My heart doesn't stand a chance. I've always loved you ever since the day we shared the same. I've always loved you ever since the day we shared the same air. Right there in front of you, I've been right there waiting on you to see the sign and recognize what the rest of your life looks like. What the rest of your life looks in front of you, I've been right there waiting on you to see the sign and recognize what the rest of your life looks like. What the rest of your life looks like.
Oh my god. Is that actual players in a Dota 2 lobby? No. No way. No. No. Just hallucinating. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Yeah, so it looks like I guess we are going to have LGD versus VG Gaming, and it will overlap a bit with the other games, but no idea how long this will take to start. The admin told me 10 to 30 minutes 5 minutes ago, but, you know, at this point, it begins when it begins, so... In the meantime, guys, we do have Alliance First Newbie going on. That's being cast by What Is Hip, Vikramond over on twitch.tv/BeyondSummit2, and, of course... 1437 and Bulba giving a little professional insight for Cloud9 versus Malaysia on twitch.tv/Dota Starlighter_Yan, as you can see down below. So check those out. But when this series is ready to begin, I'll tweet out and you'll see it as well on in the client if you're watching there. So thanks for your patience.
can't breathe, can't sleep tonight, knowing I might wake up alone tomorrow. I can't breathe, I can't close my eyes, 'cause there's a feeling somewhere inside. I can't breathe, I can't sleep tonight, knowing I might wake up alone tomorrow. I can't breathe, I can't close my eyes, 'cause there's a feeling somewhere inside. Feel your touch from across the room.
I taste your energy. I see a light that I never knew. You are overtaking me, mesmerized, paralyzed. When your eyes find mine, that's when you leave me. Ocean lost, the world drifts around me. Ocean lost, feel you inside me. Ocean mesmerized, paralyzed. When your eyes find mine, that's when you leave me. Ocean lost, the world drifts around me. Ocean lost, I feel you inside me. Ocean lost.
Looks like we will be starting soon, folks. Well, that's what you think. Yeah, I don't know, but hopefully soon. All right, stay tuned.
Just hold on to this warm embrace. Looking out side by side, we'll stay. Seasons change, still our love remains. Lock in your love. Lock in love. Lock in your love. Lock in your love. Feel the breeze rushing past my face. Just hold on to your embrace. Looking out side by side, we'll stay. Seasons change, still our love remains. Lock in your love. Lock in your love.
All right, folks, here we go.
Sideline of Falls. Lakewood are doing it. They're gonna take. He's gonna bring down Birdie. Alone with a double kill. Dropping fast. Final points there. He's still alive. Wait, seconds left. He's got one time. He's got a second. He's taking it. They're all die on three. They're all dead.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to WCA 2014. It's been an interesting day. It seems all the games are going to be happy at once today. We have 3 best of 3s going on simultaneously. So as this one gets underway, this is game 1 of a best of 3. It's LGD Gaming versus VG Gaming, and this is a lower bracket showdown for both teams. The loser of this match will be eliminated. The winner goes play the winner of Cloud9 versus Malaysia. That series currently ongoing. I believe it's a quadcast now with 1437 Bulba, Arteezy, and someone else. I forget who the 4th person is. Yeah, something's going on in that channel. But yeah, twitch.tv/Dota Starlighter_N for that one. And of course, Newbie versus Alliance best of 3. Your winner bracket finals. So the loser not eliminated, and the winner moving ahead into the grand finals, guaranteed, I believe, close to $100,000. So. Yeah, that's at twitch.tv/Beyond the Summit 2. What is hip? And Vikraman will be bringing that, but we are here for LGD Gaming versus VG Gaming. So, yeah, it's been an interesting day, to say the least. And, well, with that said, of course, I do have company here. I'm LD, and I'm joined by Blitz. Hey, Blitz.
Hello, what's up, man?
Yeah, that's a long intro, but I just want to make sure everyone knows all the streams. So, what can you do?
No, not much. And I can't blame you. This must be so hard to just, keep track of what's going on while making sure everything's running smoothly.
Okay, you have the experience when I heard that there were going to be 3 games at once, because we already were planning on 2, and it was going to be a little stretch because we started the Summit 2 qualifiers, and of course we want to stream our tournament. So Kado got scheduled to do that. I was going to do WCA. I thought there would be 1 game at once because there's only 4 games today, which in theory you can get done in 1 day.
Yeah.
But they don't give us the schedule. Like they just refuse to give us the schedule. I'm asking everyone. I'm asking the players. The players don't know. The players find out the day of. Oh, by the way, in 3 hours you're going to be playing your match. It's like what?
I remember you asked me to co-cast almost 2 hours ago, saying like, "Hey, can anybody hop on in a few minutes?"
Yeah, and the other series did start fairly quickly today, I will say. Like, it was only like a 25-minute delay, which for a LAN is, even out in general, it's just not a big deal. And certainly, given by the standards WCA had so far, it was a big improvement. But yeah, well, it's been an interesting day. And, well, I guess the good news is there's a lot of quality Dota going on. It's just a shame that it's all kind of lumped in at the exact same time. But, well, with that said, draft's underway, buddy. So everything looking pretty standard thus far for the version. I do want to point out, and we've seen quite a few teams try this, that VG Gaming loves their 2, I almost want to call them just cheese strats, the Draw Visage and the Tiny Wisp. And LGD take the approach of just banning out half of those duos in the first phase. So that's kind of the unusual thing for teams who are outside of VG Gaming, but for VG, it's pretty standard for their opponents to do this.
Yeah, and VG have actually taken the Centaur Skywrath, the combo that we saw when we casted, kind of. I want to say we casted because something happened and your internet died for 40 hours or some shit.
A terrible, terrible thing happened.
Yeah, they kept picking, if you remember, Skywrath Centaur, and they used it to fantastic effect against C9, and VG actually take it first. I know VG lost to Alliance earlier, right? Yesterday?
Yes, they lost. Let me actually bring up my bracket. Honestly, I've had trouble following this tournament considering all the schedule stuff.
Okay.
Which is bad when the casters are having trouble. But yeah, they lost 2-0 to VG Gaming.
Yeah.
Or out to Alliance, rather.
I saw the games, and it seems like the way to play against Vici is to kind of play a little bit more patiently and safe and just kind of take things into the late game because those guys like to run at you. But the weird thing is LGD does the same exact thing, right? Like, their playstyle isn't the whole we're going to farm, slow push, take it to the late game rat or anything like that. They just try to set up kills around the map, get any sort of snowball advantage, Roshan, and then just pick you apart.
Yeah, LGD Gaming, on the other side, just really doesn't seem to have much of a style, to be honest, that I can point to. And their drafts have just been kind of a little bit of everything. Like, we've seen a smattering of aggressive ganking duos for MMY and Faith. Normally, they tend to pick MMY, something that can scale a bit later into the late game. You know, the Lion, occasionally a Disruptor, who's a somewhat forgotten hero as of late. I think we saw him yesterday. Angeli is generally on that initiating offlaner, like the Batrider, the Centaur, and they tend to pick like kind of the more standard carries for this version. So you see some Weavers, some Death Prophet, once in a while like a safe lane Centaur if they really want to go for mid-game aggression, but I haven't seen them do anything crazy. They've run a little Sylar Morphling, so they've done some dual lanes with the Lich, and that's not going to happen this game. Obviously, Lich was banned out, but yeah, I just feel like part of the issue with LGD, it's players from 4 different teams. Actually, if you want to count Yao and Sylar as not really being recent teammates, then it's 5 different teams, and maybe that's part of the issue. Is this team just lots of star players, but doesn't really seem to have a clear identity. If they can put it together, I think they're going to be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in China, just based on talent alone. But you know, you say that about a lot of teams, and the reality is sometimes they just don't put it together ever.
Yeah, and LGD, it seems when I look at their drafts, they draft really old school. Like, it doesn't seem like they've updated their picks with the patch whatsoever. Like, they still pick the same 3 or 4 cores that were popular at TI4. And I think that's just a product of, like you said, 5 different identities, right? Like, if most of the time when teams change, it's like 1 or 2 players change, and then you work around, like, the players you have remaining, right? Like, with Alliance and Bulldog, you're always going to try to play that split push style. But with LGD, it just seems like they're kind of trying to play the way that LG did TI4, which is just aggression, get the blink daggers, get the ball rolling, pick off carry heroes. But now it seems like they kind of mix it up, but they're still unsure of where their style should lie.
Yeah, I'm part of it is just too many cooks syndrome. You know, I have no idea what their draft discussions are like, but these are all accomplished players, right? And generally, if you're talented and you've been there, you tend to have a little bit more of a voice in the room and more confidence in your opinions. That's just kind of natural. So, well, who knows? That's all speculation, unfortunately. I don't speak Chinese and don't have much access to these players directly. But One hero that was interestingly ignored the entire draft was Terrorblade. It's finally banned on the 5th phase. I cast with PPD yesterday, Blitz, and he thinks this hero is second only to Death Prophet and right now in terms of just like ridiculousness, where it can split push for great, it can go late game, it can win throne races, can take Roshan. Well, Terrorblade not so good at taking the Roshan, but still okay for it, I suppose. And just basically one of those ridiculous DPS carries in this version.
Yeah, I remember. Well, you weren't there yesterday, but you remember the C9 game that we were casting before you dropped out? The score was something ridiculous. It was like 20-4, and like all the towers were being taken and stuff. And I thought the game was gonna be over like wham bam really quickly, right? Like EE was Terrorblade. He started like 1-3, and then he just became a monster in the late game. Like they couldn't ever kill him. His illusions just did too much. They were able to siege, with the metamorphosis illusions. Like that hero like single-handedly won them the game, and it's kind of a surprise to see it slip through so far. I guess with the Skywrath and the Centaur, LGD didn't want to pick it up because that is a lot of crowd control early game to pick him off, and Terrorblade isn't really going to do a whole lot against Skywrath. Skywrath's like fantastic early game just because the concussive shot will always follow you even if you have 3 illusions off.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It is pretty vulnerable to the burst damage of a Skywrath Mage Centaur. But LGD get the answer to Spectre, and this is something that the Chinese teams have actually been running a lot of. The Tongfu Old Boys were the first to do it. Their execution was a bit lacking, but the idea was fantastic, which is you get that Aghanim Scepter or Necrophos, you kill the Spectre with your ult, no buyback haunt. And that really just defeats the point of the hero, which is, in these late game scenarios, if it's a tight match, you throw a body away, and then you come roaring back with haunt and just wipe up and mop up these relatively low HP heroes. So that's the theory, anyway, behind the Necrophos. Obviously, it gives you some other things. The Heals Knight, Heartstopper R is good against a tank like Spectre, but that seemed to be the main reason for the pick, and it has worked. I saw Tongfu Old Boys beat, maybe it was Rave.
Yeah,
Rave already the Spectre. You probably watched that game.
Yeah, I did. It was like the game should have been, if it was not a Necro in that game, Rave 10 times out of 10 wins that game. And even with the Necro, I think they still should. But the idea behind the hero is so solid, right? Just because of the change with, especially his Reaper sight. Without the Aghanims, it adds like 30 seconds, right? To the time on death.
Yeah. It adds.
That's actually insane. Yeah, it's 30 seconds. So
at all
in the
levels,
early game,
yeah.
if you kill like a support, it's gonna take like 60 seconds just for them to revive. That's unbelievable to me.
It is pretty disgusting. By the way, because I know some people do ask occasionally, the BTS HUD is finally in the game. It's been since February when we thought it would be added, but yeah, I just bought one because I'm pretty proud of it. Yeah, sell out mode, man. Sell out mode. Sell out mode activate. Man, I've been waiting for 7 months for this. All right, I'm allowed to sell it a little bit, but anyway, we'll introduce just a little. We'll introduce the teams now. LGD. We'll have Faith playing the Earthshaker, formerly of IG. Sylar playing the Necrophos, formerly of VG. And before that, back to his old team in LGD. Momoya, most recently of DK on the Disruptor. That puts Yao onto the Death Prophet mid. He was actually on LGD at TI4. And that leaves Injuly as your Offlane Bat Rider. Who was on one of the, I forget which team. One of the, the competitive teams prior to this. But on the side of Vici Gaming, a team that's been dominating China, but finds themselves in a difficult position in the lower bracket. You've got FY on the Rubik. Fenrir will be playing the Scarth Mage. These guys are just the kings of Chinese support, and really support anywhere. I've put like 4 BTS moments up for FY in the past few weeks, and he's earned them too. Black will be playing your Spectre in the safe lane. Super, the Alchemist mid, and that leaves Ice as the off-lane Centaur War Runner.
I actually like LGD's lineup a whole lot. Looking at both lineups, you have a Spectre who needs a lot of space. You can't lose a lot of towers as a Spectre, right? Because you just need places to farm, and LGD just have a ton of push. They have a lot of ways to gank without being for it, like sans the Centaur ult. And Vici actually don't have a lot of ways to stop a push. Like their only way of long range like nuking is the Rubik nuke, which he has a really crap mana pool, so it's not even that great, and the Acid Cloud. And once you have a mech, you can negate both of those advantages. So I think once for LGD, they get the ball whirling, the Death Prophet hits like level 7, I think they should start grouping up. Either they wait for a few levels or they go for the mech timing.
Okay. So yeah, and they are going to be strong in that stage of the Death Ball. Whereas you look at Vici, they have the D push if they get their levels up on the Rubik. That's really the big thing. But like you said, it might be hard to find those early. And, for Vici Gaming, this is a team that really made their mark at TI on the back of Romy, as we might see a jump in bottom lane on Black, but I don't think there's too much they can do to a Spectre with level 1 Bat Rider. Yeah, so they're not going to bother. But yeah, is the early roaming from VG. They did better than anyone else at TI4, in my opinion, and probably the big reason, or the biggest reason why they did so well at that event. And, well, LGD, definitely familiar with the FY Fenris support duo. Yao was just hugging this tower mid, and he smelled out the gank, was able to dodge it.
Yeah, and man, they play so well together. I really like the fact that they're taking this Rubik for FY. I'm anticipating ridiculous stuff being done. Like Echo Slams being stolen. I'm pretty certain he's gonna get like a DP ult at some point in this game as well.
Did you see that BTS moment? He
Yeah.
might actually die here while we're praising him. He's in a lot of trouble. 4 napalm stacks. There's
Yeah,
about
he's
to be a fit. Oh, FY. I am so sorry, my friend. No, the salve! The salve! In July, he could have probably run him down for one more auto attack, but he just didn't account for it, I guess. And I mean, it's worth it, obviously, not to give up a first blood, but it is still very expensive. He has to waste the south, and he has to walk back to base, so you still have to call that a win for LGD, but man, it could have been a much bigger win than that.
Yeah, and they were able to send him back on top of that. I don't think the Skyrath has that much money either, and he's gonna have to crow it. FY is super poor. He's only level 1 at 2 minutes, and this is a pretty good start for LGD. They were able to kind of shut down the pretty safe. The Centaur's not getting too much relatively. If Sylar can get some free farm and get a little bit tankier, he should be doing quite well. And even with the help that Super was given mid, this Death Prophet is still winning pretty handily in CS as well. So I think overall for LGD, not a bad trade.
They want the Earthshaker, though. They know they can't go on the Batrider, but he's going to TP out instantly. Faith, calm under pressure. He is forced off the lane just for a lift and a couple auto attacks, but once they use that lift, they have no follow-up stuns, so very well played by him, and he'll make his way out. So gank attempts thwarted this game. The smoke gank mid dodge, the FY able to salve dodge a first blood, and well, not really a gank per se, but now the TP out. This is a very good defensive start for both teams.
Yeah, and I still favor LGD a little bit here, because if you notice, both of their supports are only level 1. They clearly anticipated the roaming going a bit better than this, and if you notice, just MMY on his own is level 3 already as a support. Same with the Earthshaker. So collectively, they've got like 4 levels on them, and Ichi, they're not exactly the type of lineup that can just stack and pull, especially against Batrider, who's just gonna Firefly and steal the experience every time.
Yeah, he's at least gonna leech it, probably gonna even get some creep kills in the process, and they're not that good at killing the Batrider with just the Scarth Mage Rubik, and at least not now. If they get some more levels on them, then sure, but he's going to be able to collect a lot out of this offlane, and in July, making him move back towards mid, now back down to the rune where FY does wait. Maybe they'll get a big rewall. Simultaneously top, oh, this is going to be their first blood, I think. Super caught out, turns with the stun, but he ends up going down. It's first blood the way of LGD. Ice may fall as well with the kinetic field holding him in place. It's a secondary kill. First blood to Faith, second kill to Yao. And as though they weren't doing well enough, this is really going to snowball their lineup.
Yeah, that's 2 cores down, like this early into the phase. Like, you never want to see your mid hero go down, much less your offlane hero. And this is what I was talking about. I think that LGD just kind of picked the stable lineup. Like, VG is so incredibly reliant on getting gank off, but it's so obvious at the same time, right? Because they're not going to be able to stack and pull, like I said. So they're going to have to go around the map trying to do stuff. But that just kind of alerts Yao, and all he has to do is play safe and spam the Crypt Swarm and Bottle Crow, which is what he's doing right now. And Vici should kind of like be spotted out every single time. Like, look at this, the Batrider's just going to Firefly around. They're not really accomplishing anything with this.
Not to mention, it's a Rubik with no boots, so like even if they do smoke gank, it's not that easy to get in range. Death Prophet's fast, Earthshaker's good at disengaging, and your Batrider can always Firefly to retreat, so I mean, if they had a level advantage, maybe they can go for those kills, but I definitely agree with you that given their start, it's going to be very difficult. And, well, in July, we'll get caught out now. They're going to rotate the Alchemist. This is the extra damage they need. It's not the longest duration stun from Super, but it is enough. And meanwhile, top lane, Ice pursued out and brought down by the lightning damage of MMY. Sylar actually the one to get the last hit. About to hit level 6 now. And I imagine we're just going to see, as far as items go, Blitz, it is looking good for LGD. I'm expecting probably the early Yules on Yao, the mech on your Necrolite, and then a Blake on the Bat. And with those 3, I think they could just start taking towers. Would you agree with that? Is there anything you would add or say they should do differently?
No, I don't actually even think they need the Batrider Blink. Like, they can delay on that. The big item here that you're looking out for is the mech on the Necrolite. Once he gets that, it's going to be really difficult for them to initiate, especially with the kind of start that Ice has had. Like, if Ice had a much better start here on the Centaur, maybe they could force things to burst down the Necro, but he's not going to get a Blink Dagger for quite some time. Definitely not by the time the Necrolite picks up a mech. And so that's kind of your timing window where the Necro can just kind of sit behind, like, the front line. They have a lot of good counters to the Stampede with the Disruptor Ring, the Earthshaker Fissure. If you just think about it like that, like, they have a ton of ways to just stop the early game aggression of VG's ultimates.
Well, they might not need a fast Blink, but In July is about to clear off quite a few big creeps, so he may get it at a reasonable time anyway if he opts to just skip the Tranquil Boots. Already has his bottle, so not really that desperate for regen. And this goes back to what you were mentioning, just the supports of LGD have prioritized stacking and their economy, whereas Vici prioritized ganking and rune control to some extent, but it just hasn't paid off for them. Now, the one good piece of news for Vici is that Black is farming very well in the safe lane on the Spectre. He's up to 1,100 gold, and what do you think as far as your Spectre goes? Can he get away with an early Radiance, or is this a game where he just has to get involved with how the game's going? Well, he's going to try to now, so I guess we have our answer. Black jumping in, he'll go into MMY, gets that initial Desolate damage up. Phase Boots are here, and Exorcism coming in. This is going to chunk down Black. He's got to be careful not to fall. Yao could go for another Crypt Swarm, but the sticks will keep him alive, and Super scatters to the south. Looks like he'll make his way out. Man, that's a Haunt forced out. An Exorcism is the trade, and I guess it's not going to amount to a tower.
Yeah, not a whole lot being done there. And as you were saying with the Spectre's item build, I guess he has to go for the Radiance. I mean, it's so good against LGD's lineup, right? They've got 2 Blink Initiators, especially the Batrider. It completely screws him over. But against this kind of lineup, if LGD plays this correctly and don't get picked off in the early phase, I think that it's not going to come at a reasonable enough time. But as weird as that sounds, I still think you have to go for it.
Okay. The other build that's been very popular in China, and I think in general at this point a lot of players have been using it, is just that Urn Rush. And maybe you don't even complete a Drums or something more expensive, but with Haunt, you're generally guaranteed to be involved in kills. So you get a lot of early Urn charges. It helps your mana issues, which, I mean, Spectre has awful mana regen, and Dagger is not a cheap spell by any means. 40 mana for an agility with a low intelligence pool, so... and of course, it gives you some sustain so you don't have to go to base. It's kind of like the cheaper option as opposed to the Vanguard or Drums. But it seems for now Black may see if he can... Oh no, actually he's just bought something. Never mind that. So it's a Bracer.
Yeah, he got a Bracer. I kind of actually agreed with you with the Urn thing there. I think you need some sort of HP. I don't know if he'll finish Drums. I don't think he should. I definitely don't think they can fight early on if he just picks up Drums if LGD were to Deathball. But maybe the Bracer is just there for the added HP for now. But I think picking up a Drums like in its entirety, I mean, look how much gold he has right now. It would, I guess it'd finish in the next 2 minutes, but that means your Radiance, unless things go exceedingly well and you're pushing towers, which VG Gaming won't, it's not going to come till like 20 minutes. And that's assuming that he's able to just get like free space around the map. And I definitely don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, the one thing that I will say is I think Necrophos is one of the best heroes in the game against Radiance. If your team sticks together and he just keeps on death pulsing, it largely negates the spread damage of a Spectre. So maybe that's what Black's thinking is, if I just rush a Radiance but we let this Necrophos free farm and take towers, I'm not actually going to be able to do much in fights. So we'll see if that's the thought process. For now, LGD grouped up top simultaneously. So too is a Smoke Vici, and they're going to charge in here. Spectre haunting in. He's going to start getting massive Desolate damage out. Can go for MMY if he haunts in a bit further, but not quick enough on that second reality. And it's just Super who's chasing. He gets glimpsed back, though. MMY will keep him out, and they may be forced to TP away for this tower. For now, this opens up Yao in the middle lane. Perhaps he tries to Exorcism and go for the tier 1 mid. Although for now, it seems he'll check the rune, and it's a bounty he'll claim. Yeah, looks like... Once again, a lot of spells used, but fairly little actual results obtained. Just the 1 kill for a 5-hero commitment.
It's still okay, though, because this is exactly what Vici need to do. They need to kind of divert LGD's focus away from, like, death up, and especially getting the kill on the Necro. That's the hero that you want to take down, because Necro pretty much had his mechanism finished, but now that he's dead, it's going to be delayed for another 500 gold. That means he's going to have to TP to the lane. And if he's going to TP to the top lane, that means LGD, that's the lane they're going to commit to. And it makes it really easy for Black to just continue to farm. Because he'll say to himself, okay, the Necro just TP top. That means at least 2 heroes are going to be behind him in case my team decides to want him again. And he can't be safe by himself. So this just gives me a little bit more time to farm out the safe lane.
Yeah, and the one thing that Vici love about this Alchemist, we saw it with the old Vici. They were doing it for a long time. And one of the only teams that really did it efficiently at TF4 is just this Ancient clearing with max acid spray. He normally maxes it first, but Super did max the concoction, and still, you can see the Ancients are rather quickly to this. So the beautiful thing about this is he's so good at killing them that, and it's really safe for him, that he could just give a support the mid lane. They get a lot of levels on FY. This helps him to catch up, and your Radiant supports are actually out-leveling the Dire supports now after a very slow start, so it's really the power of these early Ancient stacks coming into play now for Vici, and God will pick up his Arcane Boots, and now has his level 6 as well.
Yeah, I'm actually so surprised that he's got that much farm at that many levels, considering he was like level 1 at 4 minutes or something stupid like that, and his first like 4 ganks failed. But the fact that he's got this much farm, and that he's got the Arcane Boots, him and Super alone should be able to stop any sort of creep push.
Yeah, especially if he steals Crypt Swarm, which is a pretty damn hard spell to not give away. Well, I mean, I guess you can use a Silence to prevent the steal, but all top lane, they've lassoed Ice Ice Ice, caught him out, Stampede's available, but not gonna matter. Kill secured by Sylar with the ult, and with the Centaur down, can they push? That's gonna be the question. There is a buyback on the Centaur if he wants to use it, but blink a lot.
Yeah,
They're rotating that way.
I don't think you go for the buyback here in any cost, like unless you could actually 3 or 4 man wipe LGD, especially because I think even like a delayed blink dagger. The biggest thing is just Ice Ice hasn't been given a lane to farm.
He just stole Reaper's Scythe. I'm not even sure if it's that great of a spell this early, but that's definitely not one you want to be giving away later on, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't actually know how he takes that. Like, Death Pulse has such a low cooldown.
And you've got the mana to support it, thanks to your Sadist.
I guess it's the best thing you can give away though, right? Because Death Pulse early on would be so annoying to play against.
It's probably better, yeah. I mean, also I still feel Crypt Swarm is... That or Fissure are probably the 2 best spells to steal at this stage of the game, because he doesn't have a blink to really take advantage of Lasso. I guess Glimpse wouldn't be too shabby, but... Hey man, it's a good game to be a Rubik. There's a lot of powerful spells to steal.
Yeah, I'm so certain FY at some point is going to steal the DP ult as well. Like, that happens to me like all the time. Like, I'll brain fart and not Crypt Swarm if there's no creeps, or I won't cast Silence, and he's like the type of player that would definitely be able to get something like that.
There will be a rotation off the top lane now. It's a smoke from VG Gaming Super in the front lines with a double damage rune just now activated. They're going to Observer Ward so they can hopefully get up this cliff uncontested, but Faith revealed them, and VG just can't do anything to jump him. So they still go on top lane. Sylar could get called out here. They're going to Haunt Tin. Didn't get the sound effect for it, but the stun will come through now, and they'll dive this Necrophos behind the tower. Even stampeding in, and the stolen Reaper Scythe secures the kill, but there's no passive here on the Rubik, so he doesn't get a full mana pull off of that.
Yeah, but he does make the Necro dead for 65 seconds.
That's true. That is very...
That's unbelievable. I still can't wrap my head around like how long that is.
For this stage of the game, you're dead for 30. It doubles your death timer at this stage.
Yeah, it actually just stops a push for like an entire minute.
It's almost worse than later on. Oh, they just lassoed a Centaur Illusion. Oh no. Ice 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 with the clutch baits. FY now TP'ing in. He's going to steal Fissure. Another great spell. Ice 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 will move in. Can he get a good Fissure off? He does. It's on the Bat Rider though. Not really the hero they can be jumping. So they hold the line in the end. And all the while, the clock ticks, and it starts to tick a lot quicker now, Will. The Black is up to 3,000 gold. Almost level 11. He's 1-0-1. Your highest level hero in the game. And this is a Spectre basically being left completely alone.
Yeah, I thought at some point LGD would just kind of group up, but they lost the Necrolite like at 2 key points, and look how much that's just slowed down the push. They have the mechanism, but like right before he was about to get the mech, he died at top, if you remember, and once he picked up the mech, he went top and then died again, while LGD were trying to put pressure around the rest of the map, and they haven't actually been able to take a single tower. Like, that blows my mind right now. It really does. Like, they've got a Death Prophet, a mech at... They got it at like 12 minutes or something dumb like that. A ton of gap closing spells, and they still haven't been able to pick up any sort of towers.
And this is with a Centaur that still doesn't have a blink. Like, there's not even great counter initiation for Vici right now. It's just an Alk stun and spam. Obviously, Haunt is nice, but the tower mid finally goes down. LGD will claim that, and the tier 1 top is the choice next. They're going to group up here, start to rotate and amble towards it, but this pretty much guarantees Black will get the relic before the next fight, as long as he doesn't Haunt in and die. So, well, we're going to find out soon enough the power of this Reaper Scythe. That's always the X factor. No matter how fat the Spectre is, you could be at like half health and still just get destroyed by that spell with an Aghanims.
Yeah, I mean, Necro still kind of... It does against the Spectre, like all of the Spectre skill sets, I think it's like the only real hard counter aside from straight up pushing. But at the same time, like if Black just plays really patiently with his haunt, he can just haunt in, obliterate the back line of LGD, while you've got like the Centaur. Once Centaur ice, he's gonna pick up his blink within like 20 minutes or so. And if Super can get like one sort of like DPS item, I don't think it'll really matter. Because who do you go for at that point, right? Like you've got to stop the Centaur, but you've also got to stop like the Alchemist as well. There's just so many targets right now for LGD.
Yeah, to be fair, these will be squishy illusions, and Radiant Spurn is somewhat dealt with by the early mech, and as well as the Necro heals, but I am still kind of just generally on the same page as you. They just need to do more. They've got to be able to take a Roshan, take a tier 2, or at least find multiple kills, and the team looking for kills is actually VG Gaming right now. There's no Blink Dagger yet on that Centaur, but he has Stampede ready, and they're going to smoke and walk straight up the ramp. They're just perched in position on the high ground, just chilling, while Super smacks creeps. And simultaneously, LGD, they can't think that this is a free kill. Oh, maybe they do. They jump in on Ice Ice Ice. The Disruptor ultimate's there, holding quite a few heroes out with the Static Storm Kinetic Field combo. You Super will end up going down first and foremost. Ice 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 caught out as well, gets off the double edge, but Faith will stick through this, ends up surviving, and they are looking for that third kill now as they chase onwards. Fenrir on the way out. FY also forced to TP out. Is there Yules? Is there a flame break? Nothing. He'll make his way out. No glimpse either. And the Spectre didn't die, crucially. 3,700 net worth, but still a big win for LGD. 1,500 gold swing, and, well, more importantly, they're delaying the Centaur Blink. Will, this is 18 minutes in. I've seen Ice 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 get this at like 11 or 12 minutes, man.
Normally you'll see like the offlaner rotate to the mid lane to try to catch up, but that's what actually FY had to do. And although FY got the early levels and he got his arcane boots really quickly, it came at the cost of the Centaur, because the Centaur was just like stuck up at top, and whenever anybody died, it was always him at the top lane. And LGD, I mean, Vici is doing the smart thing. If you have a Spectre, the way you play is not the way you play proper Turtle. Is you have to go for those kills to try to open up the map. Like even picking off a hero like Batrider and Earthshaker or something like that, like that's half of the team's gank potential right now. Like off the map gone. And so it opens up the rest of the map for Black to farm freely, but at the same time, like initiating like that was just kind of a bad idea.
Yeah, it was very risky, and it was just an awkward position to fight from, because when you're up on this hill, like they actually can come at you from the high ground, so which is what we saw there. And they can come at you from the trees as well. Like it's one thing to bait up on this hill where you're the team that kind of hides in the fog and has the jump, but they, on top of that, put their key initiator in harm's way in the Centaur. He was the one, without a blink, just kind of running towards LGD, and yeah, it just was a sloppily executed smoke gank attempt overall. And that, at the same time, Black will get his relic, but LGD, just, it seems like they're going to need, I don't know, Blitz, like, pick and pushes, I would say, to kind of try and use that term. Just like, not just getting that kill, but then transitioning into a tower on the back of it. They definitely have the push potential, but these waves are not really that favorable right now. Most of them are actually pushing in.
Especially since Black, I mean, I thought he would get like the Radiance at around 20 minutes. It has been delayed by quite some time, just because they haven't really been able to pick up any tower kills. But on this, like on the flip side, Vici are still doing a pretty good job of holding the line.
So FY just used this stolen Reaper Scythe just to try and prevent Sylar from Reaper Scything him. And then Sylar still ended up getting it off, so he's dead for a minute. Oh, that was... How does he keep on stealing the spell? I mean, Death Pulse is a really low cooldown. It doesn't have a cast animation at all, so, I mean... Maybe he wants it to be stolen. I don't know. Does he think it's better than the heal?
At this point, there's no way. Like, remember when he died to it? Like, he was dead for like 70 seconds.
It's like being a pudge and letting the enemy team steal your hook. Like, just rot. Just rot as soon as you hook. Like,
there's absolutely no cast animation. You don't have to use it for creeps. I just think he's being a little bit lax about making sure that it's not being stolen.
Okay, if there's one Rubik that you don't want to be lax about your spell protection against, it's got to be FY. I mean, there's a few other players you could certainly put Croaky on that list. Oh, Faith gets caught out. Ice 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 finally has his Blink Dagger, and with that they will manage to bring down the Earthshaker. Big pickoffs. Haunt was used for this though. Now coming in, Black doesn't have much to follow this up. I think he used his dagger to farm a lane or something, but yeah, didn't have any real chase potential from there.
Still going okay, I guess, for LGD. I still think they're on a bit of a timer. Like I still think they need to end the game at a reasonable time, or at least apply so much pressure that Black has to like take a lot of risks to farm. But Vici or LGD is they're still pretty okay. Like Yao has a ton of farm. The Necrolight's about to pick up his Aghanim Scepter. Like he's all the way there pretty much. The Bat has tons more farm than the Centaur ever will. Like Ice 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 is like in Povertyville.
Ice 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 isn't even on food stamps. He's digging food out of the dumpster, and it's been rotten for a few days already. That's how poor this poor guy is. Oh man.
I wish there was like a follow-up joke I could make to that, but that's how I pretty much lived my life up until I was 24.
I could have just said Ice 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 is basically you, Blitz, but
I mean, that would have been a compliment right now to his farm, right? Like, holy crap.
yeah, big compliment, man. Big compliment.
I've never seen this guy like that underfarmed. And that just shows like how much LGD has done to kind of prevent him from picking Dagger. They correctly assessed that the Centaur was the only hero that was going to really be able to pressure and get the instant initiates off. So it's only his Dagger, right, that you're really too worried about. And he's going to get it eventually, and like 20 minutes into the game, him picking it up is just fine. Like, he hasn't had too much impact on the game. Like, he's 0-4-1 right now.
Oh man, who's rumbling in the jungle here? Nobody. VG gave it a running away. And LGD, I don't think even realize they're up here, just want to farm. They do get down a nice aggressive Observer Ward. I'm not sure how much advantage they'll be able to take of this. They always have the haunt factor, but outside of that, it's just really your Centaur who can get in close, so... It's not an Aghanims for Sylar. It's actually a BKB.
Yeah, this is a great choice too, though. As long as he can avoid the Centaur stomp, like, he should always be able to get the BKB off and go ham.
That is true. At the same time, you're still very tanky with the Ags, and like, you don't just get that kill, but you can take objectives off of that with a hero dead for forever, basically. Even at this stage, it's probably like a 70, 80, 90-second death timer, depending on their level.
Yeah, the only thing that's still going to kill him is, like, the Centaur Blink Stomp, right, into the Skywrath Ultimate Silence. And that's going to kill you before you can get the BKB off. So I kind of agree with that. I think the Ags might be the better choice here, but the BKB is definitely the safer choice.
The only other thing is, I just feel with the new patch in general, my experience has been early BKBs are generally just a bad idea, unless your lineup is extremely timing-centric, and...
I guess this kind of is.
It kind of is. I think this Necrolite pick can actually beat a Spectre pretty late, if you get... I mean, it's dicey, though. You have to get off that good Reaper Scythe at the right time, right? So.
And your entire team can't die. Like,
That's true.
The big thing. If you just get kited as a Necrolite, it's the most miserable experience in the entire world. Like, you have to keep your team around you and, like, alive. That's the big thing. It's just a numbers game. Like,
that's true. And there is the Skywrath, so I suppose with Mystic Flare, anything is possible even against the Necrophos, but he'll still want to be very conservative with his BKB charges. When these wear off, it doesn't matter how farm your Necrophos is. He is going to just melt to Desolate Illusions, and Black still has to farm that Manta style. He's right now just picked up the Radiance at 1,000 gold, so bit of a ways off, but well, he is catching up in terms of net worth now. Only about 800 short, 700 short, and we can do a quick tower check and see that it's dead even. Well, it's 3 for 3, so
that is so surprising.
A lineup running the Death Prophet Necrophos doesn't even have a tower advantage right now.
Yeah, and I'm still surprised that they're not just kind of barreling down and that they've had so much difficulty in doing so. Like we talked about, there's not a whole lot of creep clears. That's how you stop pushes, right? You're able to clear the creeps off from a distance, then LGD kind of have to use their heroes for, like, to just use his bodies to throw at the tower, and then it becomes really easy for the Centaur to get good initiations off. But just the fact that they haven't been able to push that many towers, I think it was like 16 minutes in when they took their first tier 2 with this lineup. I think that's just poor play.
Oh man, that fantastic Rubik lift instantly. Getting some animation glitches here, but Black will be glimpsed back to the top lane. Still LGD forced to retreat. Alk stun. Searching. Did end up getting off. Killed off the Earthshaker, so 2 falling and not looking for MMY. Stubble Edges there. Not much follow-up for this, though. Have they managed to steal Glimpse? No, it's... unfortunately, it's a kinetic field. That would probably be another kill. So they get 2. It cost them nothing, and... Well, Blitz, that's the power of FY. Just instant on that lift, and... The positioning was... To be fair, it didn't really look like Bat should have gone for that. That was just a very risky initiation without a BKB.
They probably just assumed that they were strong enough in the 5-man that it didn't really matter how we went in, but it totally did. Especially if you're going to go that far in, there's no way that your team can close the distance like you can. Like, how is LGD supposed to help out the Batrider in that position? Like, he's going to get instantly gipped, and then as soon as that happens, the Spectre just haunts in, and he's going to do like a load of damage. You have to run at that point.
Yeah, It's getting scary though now because FY is getting close to his Blink Dagger, and we talked about how Spectre can really counter these blinks. There's not much to counter them on LGD. You try and blink last of them, FY can just blink out. They don't have any. They don't have any like illusions that you can just send on a hero, so this frees FY up to steal some big spells. And I just have to go back to the last time I saw him play Rubik. He did it so fast that I actually had to watch the replay to see what happened. They were smoke ganking. He had stolen a fissure before the gank. The smoke was revealed. In like a quarter of a second, he fissures, hits all three, then steals Chronosphere from Void. Was expecting to get a Time Walk instead. And then ends up chronoing all three heroes, setting up his allied Sand King to hit a 3-hero Epicenter Burrow Strike, and they win the fight from there. Like, he's so good at Rubik that you can't even really catch what he's doing live in a lot of cases. That's the scary thing, and he's about to get that blink.
I was gonna say too. I was like, is Batrider really gonna look for the Rubik? Is like that worth your time? But maybe against like an FY Rubik, it is worth to pick off first because you're never gonna get the Spectre if he's any smart. Like he's gonna be completely separated from the rest of his team, and you're not gonna be able to kill Super if he's got his ult form off, or maybe the Centaur would be worth it as well. I don't think Skywrath is. So you're gonna essentially go for the Rubik or the Centaur, and I think especially as if you're like an FY Rubik, you definitely want to just take him out of the fight so you don't have to worry about Echo or Fissure being stolen or something ridiculous coming your way.
Yeah, for now, LGD are massing up the BKBs, it looks like. They've already picked up 2. I imagine in July will be the 3rd. Yeah, he's got his Ogre Club, and once they get these 3 BKBs, that would seem to be the timing for them, where they want to try and force something. Ideally, secure an Aegis with the Death Prophet ult, and then once it's cooled down, the Exorcism. I would expect they're going high ground. I mean, if you wanted to take this late, I really don't see why you get the BKBs now. If you wanted to take it late, it would seem you should go for like the Ags on the Necro, maybe just a Heart on the Death Prophet, and then pick up your BKB as your 4th or 5th item. So it seems they've kind of laid their cards on the table as far as their game plan.
But I mean, if you go BKB at this phase of the game, what is VG gonna do to your lineup, right?
They're gonna
Like,
farm. They're gonna farm.
They're so heavily reliant on the magic damage at this point, with the Radiance Burn, with the Skywrath ultimate, like especially the Skywrath ult. That's like the only burst damage you have at this point with your lineup. And so if you're getting a BKB, Skywrath actually becomes the most worthless hero in Dota.
Well, that's
Like-
a dead Alchemist. Haunt will come through, but Super's caught out. Lasso's gonna end, and, well, he charges out the other direction. Maybe not with the BKB. He didn't pop his mech just yet. Mystic Flare pounding into Faith will bring him down. Maybe they bit off more than they could chew bullets. They're trying to retreat out. Sylar still has his ultimate. These heroes have to be careful not to over FY. Well, he steals Death Pulse. This will basically allow his team to be at full health for round 2 of the fight, but Haunt is down in exchange for an Exorcism, so... Well, if you can't even kill the Alchemist off, and... I mean, to be fair, he was an ult form, but that is not real reassuring for LGD.
Yeah, especially if you're trading, like you said, they just traded the Haunt for the Exorcism. I would take that trade like every single time. You need the Exorcism to push and fight, and without it up, you kind of just have to get into passive farming mode again. And I can't stress this enough. You're going into a passive farming mode against a Spectre.
Oh, Sylar, prepare to be dunked, my friend! They jump in, they get that initial Centaur stomp, though the follow-up Alch stuns there, and there's nothing that LGD can really do to save him. Sylar has a BKB and a mech, but VG Gaming, not just finding that initial turn kill and effectively thwarting the gank of LGD, but then they immediately know what to do next. Smoke up, look for the Necrophos, and LGD just don't seem to quite have the same level of organization as a team in terms of their calls as VG Gaming in general. They haven't really committed to the push, they haven't really committed to a Roshan attempt, they're almost just milling around, I feel, and it's not what you'd expect from these veteran players.
Yeah, they totally are. Anytime the Exorcism has been used, like half the time it's been used on to try to kill the Spectre, or like just try to pick off like random kills. Whenever they have gone for pushes, for some reason it always goes miserably, like with the bat jump in mid. And then it seems like once the push fails, they just abandon it completely.
And now the whole game plan seems to be falling apart as Yao is pursued out. He'll take quite a bit of damage here. They'll end up losing 2 more heroes for nothing. This may buy time for Exorcism to cool down, but they're paying a heavy price for it. Spectre now the leader in net worth. That's never something you want to see after taking those early towers. And Black has nearly completed his Manta style. Yao may try to fight this, and they do with the Bat Rider, but Ninja able to juke away from a stomp. Still the chase on to Sylar. He'll pop his BKB and dodge the Alch stun, though not the damage. And Now looks to retreat out. Haunt was used for this. They still have Exorcism, but they'll lack that Necrophos BKB. And Siler's just strutting up. The Stomp's there to catch out Yao on the backside. He can't even get off his ultimate. Oh no, this could go very poorly if they don't manage to focus these heroes down quickly enough. Yao on the retreat out, now being pursued, dropping low to the air charge, will end up falling. Simultaneously, this kinetic field was dropped. They kill off two, and I believe managed to Reaper Sight the Alp. Getting some visual delay here. And Black will now be pursued by her Batrider. He'll end up falling. 3 heroes dead. It's a buyback on the Death Prophet, who did manage to reserve her ultimate, so they may be able to take bigger objectives. 4 heroes now fall. Fenrir barely able to survive, and well, LGD will go for the Roche. Should they be going Roche here, do you think, or should they even try to threaten the base?
I don't think that they're going to be able to threaten the base in time, especially with the tier 2 still up, and there is a glyph as well. I think Roshan is a much safer objective here on the map. Like, take the Roshan, put it on Sylar or Yao so they don't get bursted down before the fight, and then just play kind of safe.
Okay. Well, I think VG Gaming got a little cocky there. They were, I believe, hoping to just burst down the Necrophos, but actually ended up finding the Death Prophet with their stun, and unfortunately Yao had a buyback. So they lose their Alchemist for like 90 seconds, and, well, just underestimating LGD's fight potential when they don't get jumped properly, or fully anyway. They just didn't quite have the burst damage that time.
If VG isn't able to initiate pretty much perfectly, like, they have to catch him before the BKBs go off, and like at the right angle where if they're able to split it off, get one hero, and then keep going, they should almost always be able to win the fight. But I think in a straight up sustained fight, where like everything's at like half HP for LGD, they'll almost always win that fight.
Well, it's going to be multiple Aghanims here for LGD. MMY's working towards one. He's got the level 2 Static Storm as well, so let's see, are there any really big items to disable? There are 2 BKBs in Vici, which would be great if you can static storm them before they pop them, and, well, then the that will prevent FY from stealing big spells. Still doesn't have Blink or a Force yet, though. He's getting close to one. So, item progression-wise, LGD just building kind of these cheap, cost-effective items for the most part. We're not seeing any big pickups like a Heart or Refresher just yet for Yao. No Shiva's Guard inbound, but those items will come if they're able to take some tier 2s, and they may be looking for that soon. Group up in the jungle. Will they smoke? No, don't have a smoke yet on any of their heroes.
Oh, that just picked up his own BKB as well.
So that's triple BKB. That's a big one, though. Because now we can't see FY get cute with the lifts anymore. Unless
he can still steal the lasso.
That's true.
I have faith in him.
Could steal the lasso, could steal the Necro ult to prevent the... to just ult,
that would be brutal.
Just to stun the bat when he jumps in. That could be pretty sick.
Yeah, but I don't know how he's gonna... we said it like 6 times, but this time, I have no idea how he's gonna steal the Necro ult, like, to stop that. Like, he has to get in so close, he has to manage not to die, like, evade, like, 8 abilities, has to get through, like, the Earthshaker. I don't think there's any way he's gonna steal the Reaper Scythe.
VG Gaming group up in the bottom lane now. Black, Ice Ice Ice, FY, and Fenrir all collecting, and Super moving in to join them now on his Alchemist. Simultaneously, LGD off in their own woods. Both teams playing fairly defensive Dota. They're going to bait Black here in the bottom lane, though. To be honest, this is a rather obvious one. They see 0 heroes on the map. They have to suspect the Spectre as backup. And they're going to get some eyes now on Sylar as he moves through his own ramp and secret shop, and neither team in any hurry to fight.
I mean, I guess LGD, the big thing for LGD, they lose a fight at this point. You're giving up so much space to Black, especially if he survives the fight. And so there's no reason for them to just headlong rush, pick up a bad fight, and then just get into a late game scenario with a Spectre. So I think they're doing the correct thing here. They're just waiting for Vici to start a bad fight or pick up a bad initiation, and LGD can turn it around. And they have a lot of push, so they can go down the base really quickly, whereas Vici doesn't really have too much split push. They don't really have a way to pressure around the map, aside from going for straight up fights. So I think LGD is doing the correct thing here. They're just grouping up, they're getting around the map, they're picking up like items here and there, and I think they're pretty much just going for like the one-off fight, right? Like if you're able to pick off the Spectre, or if you're able to pick off the Alchemist with the Necro ultimate, then you can just like break up the high ground, because you know they'll be dead for that extra 30 seconds with no buyback.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a Spectre BKB this game. I guess it's somewhat of a response to the Necrolite, though. If you BKB before that ult comes out, you will be stunned, but you don't take that shattering amount of damage. It doesn't really address the Death Prophet DPS, though, and well, There is a lot of nuke damage outside of that, I suppose, with your Disruptor, but it's really not a common pickup on Spectre by any means. Normally we'll see the Heart, the completed Mansa style, even a Butterfly before a Diffusal Blade, before anything like a BKB comes out. But this might be the kind of game where you just have to get it to deal with that Necrophos ultimate.
Yeah, if he didn't have a BKB here, he could just get fissured and then ulted, and he would totally die in like half a second.
That ult is so good, man.
It really is, like...
It's funny. It's funny because I was casting with Synderen, and it was actually at 6.81. He's like, you know, it'd be great here, a Necrophos. I'm like, yeah, okay, Synd. How many Necrophoses have we seen in the past year? Like 3. They picked Necrophos.
I mean, it's with the change, it's legit.
No,
The
this
added respawn
This
time?
was before the change too.
I know.
He was just
well, at that
totally.
point.
See, that's such a win-win for him because, like, well, it's like a win or lose nothing, right? If you say Necrophos would be great here, they don't pick it. You know, nobody's gonna care. But if you're right, they're like, everyone's like, oh my god, you're the biggest genius ever.
He really is.
He was so smug about it on Skype afterwards.
He needs to be, man.
Yeah.
Have you seen that guy's fashion sense?
He's gotta make up for it somehow.
Yeah, he really does. Like, that's the only guy I know that wears socks with sandals.
And not only wears them, but like actually is proud of it too. Not
Yeah.
like slightly shameful, but I don't care enough to change.
He's been trying to make jean shorts work since TI2, so you gotta get him where you can take him.
Synderen, if you're listening, it's not happening. It's just not gonna happen.
I've known that guy since like 2007, and he hasn't like changed his style at all. That's a message right there.
Well, then you gotta take solace in your predictions anyway.
Yeah. Shiva's also on Sylar, by the way. He's incredibly tanky at this point. I don't even know what he gets as his last item. Like a heart?
I think Heart. Heart maybe replace the mech with a refresher or something if this goes long enough.
Oh, you should totally get an F-Blade.
Oh, E-Blade would be
People
better.
so fast.
Well, there's not a nuke damage on Vici, but it would be good when these BKBs are down.
It'd be hilarious, too.
It would be funny, that's for sure.
I want to see a Reaper Sight off of an F-Blade. Like, Spectre would die in half a second if he got fissured.
How much HP I wonder how much that kills you from.
It's gotta be pretty low.
Or pretty
Like,
pretty
it's
low
still-
amount of HP missing, you mean, right?
Yeah. Like, the Aghanim still doesn't really buff your damage by
Ice
that
Ice
much.
Ice actually gets juked out here by Yao. Dodging away from that stop. Now the BKB forced up by Sylar. Everybody BKB'ing. And then nobody fighting. Okay, well. I have a BKB too. Hey, look at me. I also have a BKB.
It's pretty much that they're just showing the force, right? Like, we're not afraid to fight. We've all got one.
It's like in... You know in like Star Wars when like the Jedis and the Sith fight, before they actually really try to kill each other, they kind of show off their force powers. It's pretty much like that. It's like, ooh, look at me, I can throw rocks. Oh, look at me, I can, you know, throw people off buildings. All right, let's try to kill each other now.
I've never seen that movie. I don't understand the reference.
You've never watched Star Wars?
No.
Oh, what is wrong with you, Will?
I didn't know how to ride a bike until I met you, so I don't know why this is so surprising to you.
I'm still not convinced you know how to ride a bike. You made the appearance of riding one time with a lot of moral support from Kevin.
Did Kevin tell you what happened? Like,
No.
the day after? I told him I could do it, and I finally, after like 2 hours, I did it, and I decided to try going on the curb. You know, like how Lawrence's house had that curb. So I went up on the curb, but I tried going off of it, and I went too fast, and I nailed myself in the nuts, and I rolled into the street, and like 6 cars passed by.
How is that possible? Like, how does a human being fail so hard?
I don't know, Kevin was dying, though. Like, he thought that was the funniest thing in the entire world.
What a friend. Alright, we might actually have conflict now. Engage combat mode. They've got a Disruptor Aghanims ready to go. Ice 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 fishing around here. Goes for the blink onto the high ground. Oh, Ice Ice Ice. This could be trouble, my friend. Pulled right back down into the entirety of LGD. They're going to have to haunt for this soon. Necrophos ult coming through. Centaur out of the picture. Where's that Spectre? Haunting it now, but FY getting pursued out now by the BKB Batrider, while meanwhile it's Super and Black dishing out the whatever damage they can. But with everyone BKB'd, it's only Yao who really does much. Throwing out a Crypt Swarm. Black still chasing heroes out, but getting nothing accomplished aside, well, actually to kill the supports. Man, the lack of death notifications or any kind of sound effects is throwing me off a bit. But yeah, they get the supports, but they do lose their Centaur, and he also stole Exorcism, which is also difficult to see in these fights.
He did? Oh, I told you he would.
Honestly, man, I think I need to reconnect, because I'm not seeing like half of this stuff.
Dude, you're complaining? I actually haven't seen any part of this game.
I did
Like,
see
I'm
Connect
not
like 4
trolling you.
times.
Like, I'm still stuck at like the 4-minute mark.
It's okay, they're just gonna call us noobcasters, man. It's fine.
I've been trying to like figure out what been going on by what you're saying.
You have to
And,
do
like,
detective work.
Yeah, the side screen still like shows me what items, but I tried reconnecting earlier. I'm still stuck at like the 4-minute mark. Like I have no idea what's going on in this game. I'm not gonna lie.
You're a good bullshitter, Will.
Aren't I though?
Yeah.
Like you probably would have been able to tell if I didn't tell you just now.
Well, I did see you reconnecting a bunch, so that was kind of a giveaway, but
Yeah, this game is not. I don't see anything going on. Like I've been trying really hard, but I've had to make do with what I've been listening to you say in the side like button recaps.
no, dude, don't you know it's only us that have issues connecting to Perfect World. Nobody else in the world has problems.
Yeah, I'm in Korea, like South Korea. I should be fine. Like I'm so close geographically.
No, you are fine. We're the only ones that have issues with it, dude.
It really is just
Don't
me.
you don't you read Reddit? God.
I've reconnected 6 times. It's telling me I have 37 ping, and I can't do anything about it.
That's a pretty damn shitty 37 ping.
Quitting now that I've revealed that fact. That's what's going on.
Well, according to the graphs, VG Gaming are now up. They lead by 4,000 gold, 2,500 experience. But it still feels basically even to me. Like, it just hinges on who gets the better fight off. And they do get tanked up a lot now, Yao. He's picked up a Heart of Tress. This will help him to deal with the Spectre's burn damage and just let him play more aggressively in these fights. And now LGD will smoke. Plus, they've got Batman. You can never count out Batman. He blinks and now goes for the lasso. Did not BKB! Where's the BKB Angeli? Now he's going to pop it, but the timing is a little bit off already as they charge in with an Echo Slam. Ice now trying to fight through that. Will kill off another in exchange. Yeah, heroes are dying. Things are happening. Ice will end up falling as well to a Necrophos ultimate. But I don't know if it's enough. This Spectre's just too damn strong and super. With his ultimate ending, will be forced back, able to survive. Do they have the stolen Necrophos? The stolen ult still going for the Death Prophet? I believe FY does. There's so many ghosts. Yeah, there are 2 ults. He stole Lasso and used it as well. I think he used it on a creep, but not even 100% sure about that. Perfect World, please.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure, judging by what you said, Vici won that fight.
Yes, I would agree. I would agree with what I said.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they took that top. Oh, the game updated for me. Sweet. Yeah, they took that top tower. And the Spectre seems to have a lot of farm. Like, if I remember correctly from the item pop-ups, I think he has a Manta. Or he's like really close to it at this point. And then I think once he finishes the Manta, Black's gonna be unkillable.
So FY has managed to steal Fissure, Necrophos ult twice, Death ult that he's used twice. He's now stolen Lasso. He's disrupted the Batrider twice. Though to be fair, that one was all on in July because he didn't BKB before jumping in. And I mean, the only thing we haven't seen is him steal all these spells in rapid succession to win them the game.
There's no way he's going to be able to do that, though. Especially with the way the Necro ult goes off. Like, the DP ult is always going to come out first, and then the Necro ult's going to come out in the mid... Like, when you're trying to burst off one hero, and then the Lasso should also be the first spell used. Like, if you were able to get that in conjunction, it's more LGD's fault than him playing well.
For now, VG Gaming, with that Spectre, they lead by 6,000, well, a little over 5,000 gold, actually. 3,000 experience. Neither team particularly close to breaking base. Tier 3 is all still standing. Your Spectre now completes a Manta style. Getting very close to 6-slot territory. Black, he's still got room for the Refresher and the stash, and for maybe like a Butterfly to boot, but beyond that, he's pretty much 6-slotted, unless he decides the BKB isn't really worth much and decides to replace it. So, we are looking at a Spectre who's nearing her prime, and as for LGD, there's still room to grow here for them as well. Yao can complete his Shiva's Guard, can go for that late game refresher. Sylar can pick up his Heart of Tarask if he so chooses, as MMI will casually drop a kinetic field walking up the hill for a bit of vision. And well,
Vici... Oh, I was going to say, Vici don't actually push that quickly. So it's not like LGD's completely out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. Like, if they can get one pretty decent fight off and that Necrophos ultimate on the Spectre or any sort of key target, they can still win fights and push down the mid lane 4-on-5 for quite some time. So it's not like they're out of the game, but their window's like starting to close pretty quickly. That's a 5-second BKB on Sylar. MMY's got his Aghanims. Like, what else does a Disruptor really get at this point that's gonna
the refresher
change your world?
You get a refresher. That's the only thing.
I mean, at that, but like, how is he gonna get that LD? Like,
okay,
5-manning everywhere.
it can happen, but FY had a Midas when he did it, so that was the big difference.
It's gonna be unlikely, and I don't think the Yao Shiva's Guard is gonna change the game either. And so, the scary thing for LGD right now is there's no single item that you can get that's gonna change the like the makeup of this game. Whereas
Yeah,
VG,
the
they
state
have
of
so
the
many
game,
ways. Yeah, like FY can still pick up like an Aghanims, get pretty much anything. Like he's got an item slot left. The Skywrath could get like a Ghost Scepter, a Blink Dagger, whatever he wants. Ice could pick up a heart or more armor. The Spectre can still get one major item. So there's still like a lot of options for VG Gaming that will make this game.
Be
much more
careful,
difficult
Sylar.
to
Stomps there to start. Now the Mystic Flare to follow up, and they just jump right in on the Necrophos. Then FY follows up with the Chain Stun. He's managed to steal the Lasso again. How does he keep on doing it? And now he's going to charge in looking for openings. They will try to glimpse back the Alchemist wall. Your Spectre chases forward, hunting for more. They'll bring down the Necrophos. They stomp it again, looking for In July. FY stealing Death Pulse to keep his team at full HP during this fight. They've brought down 3. They've lost basically nothing. And now they can push in. They'll take a tier 2. VG Gaming, just with the big outplays. To boot, there was a gem dropped on the ground, and I'm not sure who's going to end up claiming it. There's a gem right now in Fenrir, and one on MMY, so I guess they picked theirs back up. But VG Gaming, they say, Haunt's down, we're going to fight. Buyback on the Batrider, but he doesn't have a lasso, and Super just comes slap chopping straight down the top lane. Black there at his side. Has a buyback, both of them do, if need be, but and FY to boot, so 3 buybacks already on the Radiant. Actually make it 4 with the Centaur now having his. And they're just going to push forward. VG Gaming in game 1 of this best of 3, very close to not only a first lane of Rax, but basically to a GG. If they get one more good fight, that's probably going to be it for LGD, and LGD get nothing out of this. Just a buyback on the Batrider, multiple deaths for this team. The whole concept of running the Necrolite Death Prophet just seems to be unraveling as this game continues.
Yeah, there's no burst damage anymore on LGD. That's the major issue right now. Like, how are you going to get anybody from half HP for the Necro to ult in the first place, right? Like, there's no way you're going to do it to the Spectre, who's got 3k health. The Centaur's even a difficult proposition. Super's got a BKB, and he's got, like, 2k health, even without his ultimate on. And he's got an AC. Like, it's just not possible anymore for LGD to burst anybody down. Their timing window and what their strategy was meant to do was get a Blink Dagger on the Batrider, get pickoffs, pick up the mech, and just force engagements around the map. But I think the major thing that Vici did to win this game was they recognized that the mech was the timing, right? So they went and they killed the Necrolite right before he picked it up. Right when the Necrolite got it, they killed him again. And so it just delayed the pushes by about 5 or 6 minutes longer than you wanted it to go. And then them taking tier 2s took so long, so they weren't even able to get the Roshan objective. And they didn't even do that like until much later into the game because they needed the Death Prophet ult just to get kills and fights. Like, whenever they picked off a hero with their smoke, they had to use the Death Prophet ult just to get that person low. So there's just not enough damage anymore coming out of the way of LGD.
Okay, so if you're LGD Blitz, what's your plan? It sounds fairly bleak from what you're saying, but how do you get back into this one? Tough question, I know.
I have seen the movie Back to the Future, so I know it's possible.
To travel through time.
Yeah, so, and go back into and say, like, Silite, don't die those 2 times. And don't let FY take your Necro ult and make you die for half. Like, we need you alive for this time. Like, realistically, it's 50 minutes into a game and you've got a Spectre that can still pick up a Butterfly, and he's crushing you in fights without one. And Ice is about to pick up a heart as well. Like, I'm all for saying, oh, games can still be exciting, but I think at this point in the game, LGD, it's just lineup limited at this point.
Okay, well, with that said, FY now has an Eggs. So, we've got a 5-second cooldown on a Spell Steal. He now has an Aghanim's upgraded Necrolite ultimate to work with, potentially an Aghanim's upgraded Disruptor ult, though he doesn't seem to be gunning for that too much in the fights, and, well, even the Earthshaker, potentially. Although I doubt that's one the Rubik really wants to be putting himself in harm's way, so... More than anything, this will just be about the low cooldown spell steal. Expecting at least 2 to 3 big spell steals in the next fight if all goes well for him. And like you said, it just goes back to... It's not just that FY is playing well, although he certainly is, but he just can't really be a priority. You can't focus the Rubik and just leave the Spectre, the Alchemist who's nearly got an Abyssal Blade and is 6-slotted just to rampage through your team, so... FY just has basically free roaming in these fights. Or free reign, I should say.
They tried going on him that one time in middle, and he just kind of outplayed by getting the lift off before he could get gone on, and so that's not the target you want to go on, but at the same time, if you leave him alone, he just disrupts fights by himself so much. Like, this is such fantastic Rubik play. He's able to catch the Batrider every time he comes in. He's able to steal, like, a major spell in every single fight, but at the same time, like, how are you going to focus him, like you said, with the Spectre on the map that's got 6 slotted at this point?
Yeah, the butterfly's nearly out. Once that happens, it will be 6 slot, and from there, it's just your refresh orb. And they'll take the Roshan now. Just going the way of the Centaur. They'll slow down Yao with the concussive shot. And they'll manage to steal something. What did they grab? It's Kinetic Field, and they'll haunt in just to try and slow these retreating heroes. LGD on the way out and Black on the way in. BKB charging forth into the midst of the entire enemy team. Ice finds that opening with a stomp. Goes in. Simultaneously, your lasso was used by In July. The Rubik just sits back, waits for a good opening. He's stole another spell. He's gotten the Reaper Scythe. FY's doing it again. He's going to bring Yao out of the game. Deletes him from Dota for 122 seconds. And now he steals more. Now it's a fissure. Oh, actually, no, he got Echo Slam. Even better, I suppose. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, super. Just back off. Your Rubik will win you this game from here.
Yeah, that was the peace moment. Once he stole it again somehow, and now he's got the Aghanim Scepter. Like, I think that's game. There's no way that LGD is going to be able to fight this out.
Yeah, that ultimate is turns out to be a double-edged sword. So they have a Spectre and an Aghanim Necrolite. That's how this game ends. You can't win that.
Oh, they called GG.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, you didn't get the messages. That's
Yeah,
right.
I don't get messages in this game.
I lost you there, Will.
No, I'm good. Okay. So, like, I can't stress enough, like, the big moment in this game was, although Ice picked up his Blink Dagger super late, that those first 2 kills on the Necrolite were just absolutely huge to the rest of this game, because it just slowed down the push by so much. It took 16 minutes to take down the first tier 2 tower mid, and especially with the kind of lineup that LGD had, you needed that to go about like 7 or 8 minutes faster.
Well, on that note, that only wraps up game 1. I mean, it's been like 4 hours since the series was supposed to start, or well, maybe not quite 3 hours, but yeah, we're gonna head into game 2 now. LG have a shot at redemption here, but VG Gaming look good. They take game 1 of the best of 3. They're 1 win away from moving on to the lower bracket, round number 3, I believe, or to either be Cloud9 or Team Malaysia waiting. And with all that said, Newbie vs. Alliance, I believe, has just ended, though I don't know the result. But either way, guys, stick around. WCA action continues here, continues on /Beyond the Summit 2 on Twitch, and /Dota Starlighter _. And of course, I'm LD. I was joined by Blitz. You can follow Blitz _Dota on Twitter, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
You draw me in, and I can't slow down. No, can you feel it too? There ain't no stopping now. Feet off the ground, head to the sky. Yeah, wind by my side. You in my vision, directly we collide. I don't resist. Time to, but the clock doesn't tick. I crash into you. We both feel the hit. We both feel the way that our chemicals mix, and I wish that I just keep my eyes shut. Maybe this time it'll be enough. So I need the dark. Without you here, I would never see the stars. I'm headed for you. Put on the gas. I'm coming straight at you. No looking back. I'm here, I'm your statue. Your heart is a magnet, I'm coming at you. Girl, you're my target, I'm aiming at you. You're a comet, I'm trying to catch you. We can break any rule they ever taught you. Forget about anything they ever bought you. 'Cause me and you don't need a lot in this world. Plus you know I got you, you boom. I don't resist, time seems to fly but the clock doesn't tick. I crash into you, we both feel the hit. We both feel the way that our chemicals mix, and I wish that I just keep my eyes shut. Maybe this time it'll be enough. So I need the dark. Without you here, I would never see the stars. I'm headed for you. Put on the gas. I'm coming straight at you. No look.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Game 2 of this best of 3. It's VG Gaming versus LGD Gaming for WCA 2014. And, well, VG Gaming, for those who missed it, I know there was a lot of other games going on, are currently leading the set 1-0. So with one more win, they will advance to the next round. And for those who are kind of trying to figure out where it is in the brackets, don't worry, Liquipedia has you covered. Although we don't have all the latest results from today, but what you need to know for now is that VG Gaming will move on and play the winner of Cloud9 versus Malaysia, which, spoiler alert if you didn't watch it, cover your ears, was Cloud9 apparently. So that match will apparently happen directly after this one today. I'm not sure if the losers finals will be today or tomorrow. But anyway, with all that kind of, pre-talk out of the way, let's get into it. I'm LD, and I am joined here by Blitz. Blitz, last time around we saw Terrorblade last banned, virtually ignored, I believe, but this time around he's picked up in the first phase by LGD, so they go with a different game plan. And I don't have a Blitz.
Oh wait, I had my mic muted. He's much more of a split pusher.
Get your shit together.
Dude, I'm trying right now, man. My life's a mess. but he's gonna be kind of more stable, of a game plan. Whereas like their last game plan was kind of a little bit more all-in-ish. Terrorblade and Centaur as your first two picks opens up the field a little bit more for you in terms of you can go late game, you can go mid game. I mean, the thing is, Terrorblade's not really weak in any phase of the game. Like maybe his laning, but Reflection is fantastic against offlaners. Metamorphosis plus like any stun will kill pretty much any hero in the early game, and you can take down towers, go for pushes, go late game. Like there's not really anything this hero doesn't do.
Yeah, the only area where he does struggle is that really low base HP pool early on. That's something that we have seen teams exploit and just gank the crap out of him early when he's sitting at like 400 HP, pressure him a lot in lane. Yeah, he hits really hard at Metamorphosis, but he's also very vulnerable to nuke damage. But if you don't pressure him early, well, then you've got to have some answers from later on, and that is certainly easier said than done. So they get the Centaur here for LGD. Probably going to be Angeli's offlaner that... I guess it's going to be a Sylar Terrorblade, it's looking like. I don't think I've actually seen them run this hero before. As for Vici, they also denied their Centaur Scarlet Mage duo, something that we saw was very effective in game number 1. So what do you go for instead? There's no Void either, so there's no like obvious partner for the Skywrath.
I mean, Death Prophet was banned. Like all the heroes no, that's not true. I didn't even know what a good combo is aside from like the Void, the Centaur. I guess Sand King is. Oh, they took Sand King. Look at that.
Oh, are you still lagging really bad?
No, it just like skipped for a second because I went to the library tab to see heroes. But then they picked it. Nice. I mean, it pairs like decently well because the Skywrath can kind of go and create space on the map, and the Sand King can just continuously like stack and pull and then get a really quick blink dagger, because you need to pressure the Terrorblade. Like there's no way in hell that your strategy should be like, all right, we'll let that guy farm for like 20 minutes and then kind of move things around the map and hope for the best. Like Sand King needs to get a blink dagger by like the 8-minute mark, and then you just have to go around the map doing as much as you possibly can within that span of time, to the point where if he doesn't have like a major item by 20 minutes, you can just go around like and open up the rest of the map for your team.
Gotcha.
He's not really going to provide too much.
All right, well, we'll see if they follow that game plan. For now, LGD ban out Timbersaw, which I didn't think about it because the hero just has mostly been ignored, but it's an Ice specialty. I mean, the guy's got his own pro gear. By far the best Terrorblade set that I've seen, or Timbersaw set that I've seen, though. We have a new one, which some people did like, but
oh my gosh,
they took all the styles away, man. It's not
subtly plugging yourself at all times.
Yeah. I'm not even trying to. It just occurred to me, like, that's actually not true. There is another Timbersaw set that I've seen recently, but yeah, sellout mode, sellout boys. But yeah, it is great against the illusions. Was my point. All that pure damage just shreds them. So it just bans now. Is there any like carry that you could think of that can really effectively deal with the illusions, or do you just scrap that plan and solely just shut him down early, like you were kind of suggesting earlier?
I think you're okay right now with the type of supports that you have, and Dazzle actually the pickup for LGD, good counter, because what Vici have right now is immediate burst before he can get the Sunder off. But if you have the Dazzle for the Grave, you can keep him alive just in time for him to Sunder, and that's pretty fantastic. Some of the heroes that can deal with that are Sven. Recently got a pretty big buff.
Yeah, Sven wouldn't be. I don't know if with the Wisp ban, maybe not a Sven, but
yeah, I mean, there's not really. I don't think with the current pool of supports that you have right now, Sven is the hero either. Maybe just something really tanky that can. Oh, they banned Razor. Never mind. I guess Zeus is the hero.
The FY support Zeus. Is there any chance? Probably not. I guess it's probably a core Zeus. He ran as a support the other, like a couple weeks ago, man. It was.
I've been running that in the C servers. Like as a support Zeus, like they did like an AM Zeus mid or something like that.
Dude, he was wrecking face because they had an Invoker and they got good wards up. So he would just go around the map with a Blink Dagger, like one Thunderbolt, Sunstrike, if Shadow Demon's there to set up a Disruption. That hero's just dead.
Yeah, and you can also deward like for free early on in the game and just like get free ganks.
I'm not sure who's going to be the core out of these though. Like you could see any of them play a core role, so. Though Skywrath and Sandkid are less common, But FY did the last time they played Zeus, he did run it. What do you think's the reasoning for the Zeus pick? Is this just about the early pressure on the Terrorblade?
Yeah, the burst damage coupled with the Skywrath Mage, like you're gonna kill somebody with the Ancient Seal. Almost nobody can survive that, and it's just a good hero overall against the lineup that LGD have. Like pre BKB, pre Pipe, Zeus does really really well against heroes like Terrorblade and the Centaur. Like Zeus can clear out the illusions that are pretty low HP early on with just the Arc Lightning and the Static Field. Like you get to find out which one the real one is really quickly. The ultimate is really I mean, Vici have the team fight in spades. They've got as the Thunder God's Wrath. You'll almost always get off no mater what. If Sand King gets his Blink Dagger, he should get his Epicenter for free as well. So I think that's kind of what the reasoning for the pick was.
Okay, well, Nyx Assassin's certainly a good hero to punish a lot of these Vici Gaming heroes. 3 nukers, Mono Bird's going to be extremely effective. Carapace great against the Sandstorm. Zeus very just squishy in general and vulnerable to the Nyx ganks. It's a virtually forgotten hero, something that we see extremely rarely, and used to be one of the premier offlaners with that really high base regen, good armor, you get the Poor Man's Shield, you're pretty much invincible, and, well, it's the Elder Titan pickup. I have to ask, is there any chance of a Tinker here, do you think?
I don't think so. Not with the Zeus pickup.
LG actually banned Spectre. Okay, so they were thinking something different, but still a fairly global hero.
Yeah, I guess the Tinker would have been okay, but I don't know. I think especially with the nerf, it's difficult to secure his farm, and especially because they're on Radiant this game, right? Like maybe if they were Dire, I would say, because it's a lot easier to stack and do the camp safely.
Feature on Dire.
Oh, they are. Oh, then maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's flipped like that. That confused me. You would think that.
I still wish they would find a way to have it diagonal. Then there would be no confusion. But
Yeah.
I guess that's a UI nightmare for a
Yeah,
developer.
I don't think you take a Tinker though, especially not against a Nyx Assassin.
Okay,
They've already picked up the counter.
the reason I bring it up is that IG Rad and the Tinker Elder Titan after the patch.
Yeah, you can do the TP to the
To the spirit.
Ancestral Spirit.
It's very cute. But it was just awful. It took them so 430 was efficient. They actually started stacking the Ancients, and I'm pretty sure someone on their team hadn't read the patch notes because it just came out in the middle of iLeague. And they stacked it once, and then they just stopped. And I'm pretty sure some of the team is like, dude, you can't do that anymore. It doesn't work.
Yeah,
So that was probably part of why they even picked it to begin with.
Yeah, they're not going to do that this time. That would be actually insane.
No.
But the TA's picked up as well, and TA just completely shits on Zeus in a one-on-one, I believe. It's going to be impossible to CS without using your Arc Lightning to just pick up like low HP kills, and you're never going to deny a TA.
To be fair, I will mention that VG Gaming have kind of a game to give here. Not that you would draft it if you don't think it's going to work, but it's more room to experiment for sure. And
Yeah.
well,
I mean, somebody's going to die. Natural Order plus Ancient Seal and a Zeus. Like, somebody's going to go down instantly.
that Thunderbolt's going to hurt.
Yeah, it really is.
What is
It's gonna
this
do,
final
like, 600
pick?
of damage.
They feel like they just have a lot of ground to cover. All right, they'll go Slark. That's something they could deal with Refraction with the Dark Pact. It's a hero that really matches up well against stat-based carries, and that certainly fits the profile of a Terrorblade. And it's a hero that gets aggressive pretty early, so it does kind of fit with their overall draft. And if they can manage to snowball anyone, be it the Sand King, the Slark, probably the 2 big ones, then this game could go well with Mystic Flare and Dark Pact. I'm not so sure Yao will have an easy time after the laning stage, but yeah, let's see how Vici look to late in this. It looks like it will be a Super Zeus. He normally has the team, and if it is that matchup, then like you said, he's just going to be sitting back and spamming Arc Lightning to get his farm early.
I think Yao, once he picks up a BKB, he's going to go so ham on this game. Like, Skywrath has 1 armor or something stupid, even at high levels. And it's to support Skywrath on top of that, so it's not like you're going to pick up like a Blink or a Force Staff at a reasonable time. He eats up Zeus. He does a ton of damage to the Elder Titan as well, who doesn't have the best stats overall. The Slark does pretty well against him, but even then in a man fight, the TA should be able to win. So I'm kind of curious to see how Vici decides to deal with that.
Yeah,
It's
they
gonna
don't
have to be 4 staffs aplenty.
Yeah, 4 staffs, or maybe if your Slark manages to farm like a lot of items and an Abyssal Blade in the mix there, or Basher, but that's not a game plan you want to count on, because at that point you're looking at a very farm Terrorblade, which is in Sylar's capable hands, and well, we'll have a pause as the game gets underway. Hopefully a fairly short one. Let's not get the Coddle Guy trigger. We will have at least one more best of 3, possibly 2 today, and with that, we'll run through the lineups very quickly. Sylar on the Terrorblade, heading towards the Dire Jungle early on. Looks like they want to shut down the Sand King. In July will be your Centaur Warrunner. Momoya will be playing the support Nyx Assassin that puts Yao onto the solo mid TA, and it leaves Faith bringing up the rear as your Dazzle. So, is this, what do you think with the Dazzle? Is this meant just to kind of deal with the Elder Titan? A counter to the Zeus, or a little bit of all?
I think it's so that no matter what happens, your Terrorblade can't get bursted down, and that he'll always be able to get the Sender off for free. Because there's a ton of burst damage on Vichi's lineup, right? Like, if he gets Ancient Sealed in the early game, oh boy, like, things are gonna kill him really quickly. But if you have the Dazzle with the heal and the Grave available, it's gonna be difficult to close the distance and not let him get his Sunder off.
Yeah, Terrorblade does generally get shit on by Elder Titan. That is for sure.
It's pretty ugly.
I think that's where the Dazzle can come in handy, though, with the Bone Weave. So maybe that helps to compensate. I guess we'll find out.
I mean, I think it was an okay hero, but if that's a Nyx support, like, it's going to be difficult for him to do anything to pressure, because Dazzle's not the most offensive hero, and I think early levels, especially with Nyx, it's going to be difficult to roam against, like, the Slark. I guess mid's a free kill anytime he catches the Zeus off guard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a in this game, man. It's never difficult to roam on this hero.
See, I'm thinking that Nyx pick and the Dazzle pick don't really synergize well together, but because it's a Zeus mid...
Look at him. He's just so pathetic.
Yeah,
He's a midget. He's slow. He's weak.
Ben really hates his model.
He's useless.
Like, he just thinks it doesn't look intimidating.
He looks like he's jacked, I suppose, but he's like a jacked midget. I don't know. It doesn't do it.
Dude, pound for pound, strongest hero in the game.
Yeah, but he doesn't weigh very many pounds.
I mean, that's how he's so strong.
It looks like everyone's disconnected. I'm actually not sure if they're... Okay, they have left the game. I'm always nervous about this. Well, whatever. We can just go to TV if they're not remaking, but it does seem like they're all leaving. So
Yeah, they're piecing.
we'll wait for the remake. If there isn't a remake, we'll go back into Dota TV, and it's not like anyone can hear me anyway, thanks to Perfect Worlds.
Yeah, this isn't the Asian I understand, so I have no idea what they're saying, but judging by the fact that people just disconnected, I think it's safe to leave.
So, how do you feel? Is Super Mario going to cut it this game against the Terrorblade?
I mean, the lineup looks awesome, like, in terms of just cool factor. Like, as weird as that sounds. I mean, the concept sounds awesome, right? Like, you get the Sand King stun, Ancient Seal, with the Elder Titan, negative armor, then you just blow somebody up with your ultimate. But I think the laning phase is where it's going to be difficult for them. Like, if Vici can outmaneuver, which they did last game, right? Like, I thought their laning phase was definitely a lot weaker, their heroes that they had. And it showed, but at the end of the game, it didn't matter at all.
I'm just talking to the... Well, I say I'm talking to the admins. I'm leaving a message in this mysterious black box of a discussion group where sometimes they reply.
They decide to they grace you with a reply.
They reply like once a day randomly in like the middle of the day. They're like, oh, by the way, this guy's gonna give you passwords now. And I think you've already had 3 best of 3s out of 4 on the day. Go.
At least that's something, man.
Alright, I'm gonna go back into Dota TV. Oh, no, okay, let's... Oh, it's up. It's up.
Okay, cool.
Alright. Just right when I was about to start watching Dota TV. You had one job, admin. Host the lobby quickly.
Alright, I'm in here with you.
Alright, stay close to me, Will.
What's going on? Like, why is this such a mess?
I think a lot of it is that it's a multi-game event, and so there's some issue. You know, like you have like you're like constantly rotating different games on and off the stage. You've got to change your commentators. They had like, and the way the schedule works, it's not like you have one event, like one game in a block, and then you have another game. It's like constantly switching stages, constantly switching game titles. I mean, that said, it's a $500,000 prize pool event. Like, you would think that they'd put some thought into the playing organization, but having run a not a live event with no audience, I can say it is always harder than what it looks. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's disappointing to say the least.
Yeah, it's definitely not our fault, guys. You can blame us for a lot, but not this one.
Farticus is blaming us right now in the chat.
Yeah.
What a name.
They're gonna do that, man. Call guy says you can pay me $500,000 to cast this at LAN. You definitely could, dude. For that kind of money, I would do a lot more disgusting stuff.
Yeah.
Just
Coddle Guy's a liar.
He really is. His name's Coddle Guy. Like that
And
guy
he doesn't
puts on
even
a
play
beard.
Coddle. Every time I watch, he's playing Earth Spirit. Get your name right, bro.
What a disgusting hero.
Apparently they fixed the bug with him finally, though. So
One day this game will start, and we'll be on track again.
well, until that day, we'll.
What do we do, man?
How's-
Do we tell stories or something?
No, we just sit here awkwardly and I wait. Yeah, if you got stories, by all means.
I don't have any stories, man.
No, nothing.
No.
What's it like having Ben living in the house? How's
You know what he
Merlini
does?
holding up?
He literally, this is like his 3-week vacation play Path of Exile.
So is he not? Is he not like? He's not streaming. Is he playing a lot of pubs or is he reducing
I mean,
that?
he literally just likes Path of Exile. He's Path
Don't
rich,
tell
though.
don't tell the real Merlini police about that.
Yeah, should not be happy about that. He's
No.
got a ton of money though in Path of Exile. I don't know. There's nothing really interesting.
Can you cash out in that game? Like get anything
I don't
out
think.
of it
I'm certain you could like somebody will buy your stuff.
with real money?
Yeah, like somebody will eventually buy your stuff, right? But that's with like any game. Like I could probably sell my Dota. No, I definitely couldn't sell my Dota account. I have like 0 items.
Yeah, because you have like 20 Smurf accounts.
No, I don't anymore. I only have one, and I gave it away. I traded my Smurf for 5 cents.
Even
on
your
a
like
silver
quote
burger.
unquote real account isn't even your original Dota account. It's like
No, it's really not.
It's one.
It's like
It's a 20th Smurf that you finally just stopped constantly changing accounts.
Oh, I do have a story.
Okay. Yeah. Now that the game's loading, let's
Well, now
let's
that
just
I
let's
just
just tell
thought
the
of
story.
something.
Yeah, go for it.
So I was at the bathroom of the NSL arena. They have like a picture of a or something on the urinals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, have you ever seen that? It's like to help little kids like aim, right?
Oh, because they want to pee on the wasp.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it was a wasp. I'm not sure. But
Okay,
wasn't
if I
paying
saw a
attention.
wasp, let me say, I would not want to pee on it. I would want to zip up and run the hell away.
Yeah, exactly. So I was not paying attention, and there was somebody. Okay, I was on the. There's 3 stalls. I chose the one on the right. This guy decided to take the one in the middle, which makes absolutely no sense. Like for one, oh, they accidentally hosted AP or CM again. What the hell?
Well, in theory, they might want to preserve the draft, but yeah. Anyway, don't
So
ruin the story.
Whatever. Yeah, this is screw casting. So, anyways, so he takes the one in the middle, which is like it's his fault. I blame him for this point in this. Okay, so he takes the middle stall, not paying attention. There's a wasp on the thing. I don't notice it until I look down, and then I freak out because I think there's a wasp, like dangerously close to my jump.
So you just
right?
start spraying wildly.
I just could not control anything. Like what's your reaction gonna be if you see a wasp there? You're gonna like. I got surprised. Like I'm the guy that got afraid watching Captain America because it was loud.
So you immediately pissed on your neighbor, is what you're
Really
saying.
did. I mean, he's Korean, so he's not gonna say shit because Koreans are like.
He didn't say
unfailingly
anything?
polite. No, I just kind of like apologized in English and hoped that he would think I was just a foreigner, and then I just kind of like. There was no way to salvage that situation. Like, what am I gonna say? Like, sorry for peeing on you? I thought there was a real wasp in the bathroom.
No, just point at it and start like yelling excitedly and.
Like what? How in a million years am I gonna logically explain to this perfect stranger that he should have peed in the middle stall and that there's a wasp in the bathroom? Like at that point, there was no salvaging that.
I don't know, like your life is just not within the realm of like normal human experience.
Oh god,
How do these things happen?
No, because okay,
Templar
like-
assassin.
there was a
I will
picture-
say-
a picture of a wasp.
Well, I will also say who's that guy who takes the middle stall? Like, why do you
That's
take
what
the
I'm
middle
saying.
stall?
In my recollection of this memory, that's completely on him. Stall. If he was on the far left one, it would have been perfectly fine. It would have been an awkward moment. We both could have laughed about it. Like done.
Yeah, but he picked the middle stall. So
That's why you never do
lesson
that.
learned: if you pick the middle stall, you deserve to be peed on. Oh my. Alright, we're gonna get back into it now. VG Gaming versus LGD. This is an AP remake, or a CM remake, but just a redraft of a previously done draft. And we're gonna see if the Zeus pick works. I guess that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna look out for. In theory, that's what they are going for, right? It's the Skywrath, Sand King, Elder Titan, Zeus, ton of synergy behind that lineup. You could pretty much gank from wherever. I think that's the coolest part. Once Sand King gets a Blink Dagger, there's almost nowhere that's safe.
I love how we're trying to normally cast this game after that story. Alright, let's see
You
if...
told me to tell it. Like, that's the thing.
Focus.
You brought this on yourself.
Yeah, what, are you gonna pee on me now? You asked for this!
That was on him. Oh god, that was the most awkward moment of my entire life. Like, we just stood there for like a full 2 seconds, and then I was like, I'm not gonna stay here for much longer.
Alright, let's introduce this game number 2. For those just joining us, VG Gaming is leading 1-0, the best of 3. MMY bought a TP scroll off the bat, and he's TP'd into this top. We've done some observer wards as quickly as possible. And with that, we'll get the team introductions underway. The boys in front are VG Gaming with Black playing the Slark this time around. FY will be handling your Sand King. Over in the jungle is Fenrir on the Skywrath Mage. Super your Zeus. Ice the Elder Titan, and it's actually a different movement from LGD. Last time, they did not go for this TP at all. And maybe it was just they were running around while they're lagging and expecting a remake, but they were planning to run up this ramp directly where VG Gaming are camping and go for some wards that way. So they're not going to be able to block up the big Sand King stack camp. And well, for LGD, Momoya, MMY will be your Nyx Assassin. Angelai and the Centaur, yeah, will be playing your TA mid. Faith on the Dazzle, and that does leave Sylar on the safe lane, Terrorblade.
Yeah, I think LGD should have the much more easy to execute lineup. They've got a lot of stuns. What they need to do is just keep the Terrorblade alive for as long as possible. To execute, it's pretty fairly straightforward and simple, right? And they just need to not let the Sand King get such a quick Blink Dagger and do whatever he wants on the map. Like, the faster this guy gets his Blink Dagger, that's kind of the timing for VG Gaming. They don't really have a lot of initiation on their lineup. I think that's the only weak point for their lineup, really, is that if you look at it, FY is the only person that can really start the fights. Like, I guess you could... The Elder Titan is okay, but he needs to at least get, 2 levels of Echo Stomp, and you're going to skip that skill almost entirely in the early game.
Yeah, and of course with Metamorphosis, it's not going to be easy for Ice to stay in this lane. Your Stout Shield will help a bit, but he's going to be under the gun. For the time being, Sylar off with the Deny, and he's going to actually use the ability immediately, but Ice looking to trade blows. He'll start clubbing him, and doing fairly effectively, even with that. He might want a little support before he uses it, so not really able to zone him out. The wave's going to be consistently dragged back. Ice constantly right-clicking the enemy Terrorblade and causing the creeps to pull towards this tower, and this will give him an early level 2, more or less, without contention. So LGD running dual lanes. It's something we've seen more in this patch, Blitz. Any particular reason why you think? Is it just rune control? Just certain heroes being played? What's your thoughts on that?
It's a good combination of everything. Because of the bounty rune, you can afford to do stuff like that. And because of where the tower is located, and just the general ability to juke, it's a little bit easier with the way that that things are rerouted to be safer. Especially with the way that the creeps meet up now, in relation to the tower, so it's a lot safer. And I think it's just a smarter way to play. Like, a Centaur's never going to get any farm if he's up there against a tri-lane by himself, right? But as soon as you put a Nyx up there, how do you contest both of them?
Yeah, you go on the Centaur, and then the Nyx just impales maybe Carapace's runs in, and vice versa. He gets off a Stomp, and Nyx is quite tanky. He's going to just start trading blows here with FY. Has an Impale ready to go if need be. They're both just waiting for this rune. FY, he blows a Burrow Strike after that Impale, so FY wins this small skirmish. But now it'll be Ice who picks up a rune. Well, no, maybe not. Faith looking to deny this.
Eat the
tree!
Oh,
eat
no.
the tree, my man.
And he's going to be...
And then he eats the other tree.
Oh, no. He gets it to super as well. That's the worst part about it.
I need the Kano Guy soundboard for the wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. I mean, the rune change is definitely such a huge thing, because you have to secure both runes, right? Like, giving up a bounty rune isn't the best thing. And also giving up, I mean, if you're going to give up 2 runes to one side, that's absolutely huge. Imagine if you pick up something like a haste and a bounty rune. That could be potentially game-changing.
They're trying to set up your top lane. Of course, LGD do know about this invis, but at the same time, MOI's not here. He's rotating towards bottom, so they're going to abandon the dual lane. They've gotten the Centaurs level 2. He has not taken a point in return yet, though. So they'll have an easier time harassing him and have plenty of nuke damage to make it happen. Mid lane, this was a matchup that you gave pretty heavily to the TA, especially if it's just left 1v1. And, well, Super is getting his farm from the lightning bolts. Or, sorry, not lightning bolts, the arc lightning, but I wanted to call it chain lightning, then I called it lightning bolts. Yeah.
I forget it's arc lightning all the time, too. Don't worry, man.
The shiny zapper thing. That's the spell name, but
I just call it a lightning, and hopefully people understand the context.
even though they're very different spells, but it's good enough.
I mean, he picked up the rune, the bounty rune, and Yao's had to use the bottle crow, but he's still winning the lineup or the matchup pretty handily. But that's not really what you want out of Zeus, right? Like, there's no real point in trying to get as much farm or trying to deny a TA farm. The point of Zeus is get your global presence up, get your level 6, and then it becomes so much easier for your supports to guarantee kills.
Yeah, you want to get the ult, and ideally along that line, get the Sand King's Blink Dagger as well, but we might have a skirmish at this bottom rune. MMY and Faith in position. Super looking to contest this. It's the two solos duking it out with supports, and yeah, they don't really want to fight an Elder Titan and Zeus with levels, so they're going to back off. He gets a double damage rune, and the bounty rune secured again by FY. It might seem like a small thing, but VG Gaming are pretty consistently controlling these runes now. That's a total of 4 runes in the past couple spawns that they picked up exclusively.
Yeah, this is the only reason this mid matchup is somewhat close, is because Super keeps getting these runes, and they're being secured by Vici in time. Like, somebody from top just forces it to take, and so there's no way that Yao's going to be able to get a rune. So spamming Refract is a little bit difficult. And I think Super's actually doing pretty well in this matchup, all things considered. He's got 15 CS, he's getting pretty close to his level 6. I think a creep wave will do it. And then I think from there, Vici kind of have to get active on the map with the Skywrath. I think the Sand King should be stacking. Yeah, he's stacking this big camp over here too, so he's got a lot of ways to recover as well.
Oh,
and
but
I think he just.
Oh, sorry, they are rotating.
Middle. I don't know if Injuli's the hero though to do it. I guess they're waiting for the level 6 on Yao.
He's got his boots though, and Super's about to get caught. Oh, he runs to the south. Now Injuli and Yao are kind of in each other's way, but Yao's a bit faster than Super. Extra 10 MS. Can't really do this alone though, and I will be forced back. I think what he was initially thinking was I should go check the Sand King's camps and try and, you know, maybe mess him up, because he could be farming those. He's level 3 now, but, well, hey, empty lane, bottom lane, and LGD say, great, you wanna park 3 heroes top? We're gonna try and push. And now heroes are rotating.
Oh, Super's at bottom though too.
He's got his ultimate ready. Nyx does have Carapace and, oh no, sorry, actually just a wave short, or a few creeps, but they'll have the ult ready soon.
Yeah, and they actually rotate Fenrir mid. I like how that they always do this. They always give somebody on Vici, or Super is like the most selfless mid laner. He always gives his supports the lane. I mean, it's a Zeus. What is he going to do? It's not like he can jungle, but he still gives the lane up to Fenrir just to get some extra levels so that he can get active on the map.
Yeah, they also just don't want to give Terrorblade an early tower. We've seen how hard this hero snowballs with some fast farm, and they're chasing out Faith now. They still don't have the ult. They're 1 creep short. They gotta find something. They don't even need it. Look at the damage from the natural order lightning bolt. That was like 3/4 of his health pool, and it's without even the level 4 lightning bolt. Oh, that's disgusting, man.
I thought he was gonna. He waited so long to skill that level 3 spell. Like, he had 1 in the Poison Touch and 1 in the Shadow Wave, and then just decided to take another level of the Shadow Wave. Like, I think if he had Grave there, he would have lived, but it might not matter because Super could have just picked up his level 6 mid. But Super's got Arcane Boots, so he's got no issues anymore for just spamming out that Arc Lightning. He should be fine. This TA is relatively underfarmed considering. Like, he's had most of the mid lane uncontested.
Yeah, it's not been as a one-sided of a match was what Yao would have hoped for. Now, to be fair, they did spend some time chasing the Zeus down the river. Zeus did get a double damage rune, get a bounty rune, and he's had some supports preventing the TA from getting those same runes. But all that said, it's still a matchup where TA is pretty much guaranteed every CS. Like, Zeus is not going to deny. All he can really do is last hit.
Yeah, and this Terrorblade is having a pretty good time of it right now. He's got 44 CS. He's just shy of the Slark. But the Slark is a hero that needs like a lot less farm.
How do you feel about the Midas on Black, by the way?
On Black? I was actually just about to mention that. I'm not the biggest fan, because I think that he can play a little bit more... I think this is a little bit too greedy, but it's just Black as a player. He likes the min-max. I guess the Midas is never going to be punished. This is a big thing, right? Because how are they going to ever kill a Slark with LGD's lineup? Sans Blink Dagger on both the Nyx and the Centaur. And the Centaur's not going to have it for at least like 5 or 6 minutes, so it's not like he needs to pick up drums or any sort of HP items early on to survive.
I'm actually a little worried for LGD, simply because FY is having such a good time. Like, he's already got level 6 at 8 minutes, 1,700 gold. Does he have another stack ready? Even that he has. Its Fenrir has been... meanwhile on the river. Faith is being chased out by Ice Ice. Will end up going down. Super, though, is the trade with a haste rune on Yao. He can go for an additional kill. One meld would probably do it. Oh, just short. Able to TP out. So they end up losing the Dazzle, but get the Zeus in exchange and almost kill off the Elder Titan in the process. So a win there for LGD, but I still feel with this Blink Dagger coming fast on the Sand King that could be the item that just breaks this game open for Vici.
It has to be. I think when he picks up the Epicenter charge, I think he should go for mid and kill Yao off. I think it's really simple too. The Epicenter will just take off all the ticks of Refract, and one Lightning Bolt should be able to do it. Like, I think with this first ultimate that the Sand King has, he has to go for core. And I think it's a setup on Yao. Because Yao's probably thinking to himself, what's going to kill me, right? Like, they don't really have any sort of way to close the distance. They don't have any ways to kill my Refract charges off, unless FY gets a Blink Dagger.
And I think it also goes to your point from the initial draft, not the remake draft, where you pointed out that once he gets a BKB, very difficult to deal with this TA. Whereas Terrorblade can go BKB, but it's not quite as impressive of like an early item for him. So you also have Elder Titan to largely deal with him. TA, that's not really going to be the case. If you don't shut this TA down, it could be a problem. And with a kill on the enemy Zeus, she's off to a really good start.
Yeah, it looks like LGD know that too, because they've devoted most of their... Oh, MMY just went down as we say that. But they devoted most of their efforts in trying to keep TA alive, actually, instead of Sylar.
That's just ridiculous. Like, just to the Spirit walking into the tower, they're not committing any resources at all, and it's a Nyx, too. It's not the squishiest support hero, but he still just gets zapped.
Was this Spike Carapace on cooldown? I didn't actually see that. Like, he just went down so quickly.
I think he used it when the chase was coming from the Spirit. I'm not sure.
It's difficult to time that out, I guess, too.
Yeah, you don't know when the Zeus ult's coming. Unless you have eyes on him and you see him pretty fire. But meanwhile, they're waiting. And they're going to fight Ice 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 here. Walking up the ramp and now trap deployed. Is there any way for Ice 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 to get out? No chance. I'll end up going down. FY, Blake just now picked up. The next time that happens, this could go a lot differently.
Yeah, this TA, though, does have drums. She's relatively fat for a mid laner. She's got treads, drums, and a wand already completed. And she's been pretty uncontested, so good levels as well. Not the most CS, actually. Only 50 at 10 minutes. It's a little bit under farm, but meanwhile, Sylar's got quite a lot of farm as well. He's got 1,700. I don't really know what the item is for this game. Maybe a Yasha and a BKB and mid.
Yeah, they're heading back, waiting for the Blink initiation. Go with the Mystic Flare, get the kill on the Centaur, and nowhere near a Blink Dagger. Just 300 gold on him, so a nice pick off. Meanwhile, your drums pick up on TA, just some good mid-game damage output, and it's probably the TA I would have rather had, but they'll still take a Centaur kill at this stage.
Yeah, the Centaur's not bad. Like, similar to Vici, LGD's only way of really gap closing is the Centaur with Blink Dagger, and the Nyx with Blink Dagger is even more unlikely than the Centaur. So if you're killing the Centaur and delaying that out, it's perfectly fine, I think. Especially since this SK's already got his. Like, he's gonna have 6 or 7 minutes of Blink Dagger where nobody else has one.
Zeus ult is up, and they've got the Blink ready to go. So expect to see another jump soon. Maybe it's bottom lane, although MMY's here invis, and this combo doesn't work if they're getting the jump on you, which MMY currently is looking for. Spirit will come through, affecting Sylar during this time, but they're going to stampede in, and they'll look to go on Ice Ice Ice. The Impale comes through. Is there going to be some sort of retaliation for this dive? No, nothing they can really do. And it's kind of a cute combo when you use that Spirit to set up a Thunderbolt, or not a Thunderbolt, a Thunder God's Wrath, but they need at least 2 Spirits to hit most heroes before they're low enough for that to work, and, well, it's not going to happen this time.
I'm curious to see why is actually sitting behind Black at top. Like I said, Black's the only hero in the game that really can't die. Like, it would take something insane for him not to be able to get the Shadow Dance off.
Ice Ice Ice, he's caught out again in the bottom lane! He gets melted! He had no backup whatsoever. Like, if
that's what I mean. Like, the Sand King should definitely be at bottom.
Yeah, if FY is parked behind him, that gets punished, but FY was not ready to help Ice Ice Ice. Either Ice 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 should not have defended that, or Sand King should have been there. But he's gonna go in now, he gets off the heal. There's a Sentry Ward ready, though. That's gonna cost FY's life. Vici Gaming just self-destructing. They are not on the same page. Now Black's gonna come in, but it's one at a time from them, and
Oh, the
LGD.
tower's gonna go down.
This is a reverse of the last game where they were actually playing as a team, but they're just playing solo Dota right now, not 5v5.
I'm not sure why the Sand King decided to go in there. Like, just giving a cursory glance at items, you would have seen that Faith had. I said Faith. Faith had the Sentry Ward, and there was like nobody ready to back somebody up. So that was just, I think, a misplay on both Ice and FY's part. Like, neither of them should have been down there that deep.
Interesting move from Yao here. He's not dropping a trap in the big camp. Well, meanwhile, bottom lane, they go in with a Centaur Stampede, and they Impale to follow this one up onto Ice again. He's gonna die. Ice 0-4, and it's not just the record, but the rate at which he's losing his life. Meanwhile, mid lane, they try to finish off Yao, and they succeed thanks to the Dark Pack chewing through those refraction charges. And then back to bottom, where they jump in on the side of the Mystic Flare thrown out. VG Gaming, I think somebody just yelled at their teammates and slapped them around, because now suddenly they're back on track.
Yeah, those two pickup kills were absolutely huge. I think Yao, it was kind of difficult for him to see that the Slark Blink Dagger timing coming. That was just a really good rotation by Black. But I think Sylar should have known at bottom that it was a little bit unsafe. Like, they just killed Ice, and then he showed himself on the lane for that long. Like, if he had just gone to the jungle and scouted out with illusions, he should have been fine. But a good overall rotation by Vici. This is what they need to do. Just kill out the cores as many times as you possibly can. Delay the BKB on the TA to the point where it doesn't matter. Get some 4-staffs on your heroes. Like, if Sand King picks up a 4-staff and Zeus at one point...
Oh, Faith, you're done. You're done. Spirit comes in, the Burrow Strike's there, one zap to rule them all. That's... How do you defend your towers against this? Like, if you let them get these 3 Blink Daggers, how do you stand anywhere in, like, this area? They could just jump you instantly.
It just has to come down to the Dazzle being in better position to grave.
Well, Yao's not in a great position here. Caught up by the refraction. Well, the Dark Pack, rather, to remove that refraction. FY, he just retreats out and they melt one. Killing off the Centaur. Now looking for Yao. Refraction once again removed. Even after the fresh set of charges. Burrow Strike. Yep, see you later. They'll lose another. They'll have the Nyx to fall. 3 down. Vici Gaming with the 3 Blink Daggers. This is just disgustingly strong all of a sudden.
That bolt, like, the Centaur had 500 health and he died. Like, that was amazing to me.
He did
I totally see it now.
1470 damage in that fight, according to the fight recap. And that's without the ultimate.
I'm not sure why LGD are fighting like this, too. Because you know that this is what Vici are going to do. They have so many gap closers. They've got 2 Blink Daggers now. Like, why? Or actually 3. The Zeus one isn't as big, but, like, why? Why stand right next to the tower, not as 5, ready to, like, fight? Especially when your heroes are already so low. Like, in a 5-on-5 situation, you're always going to lose the fight. Like, Sand King didn't even have to epicenter there. I don't even think Thunder God's Wrath was blown either, and the fight still went that one-sided. I
Long
think that's just a
range.
mistake on LGD.
Smoke initiation, and they go into Ice. They'll kill him off with the Stampede. The Nyx pick has been largely working out for them. It's 0-2, but MMY's been involved in 5 kills, and more importantly, he's just crushed this Elder Titan. The unfortunate thing is that the offlaner they're ganking doesn't particularly need farm. All he really needs is levels, and he's still getting those. He's hit level 9, he does need the Earth Splitter, but it's mainly just Azara that they're worried about. And it's now max rank. Yeah,
I mean, they have
could...
7 kills. It's not bad, but look at who they're getting kills on. Like, the Elder Titan is not that big of a priority target anymore. He's only level 9. It's not like he's got a lot of gold saved in the bank. Once he gets a mech, that's pretty much all the farm that he's really expecting to get this game. Like, that's not really the hero that you want to, like, blow that much time or effort on.
Yeah, FI will continue his farm now. He's gone back for the Arcane Boot, so he's got a decent mana pool to work with. I am looking for the next step for Vici Gaming now, Blitz, and I'm sure a lot of other people are wondering. Like, they've gotten a lot of early kills. Gold-wise, they're up 4,000 gold. They have a Midas on Black, but he's a Slark. He's picked up a gem for map control, and experience they're leading by 3,000. So it's a pretty good start for them. But this lineup doesn't take towers that well. They don't take Roche that well. Do they just keep on getting kills? Like, where do you go from here after this good early start?
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to go for. And look at this at Black. They're going to pick off Sylar in the jungle. Like, if
Zap again.
This is working, but they're going to actually engage back.
Oh, they used the Zeus ultimate. They had the Spirit going during that time. Ice slow down. Black with a pretty ineffective Dark Pack, but that's got a low cooldown. He can go in again. Burrow Strike. That one's much more so. Hits 2. MMY trying to counter this with the Impale going the other direction. Now he heads to the left, Angeli to the right, but nobody's running. You can't run from heaven, says Super. Merlini Stop playing Path of Exile. Start watching VG Gaming. Zeus is back, and you're missing the train. 4-8 now the score.
They knew that fight was going to go miserably, and they still stepped into that. That blows my mind. Like, your major damage dealer, your Terrorblade, went down so quickly. Like, you saw that happen, not 2 feet away from you, and you still go in. Like, they were smoked up. They could have just ran back and said, okay, our Terrorblade died in the jungle. Like, that's fine. And Vici even had, like, the better positioning with the ward vision. They saw everything that was moving forward, and in mid...
Happy onto Yao, caught out with Black here to join him, but still, Refraction ready, and he's actually completely fine thanks to this Dazzle. FY might pay for his insolence. Tries to retreat through the trees, juking here and there, but with the Urn on him, yeah, there's no blink out. He'll Burrow Strike in instead, just at least try to get something in return, but he will end up going down.
Yeah, there's no way he should have engaged into that. Like, they knew that
They're getting a little cocky after these past few kills.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to fight that. And like you said, LD, like, that was really on point. They can't push towers. They're not going to Roshan particularly quickly. So the only thing you have to worry about are the team fights early on and getting picked off. And, like, knowing that LGD still kind of group up in a poor position and just take such a bad fight.
They're gonna try and defend this tower, though. The tower will end up falling, but Black jumps in. The Zeus ult's ready. Thunder God's Wrath now out. Yao try to fight it out, but he gets bolted. He gets focused. He's dropping very low to this damage. Black's gonna pursue him out, finishes him off, and the chase ain't over yet. There's so many Blink Daggers. You simply can't escape Super. He finds everyone. 10, 1, and 7. They have 17 kills, and guess who's been a part of every single one? Zeus.
Yeah, he's got his 4 staff as well with the Blink Dagger, and that was the big item I was waiting for. This means that Yao is just going to get kited to death. Like, the BKB timing is so late for him, especially since he's just been getting continuously picked off by Black, and even when FY is unable to kill him, he's still putting pressure on the map. I think LGD are just taking these fights a little bit too poorly. They were doing fine too, which was the crazy part. Like, Yao had these kinds of items almost 7 or 8 minutes ago, and Sylar had, like, pretty much a Manta like 5 minutes ago. They should have been okay, but they're just kind of blowing it right now.
So what is going to happen when they do get their BKBs? How much does that change the game for LGD? Because Sylar has 1,000 gold. He's pretty close. And even closer is your Templar Assassin, who has the Recipe, the Ogre Club, and 500 gold. So they need like 1,100 on the TA, a little bit more on the Terrorblade. How much does this change the game for you, and what should VG Gaming do to react to it? Because at some point, they're going to get these BKBs.
Yeah, I think early on, it's going to be really effective, because team fighting against like 3 BKBs when you're relying on a hero like Zeus to put out most of your damage is fantastic. The issue is that there's just so many ways for Vici to kite, and in mid...
Watch for the Epi, it's through on 2! Look at him melt! Zeus ult came out. A little bit of animation lag from Perfect World, but that setup from FY was, well, just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a Blink Dagger on a Sand King, it doesn't really matter if you have a BKB if you can't spot the initiation coming. Because look how quickly they died. Like, they died before the stun timer was done. So it's not like, even if you have a BKB, things change in that situation.
That was like a slight jinx for me. As soon as I start talking about the BKBs and say they're going to get them, then they die and delay them. At least on the TA. And they'll slowly just, you know, plink away at this tower.
The DD Zeus.
Yes. This is most of their damage. This is probably most of their physical damage. It's almost double Blacks even. But not enough.
I still don't know how Vici continuously do this. Like, last game, didn't have a pushing lineup, still outpush. In this game, they're doing...
And they will kill off the ward now. So I will say one other thing that has been very good for Vici is the gem on Black. He's very elusive, difficult to kill with the blink drums, and the lack of like proper lockdown for a Slark. There's no Doom here. Nothing that could really keep him out of the fights. And so he's been able to walk around their jungle, keep LGD in the dark, and it's one of the reasons why we see initiations like this working. You know, they never know where the Sand King's coming from. And a lot of it comes down to the gem.
Yeah, and on top of that, like you brought up the BKB point. Early, it might be a little bit effective, but Vici just have such a mobile lineup. With the Sand King having the Blink Dagger, maybe a 4-staff at some point soon, maybe a Veil, doesn't really matter. Just the Blink Dagger and his Burrow Strike enough make him really mobile. There's a Blink Dagger and a 4-staff on the Zeus.
Oh, Ice. They just Zeus ulted to protect him. I think they're...
He would have died again too, that was the sad part.
They should really bait him at some point this game, because LGD just see Ice.
It's the only person they can kill.
He's 1-6. I mean, you see Ice, it's like, okay, that's like going right back to the rigged slot machines. We're gonna get the rolls we want out of this, but
They're just, it's not the hero that you want to go for, and they still continually go for him, and I guess like that's the target on the map, but I think LGD are like quickly running out of options right now. BKBs are great, but if you're gonna get out mobilitied by the Slark and the Sand King and the Zeus, it's not really gonna matter too much. Like the Zeus has so much mobility at this point. He's almost got an Aghanims as well too, so he's gonna be really tanky on top of that. But he can wait out the BKB fight.
I have rarely seen a Zeus this stack, to be honest, in a professional game.
It's 23 minutes in, and he's got an Aghs Blink Dagger 4-staff. Are you kidding me?
It's pretty disgusting, man. And he was laning against the TA, which is not one of Zeus's. Granted, he loses most lanes, but it's definitely not an easy matchup for him by any means.
It's just the fact that he's never died. Like, his positioning has been so good this game.
Yeah, and they just didn't punish him very much. They're like, okay, we have a Terrorblade TA. We could just trade farm. I think that was the feeling from LGD. We don't have
It
to worry
should've
about
been.
the Zeus.
But they took so many... That mid-fight, that was the worst idea ever. Like, they could have just lost Sylar. They would have been behind, like, 4 kills. Like, sure, Sylar dies, but he had so much farm at that point, right? Like, he was 2-0 or something. You're perfectly okay with that trade. But then they went in and threw 4 heroes at Vici, and they traded, like, 5 for 1 or something stupid.
Okay, double BKB. This is going to be it for LGD. But I think it is worth reiterating what you said. If there's a good Burrow strike, this may not matter, and it's relevant because FY's in position with Black in the front lines to give vision, and it's daytime, and they've got an Observer Ward on this hill. So wisely, LGD just say, we're not leaving this area.
Finally, they
Yeah.
decide not to defend the tower, because there's no way that they're going to defend these towers at this point. Not with the amount of vision that Vici have. And the biggest thing, too, is like you said, with the jab.
Sylar?
Okay, he popped his BKB. Alright.
And they saw it, too, because he was at the wave. Oh, my.
Oh, no. That's a 10-second BKB charge.
And
I think they keep going with this, too, now that that's down.
It's
I guess they can back up and take Roche.
it's down for 70 seconds. Yeah, that's... If LGD want to contest that, it's going to be very difficult.
Oh, man. That was their... We just talked about how important that...
The Jinx!
timing
The
window.
Jinx is strong. I have a Jinx problem. Like, everyone on the Team Liquid live report thread flames me now. Because anytime, like, okay, this definitely won't happen, it happens, or...
I mean, it's Sylar. How many times are you going to see him...
That's
like,
probably, like, the
casually- it's
fifth...
like-
That's probably, like, less... He's probably done it less than 10 times in his professional career, like, ever misclick, like, a crucial item like a BKB. For no reason at all.
Oh, that's absolutely brutal. They needed that so badly, too. They need the full the 10 seconds. Like, it might not seem like that much, that 1 second. But when you've got Blink Dagger and 4 staffs aplenty, and you've got a Slark on the other team, you need, like, as much of a charge as you can possibly get.
This Slark has a Scotty. I mean, we haven't talked much about Black, and I think fairly so, because he just got a Midas and he's been farming on Slark for 26 minutes, but yeah, now he becomes pretty relevant with this. He's got an Eye of Scotty, and this really gives the TA problems in the fight. Your BKB is not going to save you when you're constantly being just slowed, and your agility stolen, and harassed down. And Black will now lunge in onto Yao, looking for the jump in, refraction broken, just forced to blink out. No, doesn't get out. Yao didn't BKB. He thought it was just the Slark, and he was
had to
very
miss
wrong about that.
You don't want to pop your BKB there. That would have been 2 10-second BKB charges gone on LGD for absolutely nothing. I think that death might almost be worth it, because it's not like Yao is going to go for another item, but the window of opportunity is, like, rapidly closing for LGD. They got both their BKBs. One of them was used accidentally. The TA got picked off without using hers. I don't know, man.
I'll be honest, Blitz, I don't know how long this has been out, but Ice 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 has some Hand of Midas, and...
Oh, he just got it!
Okay.
That had to come after the mech. It was like a
This is
25
fairly recent. Sylar... Nope, there's another BKB, too. Oh, no. These BKB charges are dropping.
Can't do this.
The BKB is not the comeback mechanic, apparently.
This is not happening, man. That's not what you...
It's the saddest way to see a team lose, too. Like, oh my.
I mean, obviously he has to BKB there to get out, but at the same time, that's 2 seconds already gone on your BKB for absolutely nothing.
And they're not even having to work for this. Like, Black just pokes his face out and they just BKB and TP away.
I mean, he has to, because he saw what happened to Yao when he tried risking it.
Yeah, so now they've decided we can never take any risk this game. It sucks. It just sucks to be LGD right now.
Yeah, this is not what you want to do at this point in the game. You don't want to be wasting BKB charges on non-fights. But what are you to do, right? LGD, if you're this far behind in the game, you have to take farming risks. Like, this is the only thing Sylar can do. He has to chance the split push. But you just have to do a little bit more safely. But the problem is, that once the gem came out on black, it's impossible to get wards out. So Sylar is doing all of this blind. Like that gem pickup was the best thing that ever happened to Vici. Like it completely denied all of LGD's vision. They have no idea what's going on right now. They have to place this ward in the jungle, which honestly isn't too effective at this point in the game.
Yeah, that's like you're running a Terror Blade and a TA who's got decent farm. You want to be aggressively split pushing, and ideally you want it to be not risky. They're just gonna Zeus ult here. Is anyone...
He keeps doing that, which I think is actually really smart.
Inchulai was pretty low, but yeah, they didn't have any follow-up. It's got a low cooldown now. That was something that was changed, like, I don't know, 9 months ago maybe? Fairly recently. And you can afford to just kind of spam it if you know you're not going to fight in the next minute and a half or so.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way that they're going to lose. If Super and Fenrir and FY get picked off there, and then the Terrorblade goes crazy and side wars, and that's the comeback
FY.
mechanic.
FY will lead the way, and MMY reveals himself. Oh, now you're trapped. Burrow Strike. See ya. It's that easy. Ancient Seal. They didn't even have the Elder Titan Spirit there. That's busy defending the top push, which, to be fair, is building up here a bit. There's 3 ranged illusions and the main hero. But they're looking at bigger objectives, perhaps. Rotating around with Fenrir. He'll get an Observer Round on the high ground and perhaps look for the high ground push. That's a Shiva's guard at 29 minutes on FY. And they're going to start just smacking towers. They're pushing with the Slark solo. And they blink in with Super. He blinks onto a Centaur. My god, you know you're far ahead when. Or at least that's how they feel. VG Gaming. 4 heroes. They'll end up getting the kill. They're all just... They're living in their kitchen. LGD, just they're getting evicted from their
They do so
home.
little damage to that tower.
That is true. They push like ass, but they get kills really well.
Does it really matter when you're able to dive a Centaur by his base?
That was not FY's best Burrow Strike, but it seems he'll be okay even so. Maybe not Sylar though. Black leaping in with the Eye of Scotty goes to work. Gets caught out. BKB forced out. And they grave Sylar while he was BKB'd. Super retreating. Earn. Gonna be enough to save him for now. But they may lose Black. Leaps ready in 5. Blinks out. Zeus ult was deployed to cancel any further retreat or any further chase. And Super will barely survive. Black will as well. And Black will be back to full HP. Super still has an Aegis. Buyback status for the Radiant. Not looking the best. They're just going to lose Faith, who found himself in the middle of nowhere against the Sand King. Which is to say at his own tier 3 tower.
That was what I was talking about, though. The Grave Sunder. It just didn't matter at all because Black's invincible.
Burrow on 2. Another great jump in from FY. Who else to do it? In July Silence. Zapped down and just instantly dealt with by the Mystic Flare. Super's ult is already halfway cooled down. They're going to look to take their first slate of racks here. Casual. I don't know if it's a celebration epi. I think his Blink.
He had Blink up, and he saw the TA. That was the celebration ult.
Maybe he just forgot to. You lost. Well, LGD not agreeing yet, but they're dying like they might as well have. Sylar forced off this tower. They can't even kill a Zeus, who normally is pretty squishy with a Terrorblade, but they're diving them to the well. VG Gaming smacking LGD down. Not even, they're playing with their food, then they're throwing it on the counter. It's like a baby that just doesn't want to have those little, I don't know, whatever those little cups of like, what do you call it?
Where are you going with
baby
this,
nutrition?
You were on such a good roll and then it just ended.
Well, that's how I feel for LGD right now.
Yeah,
they had a good start and then now they're just feeding their courier mid lane. I mean, why not?
That was a good start too. I mean, Sylar got pretty huge. They picked off Ice 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 like 4 times in a row. They got 2 towers at bottom. Remember, FY messed up as well when Ice 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 died, and then he died blinking in and burrowing right next to all of Vici. That should have been how they got like into the game, and they had a decent lead with this, but now it's just all falling apart.
BKB
There's way too much mobility.
Stampede. Focus onto FY here. He's taking good damage. He will go down to the Terrorblade. Now, yeah, it's a double BKB. They'll get 2 kills. Looking for more. Black on the retreat out. He leaps forward. Earn to Fenrir as he tries to retreat as well, and they head up to the high ground, but, well, not sure if it's going to be enough. The chase is on. The trap is in, and Fenrir, no Ghost Scepter. Can't get out. Will end up going down. That's a mega kill streak fed the other way.
The Terrorblade just got like 3k gold. He got like the 12 kill streak for the Zeus, and he was there for that, and he picked up FY's dominating. Like, he's got 4.3k all of a sudden.
They are down 1 lane of Rex, though, and they're also down 2 buybacks. Oh, actually 3 buybacks, and what are their BKB charges at? 8 seconds of TA. That's actually fairly healthy. Your Terrorblade down to 6 seconds.
Yeah, but they also just fed a Scotty to Sylar if he wants to get it right now. I don't know if that was the best idea.
At the same time, I guess we should look at what do VG Gaming have. If they picked anything else up, Zeus is 4.2k. Could get a Hex, could get a Refresher. Ice is
MMY.
building this Hex. Yeah, and Black's just farming in the woods. You really can't be off on your own as
He
this.
can't survive with the gem and the blink dagger. Nyx against the Slark, he's always just going to Dark Pact off your spiked Carapace and your reflect. Like there's no way for him to survive at that point.
Yeah, that's the big thing is you can normally just impale and then run and blink out, but not against Dark Pact. And you see that coming generally unless he ambushes you from the trees with a blink impale. Well, I still would say pretty big advantage for Vici. I'm sure you'd agree with that, but
Understatement of the century, yes.
it's possible to throw this one.
I mean, it is with that. You don't want to give the Terrorblade more of that.
There are some games that just really can't be thrown unless you send 5 arrows directly into the fountain until the game ends.
I mean, LGD have the kind of lineup to come back. They just don't have the items right now. Like, the Nyx needs a Blink Dagger or a Force Staff to save his team. The Centaur is just so poor. Like, all he's got is a Blink Dagger. He got a Buckler thinking he was going to be able to pick up something at some point with that.
Casual Stampede.
Okay, that was definitely a misclick. Like, there was no need for that.
What is going on with LGD? Casual BKBs, casual Stampedes,
I was
down
just
the
about
later
to say they needed that to fight.
Yeah, well, VG Gaming seem to think so as well because they're pushing in right now.
Yeah, you need to... The Stampede is how you close distance with the BKBs at this point in the game. Like, otherwise, the charges are kind of just worthless because you're going to Force Staff out. You can't waste any second of that.
Trap on the low ground, just trying to slow down the creep wave, but Black will march in. FY threatening for a jump in as well. He's got a blink forward, so he can jump in, jump past it here with the blink, burrow strike towards the retreat, and then Force Staff out. But yeah, even with that mobility, he's fine to just chill. And I think they're looking at this next Roche now. About a minute to go. They're probably saying we have heroes that are squishy as much as it's kind of a lineup of glass cannons outside of Black. I think is if they get caught, they do drop pretty quickly.
Man, Black's got a Butterfly as well. He's got a Scotty. He's got just so much farm. This Terrorblade, that is the hero that is going to be able to let you get back in the game. Like, he's dominant right now in last hits. And in net worth, he's not too far behind at all. All things considered, he's really close to the Slark, actually. And Terrorblade offers you so much in teamfights with this amount of net worth. Like, if he were to get one more major item, this game could start to turn a little bit more dangerous for Vici.
That's true. MMY wants to make it a turnaround now as he's under cover of Vendetta. Making
Oh, they see him too.
Looking for
that
FY.
ward.
He's got a Haste Turn, a Force Staff, and a Blink Dagger. This is not an easy kill, but, well, that'll help. Instant stuns. Alright, no Haste Turn for you. At least he didn't waste it, I suppose. And he
they
lost
the
a gem as well. Oh, man,
that was
that's
the biggest
big.
thing that he lost right there.
Stop stealing my lines. Come on, Will.
Alright, dude, I got you.
Alright, so LGD, what's their game plan from here? They now Zeus Refresher's out. It's a level 3 Aghanim's ultimate. So you're looking at
Yao. That's another BKB charge.
this doesn't matter.
No,
The
it
thing
really
is, if
doesn't.
you fuck it up enough, then it just stops mattering.
Like, who cares, man? We're close enough to 5 seconds more than 10 at this point.
Might as well
Like, nobody's gonna know.
just plummet down as quickly as possible, you know?
Yeah, at that point, there's no expectations, right? But, I mean, LGD, just keep doing your thing and look like you're further behind than you are. And hopefully Vici just continues to throw themselves at you. Like, this strat's working pretty well. Like the wounded dog, you know? Just pretend like you're hurt.
Is this your pub tactics? Well,
It's kind of working out. Like, Sylar would not have that Scotty without the benefit of 2 heroes that had, like, godlike streaks running at him and dying. Like, look how difficult this game now is for Vici.
I like how Super is just like, you know what? I'm the god of lightning, bitches.
Yeah,
Don't-
he's just throwing
don't
out
you
that ult,
forget it.
whatever you want.
On a few heroes too, and the waves were pushed in, like
Yeah, there's no reason to use that. It's just like a friendly reminder thing.
almost as good as the zoning at the center. I wonder if this team is getting a little cocky because VG Gaming, like when they win, it's not in a normal like safe stand way. Like
They can't accept the win, man. They have to win in style.
I know, which everyone loves them for it, but I wonder if it will come to haunt them at some point.
I mean, if LGD hadn't made as many mistakes as they had early, maybe. But then on the flip side, maybe Vici wouldn't have gone as hard as they did, knowing that
Burrow
fact.
Strike will fight at MMY. He tried to run an invis, gets caught out, and wound up going down. Does VG get me push in the bottom lane now?
Yeah, they have to. The Stampede's down. Nyx is dead as well. I mean, Nyx doesn't really have anything, but it is still a body that you can throw at them.
FYD warding, and did they try to force the issue?
The only problem for Vici right now is they don't really have a way to like safely siege the tower. They don't have necro books. I guess Black's pretty unkillable, and that's what you're gonna do. Just send him up there to right click. I think they have they have 4 staffs aplenty, so he shouldn't die. But still, it's not an ideal way to push a tower.
This is given time for the double Thunder God's Wrath to cool down. The first one used now. LGD will be forced off a bit, and then
That almost killed Faith. He had to grave himself.
He committed the second ult for that, but it forces LGD back long enough just to take the Rex. So it's actually a real zoning ultimate from him. Now Gingerline jumping, he gets caught by a Burrow Strike, a silence as well. Yao charging forth. The decent Earth Splitter from Ice Ice Ice, but not sure if it's enough. Black actually taking pretty good damage, now popping the ultimate, turning onto Yao and trying to bring him down. The epicenter from FY. The Grave! The Grave keeps Tyler alive. He doesn't have the ultimate, he's silenced. Get that ult off! No, he can't do it. Oh, so close, so far. Super just lunges right back in. It could have been so different if he gets off that Sunder.
There, that would have actually been the fight. Like, they would have won another fight in a row, and he wouldn't have had to use buyback. He would have had a major item right there. Like, that definitely would have been the game. Or, not the game, but the fight, I mean. And that could have been the game. Like, oh god, the silence was like... literally had half a second left. That's so depressing.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. And it forces out a buyback on a core hero as well. If he dies another time, he's going to be out of the game for far too long to defend the base. VG Gaming now working on the Roshan. It's still just Aegis, but they're going to claim it easily. They've been giving it to Super. Let's see if they do that again.
I can't believe Black didn't die there. Like, he went into the middle of all of them with no ultimate up, no Dark Pact up, his leap was on cooldown as well, and he still manages to get out. That's a terrible sign for them at this point. And he just casually dropped his drums. Like, please sell it at least.
Okay, there was a week ago or so, I cast like 3 games in a row where players would just drop the Ring of Aquila and like 20, 30 minutes later, because this was right when 6.82 came out, right? So yeah, the games go like 80 minutes on average. And the Ring of Aquila would still be there, and their teammates would just be pinging it out wildly. You know what I think he's doing? He's just like, I have Refresher, if I see someone low enough to kill, I'm just gonna use the second ult to actually, yeah, get the kill.
I mean, but the Refresher's down right now, so what's the point of doing that?
Oh, it's still cooling down. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's just casual ulting then.
Yeah, there's just casually ult. I mean, it's worth it for the vision. Like, at bottom, the Slark was kind of unawares of where everybody was, but then it revealed that the Nyx was there, and Black got out really quickly. And Black actually just finishes Abyssal Blade 2. Another disable added for Vici. Man, I really wish I could have seen what this game would have looked like if he was able to get that Sunder off.
Well, that's actually what they have, what's it called, the takeover feature for? Does anyone actually do that?
No, there's no way, but...
It's too much work to get 10 people to, hey, let's take over this. Maybe for a TI game, but outside of that, it's just not going to happen.
That would have been awesome, though. If he was able to get the Sunder off on, like, Super Firm, for example, could you imagine that fight would have turned around so quickly? And it would have been a terrible getting all of that money as well.
Yeah, Sylar at that point doesn't buy back, so he has buyback ready if VG Gaming try to go again, and he's got another item, or the buyback just waiting.
That's the largest thing, just the fact that he doesn't have buyback for this next death push. And meanwhile, Black's got an Aegis as well.
Alright, death push is a strong word for VG Gaming's pushback.
This is about as death push as it gets. They've got double Zeus ult up. They've got an Abyssal Blade and an Aegis on their Slark. This is about as good of a time as any to go in.
For their lineup, yeah. I definitely agree with that. MMY throws out Impale. He carapaces to cover a safe retreat. Now the Zeus ult comes through. Insta-grave from Faith, and wisely so, but Stomp will still fight MMY. But Faith able to heal him. Great defensive play from Deficit, but still goes down to FY, who came in deep with the Blink Burrow Strike, but it's all about the racks. VG Gaming focusing objectives. No more taunting now from them. As Black gets caught up by Impale, and July jumps back in. This Terrorblade can't afford to die. If he comes in the fight and does, they're out of it, as he won't have a buyback ready. Burrow Strike coming through. That's on pretty much everything. FY again. He stands and delivers. That Super joining the fight. This Zeus is looking like a Lord of Lightning. If only he could grow a few inches more. They'll lose their Terrorblade. Then the Epi farming them near the well. That'll bring down 4. Buyback check, 0. 4 heroes dead. GG. VG Gaming stay alive, and LGD are out of WCA.
Man, FY played this game so beautifully. I know people are just gonna look at the scores and say like, "Wow, Fenrir and Super, they're 9-1 and 16-2 respectively," but this guy completely set the tone of the game for Vici. The amount of pickoffs he was able to get just by himself and setting up around the map. I mean, FY, that Sand King was beautiful.
This isn't even. It's not. I look at this game like it was like an average FY game. You know, it wasn't even that great by FY standards, but it definitely was a great performance.
Yeah, just they executed their lineup so well, and LGD didn't. There's just so many fights in a row that they took that could have gone a different way.
They really take advantage of Elder Titan as a hero. We've seen so many cool combos out of them as of late, and well, this Zeus Elder Titan is certainly a scary one. I wonder if we'll see more of it moving forward. Like, you don't want to have to be banning this. You don't have to be banning Zeus or Elder Titan, you know? It's not a good way to approach a draft.
It looked like LGD were doing fine, is the thing. Like, they were doing pretty good against the lineup. They picked off Ice 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 like 6 times in a row. Just that fight by their tier 1 where Sylar died and then they threw away 4 lives on top of that.
Alright, Blitz, well, that wraps up VG Gaming versus LGD. Before we call it a series, any shoutouts or closing words? No more middle stall stories.
Dude, you were the one that told me to tell that.
I didn't know what I was getting myself into, though.
I guess I should put a disclaimer in the future. I don't know. Thanks to everybody that sent me really nice messages after the blog, and for everybody that said blog balls. It was pretty entertaining. Shout out to my mom. I got her a waffle for her birthday, or like a waffle maker.
I was gonna say, how do you like get your mom a waffle? Are you just gonna like bring it back from Korea and hope that she eats it?
I mean, pretty
it's like
much.
A month old. Are you trying to kill your mom? Well,
not this way.
All right, we're done here. We do have more games coming up though. WCA will continue in a few minutes time, guys. Be sure to follow him at Blitz_Dota and.
Oh, that's what I was supposed to mention.
Yeah. You're bad shouting yourself out. It's okay, though. We still love you. And, well, congratulations, Avicii. They stay alive. They'll be playing Cloud9 next, I believe. That series coming soon. Stay with us.
out here walking alone. When I look at my reflection, I need you to guide me home. Rain is pouring down the rooftops, and secrets all around. Don't know which way to turn to. I need you to guide me home.
limitless surrounding. Bright lights sparkle in the night. Move so fast it's hypnotizing. Take my hand and guide me home. Break of day's almost calling. See the sun ahead. All the stars are slowly falling. Take my hand and guide me home. Take my hand and guide me home. I need you to guide me home. I need you to guide me home. I need you to guide me home. I am lost with no direction. Out here walking all alone. When I look at direction, I need you to guide me home. Rain is pouring down the rooftops, hiding secrets all around. Don't know which way to turn to. I need you to guide me home. Endless, limitless surroundings. Bright lights sparkle in the night. Move so fast it's hypnotizing. Take my hand, guide me home. Break of day's almost calling. See the sunlight up ahead. The stars are slowly falling. Take my hand and guide me home. You to guide me home.
Account isn't even your original Dota account. Let me say, I would not want to pee on. Okay. Yeah. Now that the game's loading, let's
Well, now
let's
that
just
I
let's
just
just tell
thought
the
of
story.
something.
Yeah, go for it.
So I was at the bathroom of the NSL.
And we're gonna see if the Zeus pick works. I guess that's the main. I love how we're trying to normally cast. What are you gonna pick works? I guess that's the main.
Would have been perfectly fine. It would have been an awkward moment. Awkward moment. We both could have laughed about it. Like,
Yeah, but he picked the middle stall. So
that's why you never do
lesson
that.
learned: if you pick the middle stall, you deserve to be peed on. Oh my! All right, we're gonna get back in.
walking down the road less traveled. It's harder when the sun is shining, 'cause the light's not fair. I'm talking to my darkest shadow. This love is do or die, but they don't care. I don't know why I do this to my. It's not right, but I can't love no one else, no one else. But I can't love no one else, no one else. But I can't love no one else. But I can't love no one else.
Hello, everybody. So as you can see, we've got 10 players in the lobby. We should hopefully be starting soon. And, well, fingers crossed there are no delays. So, Cloud9 versus VG Gaming, best of 3 elimination match for this one as well. Winner will move on to play Alliance. And I believe that match also happens today with just the grand finals reserved for tomorrow. Should be starting momentarily, so stay tuned. Thank you for your patience.
The sunlight begins to fade now, and I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray, and I feel like I'm losing love again. I don't know how I'm here. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. I
Here we go.
Sideline of ball. Lakewood are doing it. They're gonna take. He's gonna bring down Birdie. Alone with a double kill. Dropping fast. Bonnevoy's there. He's still alive. Wait, seconds left. He's going one time. He's going a second. He's taking it. Oh my God! On three. They're all dead.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to VG Gaming versus Cloud9 Best of 3. This will be the third to last match of the tournament. Well, we have Cloud9 facing VG Gaming. Liquipedia did not update their brackets when I took the screenshot, but they did beat LGD 2-0, and they move on now. And, well, the last Western team they played, they did struggle a bit against, dropping that 2-0 set to Alliance, but we'll see if VG Gaming can bounce back now. Of course, I'm LDB on the summit, and I am joined here today by a very special guest. His name is Yanis, or Fog Dota. Hey, Fog, how you doing?
As Dakota likes to say.
What's that? Sorry, I muted you mid-comment, so go ahead.
Oh, wow. Rude.
Go.
It's just rude, man.
What does Dakota like to say?
He calls me Senor Fog.
Senor Fogged.
Or Mr. Fogged. It's okay. And we do see, oh, look, a nice Terrorblade coming out for Eternal Envy. We're gonna have some fun.
How do you feel about this hero?
It's okay. I mean, it's dealable with, I think, in my opinion. You can pick counters for it.
PPD thinks it's broken.
Yeah. It's pretty obnoxious.
Yeah.
That's what I told my teammates, and they're convinced it's not, but...
Well, you
I
just
don't
said it's dealable with. It's either
They
broken
kind of
or it's
convinced me.
dealable with.
They kind of
right?
convinced me. They kind of convinced me. So we'll see. I don't want to say anything about it, so... I think I found a few heroes that work pretty well against it.
Okay. They're saving strats for TI5 already, huh?
No, more for ESL, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Okay, fair enough. By the way, Death Prophet was ignored. That is very unusual for this patch.
Yeah, Puck picked out in the first two, but that's
That's
pretty
a Bone
common
7
for
puck,
Cloud9.
yeah.
Yeah. Like Fodder or Bone 7, but usually they've been putting on Bone 7 and getting a semi-carry for Fodder.
Yeah, what has he been playing recently? I haven't seen most of the Cloud9 games. I've just been happened to not cast them. I saw he played like the one crazy troll game a week or so ago, but what's he been up to?
Oh god. I've watched way too much Dota lately. Like all the games are jumbled into one.
That's the caster's curse, man. Like that's how I feel.
Yeah, I'm just like I'm like, oh yeah, he played. Wait, literally nothing comes to mind again.
Or I'm like, oh, I remember a crazy game with this hero, and it definitely involved VG Gaming. It's like, oh wait, that involved Power Rangers. Okay, well, I was close. I do like this Elder Titan ban from Cloud9 though. You do not want to be giving that hero away when you're running a Terrorblade. That's pretty much as bad as the Morphling versus Elder Titan matchup.
Yeah, I thought Vici might actually first to it.
Yeah, they. I don't know if you saw the last game with the Zeus Elder Titan, but
Yeah, that was pretty. That looked painful. It just does so much damage with the magic resistance.
It's
MMY
ridiculous.
just like got hit by a casual spirit and a Zeus ult, and he was just like, oh, dead, guys.
yeah, he got wrecked hard. So,
Pretty
where do you think they go from here? They have the Frost Armor to slow down the Terrorblade split push. Also, was buffed a lot in this patch, so it's no longer half effectiveness against ranged heroes or units. It's full effectiveness. So, I guess you could call it a semi counter. Cloud9 will ban the Zeus, so even without the Elder Titan in play, they're still fearing the magic damage against the Terrorblade, which I honestly am not sure if VGME would actually pick it at this point, but well, they're just playing it safe, I guess.
FY Zeus, the support Zeus, man.
Yeah, the FY Zeus, the Super Zeus, they can run this hero a lot of ways.
Yeah, because like if the Void gets early 6 and stuff, you just leave the Zeus leaving his levels in a different lane while the Void goes ganks, tries to get a kill elsewhere. Then Zeus hits 6, and then Void with Zeus ulti, he's usually able to get a pretty simple kill alone.
Okay, so we've got good team fight here for Vici Gaming. They could continue to build around the Chronosphere. There's a Sand Cane out there. That's something that we see a lot of when they pick Void, if they want to go that direction. There's here's like Ancient Apparition, although generally we see that with the support that actually roams more early on. Do they build around this Chronosphere, or do they go Tiny Wisp? I guess they're going to go Tiny Wisp.
That tells us really quickly what they're going to do. Banned out the Furion, banned out the Enchantress. Okay, I'm curious to see that Enchantress ban. Has AUI played it in a while?
I don't think so. I haven't. The only jungler I've seen Cloud9 really run, aside from mostly just the Enigma once in a while. They're gonna pick a Mirana though.
Maybe this will be a Vada puck then.
Wow, no hesitation from FY. Just slams down the Tiny. They went. They basically were running two strats in 6.81 with the new roster. It was Drought Ranger Visage, copy pasta in Cloud9, and they were running Tiny West. Of course, they mixed in a few other drafts, but I'd say that was like 80% of their games when they went on that 20+ game win streak.
Yeah, they do like their Lich a lot. I mean, I'm just I remember games from yesterday. Like Fenrir always just I don't know how he just finds so many kills as Lich. It's like 10 minutes in and he's like dominating. And it's Fenrir Lich level 6 spot. I'm like, what? How did he even get down there? Wasn't he just top?
Yeah, you ask most players, like, that hero doesn't do anything for most of the game. He just runs around putting Frost Armor on heroes and, occasionally gets a good Chain Frost off. But with Fenrir and FY, they always seem to find a way to have an impact on their supports.
This Cloud9 drafts looks extremely familiar. Blue heroes, throw a purple healer in there, the Bane for the Pile die, so he can just run in, tank some ultimates, because that's what he's been doing lately, apparently. Everybody's just been using all their ults on Pi, and I don't know. They used two ults to kill Pi, and I think Cloud9's like, okay, let's split push.
That's okay. He's got a counterpart here. Ice died like 8 times in a row last game, but he used his Spirit on other Titan, so they won the game.
Nice.
so they could take turns feeding this one and see who comes out on top.
He got farmed in the end of that game. He had like a sheep stick and everything.
He went for a catch-up Midas. He went for like a 20-minute... Well, maybe it wasn't 20 minutes. It was like 16 to 18-minute catch-up Midas on other Titan.
Oh god.
What are you thinking?
Midas.
What are you thinking from here? What are you looking at now?
For Vici, they both do sports. They need another like core hero, but so they need something else that stands out on the chrono. Definitely a ranged hero that they can. I don't know, something for super probably, but I don't know. I can't think about it right now. Maybe even a Timber Saw. Timber's pretty good at clearing the illusions, but versus Puck and Bane, you're pretty susceptible.
They actually, whoever picked Terrorblade last game. Oh, LGD was it? Yeah, LGD actually banned Timber Saw against Ice, so they were worried about that. But I'm not sure if I want to say we're gonna see.
They need more lockdown. I don't know. I don't really like that. But maybe it's Timber Saw.
I'm almost thinking, can they get away with an Invoker here? Is there any chance of that? Like, leave Void just alone, run the Lich, kind of roaming, support mid a little bit, go bottom, help the Invoker.
Well, Ice has played the Tiny most of these times, right? Actually,
I think Black did play it once or twice, so
they switch it around.
Sometimes he plays the Void as well, but that's only when like they get an Ice kind of signature hero, which is where I'm wondering if maybe an Invoker's in the cards.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not sure. Taking their time thinking of what to ban here too. They're not too sure probably.
It's tough against this team. I mean, you saw they ran Zeus last game, so I'm pretty sure Cloud9's like, well, they ran Zeus well. Let's just ban that hero. But
at least Cloud9 gets the last pick, so they get to respond.
VG Gaming have played 2 Zeus games, like at all with this roster. It's not like they're running the hero all the time. They'll go Enigma, so they get a really devastating team fight. And well, how do you cancel this black hole? There's Bane, Puck are decent until the BKB comes out, then there's just a grip really. And there's a lot of late game, very strong economy if VG Gaming isn't. If they're not aggressive, can Cloud9 shut this Enigma down or this Tiny Wisp?
I'm not sure what they're gonna grab here. They don't have that much time either. They only have about 40 seconds.
It is really a blue. You mentioned the blue-purple strat. It's not just Cloud9.
It's all over the place.
It's the entire game. Tiny's the lone outlier with the gray skin.
They go with the Dazzle. Okay,
Yeah,
so they did like
they're keeping
they
it
did before. Yeah, they've done that quite a few times before with the Terrorblade. It's pretty stupid, like honestly. The Terrorblade just sunders the Dazzle, and then AUI's like, oh, I just earned myself up, heal myself once, and I'm good to go. And Envy's like, cool, I just got 3,000 life. Let's go.
Yeah, or just grave him just to ensure he gets off the Sunder if he's getting burst down in a Chronosphere. So,
Yeah.
very
Well,
frustrating.
That's the super obvious one. They constantly did it. I swear. They just kept swapping AUI and Envy's life. I was just like, well, that's annoying. They just keep sending illusions like that, just full HP illusions. Back
That's
to
like-
the split push.
Yeah, I'll go for the low hanging fruit. You can do the next level, level theory craft there. Oh my god, so clever.
Oh god.
All right, well
What
let's
am I-
pick our
such a
heroes here.
jerk. Such a jerk.
You're the jerk. You're like, that was the
I
obvious
said I'm a
one."
jerk. I was saying I'm a jerk.
You just said you're a jerk.
No, I said I'm such a jerk.
Oh, okay. You mumbled, so
I did.
I heard it differently.
It's okay.
Well, here we go, Yanis. Here we go. Cloud9
This
versus
should be
VG
a good
Gaming.
game.
Oh, just kidding.
And a pause.
Here we stop. All right, so
Let's hope they don't focus Pi.
he's Bane. That's a good hero to be focused on. I feel you have the brain sap to kind of turn things, the self-denial sleep potentially, and you're fast. You're strong. 315 move speed, 4 base armor.
Yeah, pretty OP.
He can take the pounding.
He has one of the best starting stats, and he gets gain stats. He gets the same thing of everything. So he doesn't even really need items. This hero, just luxury at that point.
All right, Yanis. How do you feel about the drafts overall? Like looking at the two lineups, do you favor either team? Is it an execution game, or what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's gonna be pretty much on execution, because both teams have quite a strong lineup. I feel like if Vici does a good job of stacking all over the place and just having like with the Enigma, I don't know, they're able to get a lot of character, but they really need to, whenever Void Chronos, I feel like he's gonna need a lot of help with him. He can't just do it too much unless he has like a Wisp Tether or he has like someone else with him, like a Lich Chain Frost and stuff. Unless he gets very farmed.
Yeah, because they're just gonna sleep him, grip him, grave the hero that's being focused, heal that hero, weave over the top, arrow him. There's like 6 or 7 ways to kind of deal with it. Even Sunder hero that's trapped in the Chrono. So
as long as somebody's not completely alone, of course.
yeah.
Then there's probable cause that Void will probably kill him, unless it's terribly, and then he might Sunder if he's tanky enough, and then yeah, it's a pretty obnoxious lineup to try to deal with a Void getting solo kills early on. Once he gets to level 6, but they're going to be able to, as long as they can get good levels on the Enigma, as long as they have the jungle open, the Wisp Tiny have a good start, I think it'll go pretty well for Vici. The stacks are going to be big.
All right. Well, Ice has reconnected, so we'll chance introducing the players and hopefully get it underway as the Germans are talking. Eternal Enemies on the Terrorblade. You've got Pylai Dai playing the Bane that puts AUI 2000 onto the Dan that you mentioned, and Fada on the Puck, and at least Bone 7 as your Mirana. Picks up the early protection, and we'll be working towards this Basilius.
The item's OP now.
You don't speak German, do you?
Oh.
Okay.
No, Ring of Protection is OP, man. 3 armor.
You think the 1 armor makes it OP?
Does make a big difference early on when you have that extra
It's
1 armor.
it's literally 50% more armor. Like that's some value right there.
It is value. You can get 5 of them now, and it's like, boom. 15 armor. Dude, that's value.
I can't argue. The only thing better than that is 5 rings of Basilius and then into the Achilles,
Yeah, like Tower Blade, you can get a Ring of Protection and a Stout Shield, and he's got 10 armor. And a Stout Shield.
He has 7 base armor with no items, but fortunately it's 400 health.
Magi.
Well, it makes you glad if you're Cloud9 that they don't have their Titan this game. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
It out.
Well, we'll introduce Vici. We're kind of trying to stagger these introductions, but they have 10 players in the game. I mean, how long could it possibly take?
What even happened? Didn't even say anything.
Super ISIS was disconnected.
Ah.
And they're talking in German. But yeah, FY on the IO. ISIS Tiny. Double circlets picked up. Interesting. Maybe missed by, but Black on Void, Fenrir the Lich. Even the admins are asking what's going on. When your own admins don't know what's going on in your tournament, then super.
Dota. Could all be a lot. We didn't even get to see any items. I want to see a bot.
There's this
Nothing.
double circlet to talk about. What's your theory on that one? The circlet rush?
Just wants some early stats. Get the combo off early on, right when he hits level 2. I don't know why he bought 2 circlets, but whatever. Maybe to be branches. That'd be a weird misclick though.
Tiny's so cute when he's level 1.
He's smiling. He's always smiling.
Yeah, he's actually always smiling even when he's punching you in the face.
Just cleaves you and kills you. It's like, okay, cool. It's always what I imagine. Just the smile cleaving your career.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I've seen it happen a few times.
Oh, you know what? Giannis, they fixed the preview for the friggin' Tiny items.
Did they?
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
so they're not like it's not like he's impaled upon like a giant tree trunk anymore.
He still looks like he's holding something to Amon.
Okay. supposed to? He's supposed to be holding the club.
But there's nothing there.
Oh, okay. Seriously. No, yeah. This loadout doesn't work. Actually, no, they didn't fix it. I saw another preview where they did fix it, but yeah, now it's broken again. Okay. Never mind. It's broken. Volvo, please. Everything's
man.
broken. I'm trying to do some PR, repair work here for Valve, but no one can repair this.
Oh well.
Literally dead game.
There's no Enigma either. He's looked dark. For some reason, Enigma's just so like on my screen. He's actually just dark. He's not blue anymore. He's got like a very dark blue color.
This guy is like a tattoo. It's a really intense tattoos. I'm just too tired of the delays. I have so much to give, guys.
Yeah. How's everything been, man?
Yeah, pretty good.
Lots of games. Some good Dota.
Some good Dota. Some games.
Good Dota.
How have you been?
Oh, I'm okay, man. Lost today. Lost with some sniper. It's pretty. It was interesting.
What are your thoughts on Sniper as a hero?
I think he's situational.
That's such
Such
a
a dodgy
cop-out.
statement.
Yeah, it's a situational hero. There's like 5 heroes in the game that are not situational, that are always bad at most.
I think he can work very rarely there. He's very situational.
Okay, you're still a dodger though.
Yeah, it's dodging. I don't really like the hero basically.
All right, well, are we going or not? Cause
I'm not sure, man. Oh, he's back.
I probably need to feed my cats or something. There's probably something in the real world I have to do besides watch this.
My dog's just passed out on top of my bed right now.
Okay.
He's chilling. He doesn't need feeding.
Does Faceless Void know he has a giant hole in his head?
I think so. He's always angry. He's the opposite of Tiny. Lich is too. Lich looks pretty angry.
No, dude, Lich is a bro. He's like permanently chilling.
Was that supposed to be a pun?
It was a pun. It was a good pun.
Worry.
My cats are starving, you know.
You probably have a couple minutes.
WCA is literally killing my cats.
Are there other people there?
Feed them. Like, the funny part is if I don't feed the cats, K-pop's cat will just go like 3 days without food.
That's awful.
Yeah, he's very abusive.
Sophie, no.
Well, she maybe deserves not to have a meal for a few days.
You guys are so mean.
She's a mean cat though. She is a nasty.
That's on you.
Yeah. How's that on me? She was like that when she showed up.
I'm gonna blame a certain someone that I won't say.
The real Merlini police.
Yep.
Little abusive towards the black cat. Slightly racist.
You just on some trees, some terrain.
I mean, there's nothing else to zoom in on. Like, oh, I could go in the towers here. Let's get up.
We can learn the map some more. I'm still learning. Let's learn together. There's some trees over here apparently that you can
Sounds
cut down
like
on
your
this,
new
right side over here. There's some trees you can cut a nice path and you can in there.
What
Like
over
you
here?
You can cut like this one right here. Wait, I'll do it right here. This one.
I can't see your drawings.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Can you ping?
I pinged this one. There's gonna be tons of pings now.
Oh no, only the people on our broadcaster channel see them.
Okay.
The player pings everyone is subjected to though.
But yeah, you're pretty close to the right tree. But you can look at it and just take a look. You can see the kind of pathway you can cut through there and juke up through the trees and make.
This one?
I gotta wait for it to catch up, man. Yeah, you're pretty close to it. Oh, whatever. We're gonna learn together.
Let's learn together.
Oh, we might be out. We're gonna get started. All right.
Okay. And FY Dota. He is God after all.
Yeah, dude, this Roche area is still a mystery sometimes. Like warding in it and countering it and blocking the ancients. I don't know. It's gonna take a long time to get used to all of it.
It's still just I don't. When was Roche ever moved? Even since the creation of the map, I can't.
It's been like 10 years probably since they really moved it.
I mean, the big change was when he was initially given the Aegis. Like, but that was I don't even think that was Dota All Stars. That was like Warcraft 3 regular Dota.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
That was before my time.
And he
even.
sold circlets, by the way.
Okay, so just
He heard you.
just testing his hotkeys to make sure he buys efficiently.
Oh, and it looks like it's gonna be a solo bottom Enigma, dual mid was Tiny, and a Lich Void offlane.
It's interesting. I mean, this is probably the one team that really runs the solo Enigma, but it's usually Ice 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 in the off lane, definitely not Super in the safe lane. So doing kind of that hero focused style of assignment where depending on what player excels on what hero, they'll plan accordingly. So with that said, we'll try to introduce our teams. Hopefully nobody feeds. Black will be your offlane Void, Fenrir, your support Lich that puts Ice 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 onto the Tiny, and they're just killing trees and making Mother Nature. Why will be the Wisp that puts Super onto the safe lane Enigma, and then on the dire side you've got Eternal Envy. Gone Freaks is on the Terrorblade. AUI 2000 will be handling your support Dazzle. That leaves Bone 7 on the Mirana. Pylite Die supporting him as the Bane, and Fada going mid.
Yep, just like I said, on the stacks, of course. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but it is quite important to point out anyway. Sleep, Arrow on Enigma. Take him down? Probably not.
There's a Tether. FY doesn't have any items, though. He's rushing the bottle, so he can't actually heal up Super, but yeah, it's okay.
That 3 armor.
Making the difference. Without that, he is actually probably dead, to be fair.
Probably not dead, but he would have been lower. He would have been closer. They might have been able, might have extended more into it.
Well, Bane is at 315 move speed, though, so he might have been able to run him down.
Well, with the tether, there's no way. He's got
Yeah,
like
that's true.
350 or something. Nope.
Yeah, no leap at level 1. But Pylite Eye is going to block off this camp. He'll now drop an Observer Ward down, and so we'll end up being dual lanes from VG. No surprise on the Tiny Wisp, and of course the Lich is kind of your flexible support, where he can move around, come bottom if the Enigma really needs help, potentially try to roam on mid, which is something that Fenrir does.
Uh-oh.
Or you can take a snooze. Yeah, or they can.
And we get some meows. And some angry pudge. That's alright. So Bone 7 should be able to get a good amount of CS down here. He's Super's gonna have I think probably have a little bit of a tough time getting some levels. Yeah, and those Eidolons are gonna get killed pretty easily once Bone 7 gets like a Bastion and phase boots.
Yeah, normally
normally
what we see when Ice 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 is running the side lane solo Enigma is he likes to scout a lot with them just to make sure he doesn't get ganked, but well, Bane is pretty comfortable just trading blows anyway.
As long as he's able to just keep denying, if the Eidolon split, that's ideal, but if he's able to just keep denying the wave back into his tower, then he's able to get a lot of levels, which will be really helpful. And yeah, he's gonna do so with the range creep denies.
Yeah, he'll do what he can just to stay in the lane, but he's not getting a ton of experience, and constantly the threat of the jump is there. And, well, our mid gaming so far, let's see, any stacks? They got the big camp stack, did not get the double stack for FY, but he's picked up his bottle. It's going to be a 2-minute rune spawning soon, and the pressure is going to mount a bit here on Super. Bone 7 posting up rather aggressively, farming those Eidolons, and now just trying to trade with Super, but that value rate of protection actually making the difference. Unfortunately, he's out of mana, and now he's caught between a sleep and an arrow, and that's going to be first blood. Super, nothing to do but go back to the well.
Yep, he got it. He bought his TP before he died at least, so he didn't lose too much money. But yeah, that's what's going to happen. Like, he's pulling the lane back so much that at that point he doesn't have any range creeps, so when they just right-click and harass him, nothing happens.
So should he be denying the enemy, or not denying, but converting the enemy creeps, you think, rather than his own?
I think maybe one of his melee creeps, just to pull it back a bit, but then have the range creep deny since it's a dual range. But that's so hard to decide like that in a game. I wouldn't, never. In mid, getting gone on, Puck, get tossed back. He's got the orb though, and he should be able to survive this.
Yeah, they really...
Oh, they've got a haste
turn chasing Fada. But those tower shots really hurt.
Yeah, 0 armor on Wisp, but tower hits extremely hard.
Meanwhile, top lane, Black.
He gets tossed in.
Really? Okay, we're still going.
Yeah, he's got no mana.
Silence is there. Fada has a tango, but even using a phase shift. Phase shift. FY hitting creeps. The orbs. They're enough to get the kill.
And they get bottom in the meantime. Bone 7 and up high. Also gets super again, which that's no good.
Man, that was big commitment for the puck, and I think Fada underestimated how much Vici were willing to dive him, because he could have just kept on retreating out and waited for that haste to wear off. But they're an aggressive duo on this Tiny Wisp, and they haven't been able to stack much. They've only gotten the one big camp stack off, so that is good news. Still, Ice. Free farming at this point, and 15-4 in the CS. Fada getting aggressive, but gets avalanche. Now the Wisp comes in. Fada has no orb for 2 seconds. He might end up going down. Might end up getting a kill. What's it gonna be? Try to retreat out. One more auto attack. No orbs ready. He'll end up living. So.
Fada's playing this really well though. He's keeping up with CS. He may have died that time, but he's still getting good levels, good CS, and he's putting a lot of pressure on them. But now the bottle's coming out, and this is where disaster begins.
Oh, he was looking for the orb on Ice, but just barely missed. Go for the top rune instead. And he'll have some teammate here to greet him as AUI 2000 rotates in. But they're going to try and contest this one with FY being tossed in once again. They're using
C9
this.
knowing. That's like so smart though. They're playing versus the Wisp, and they're like, we gotta make sure have to check all of the runes. At least one person needs to check every rune so that Wisp doesn't get any of them.
Yeah, that was a pretty big buff to Wisp, is the double rune spawn. But they're looking for the jump in mid. Pilot Eye's invis, and do they get this go on Ice? Courier coming in? No. They want him to push out a little more. They know the Wisp is just sitting right behind him, and they've actually brought in that roaming Fenrir Lich. A wild Lich appears. Oh no, this could go poorly the way of Cloud9 as Ice turns, but the Fascia was there tossing one on top of the other. FY will get the first kill. He's looking for the secondary kill on Pilot Eye. The orb's coming out. Oh yeah, he's done for. It's a double kill for the Wisp. Arrow not going to connect. Bone 7 forced to TP in for nothing. And it's a 2-for-1 exchange. They do lose their tiny, but it's a fast level 6 coming now for FY.
Yeah, and Black's actually able to get a lot of farm up here so far. He's one of the top CSers, other than Bone 7.
Yeah, Quelling Blade, 70 base damage, and at least matches the Terror Blade when he doesn't have his Metamorphosis ready.
And now we have Super catching up in bottom lane, which is going to be really big for him.
And he picks up an early Sage's Mask to go with the Basilia, so he's good for the Soul Rain plus Bassi. Gives him a lot of early sustain, but does delay the mech a bit. Which is fine for Vici if they're not forced to fight. This is definitely a lineup that just wants to spread the map out, farm, and just take selective fights. With Crota, with Black Hole, and take it quite a bit later on.
At this rate, maybe Io might even get the Wisp before him. He's already 3-0.
Jumping on Eternal Envy top lane. There's a Grave ready. AUI staying out of the fight so that he can make sure he gets it off, but yeah, EE will make it out. Good position from AUI, though. Did not want to get caught in an Avalanche, so just stays just south. Or, not Avalanche, a Bash, and so just stays out of it.
I was like, Avalanche? What? Huh?
Some sort of stun.
Yeah, and Bone is... I think he should probably make a rotation back toward that bottom lane. They should keep the pressure on the Enigma a little bit, just so he doesn't get too much free farm.
So
and
what?
He looks to be doing that.
So what do you think here if you're Cloud9? Have you gotten enough done with your Bane Marana dual lane? You got the 1 kill bottom, forced to TP mid, fairly aggressive in there, and obviously Puck not expected to do too much mid. Are you happy with the results so far?
Sleep's coming out. Let's see. The Eidolons are there to block the arrow.
Oh, they despawned!
Not enough.
Oh, that sucks. Now the double Starstorm can come through, and I guess now you're doing enough.
Yeah. I was just... They can keep the pressure on him, but they have to be careful next time he comes in, because he's level 6 that Black Hole presence, and if Wisp gets his level 6, which is going to happen pretty soon, they'll have the relocate plus the Black Hole combo, which will be a disaster. And now he's getting some stacks off, and he decided to go for Arcane Boots on that Wisp ASAP, so it's probably going to be a mech. I don't know, mech Enigma, I guess.
Yeah.
Or maybe he was going to get it first.
I've seen FY mostly go Arcane Boots. The one time he went mech was when he was just like getting ridiculously farmed. Top lane, Blackbearding dove a bit by AUI 2000.
This is really interesting to point out. Look at FY's build. He didn't get Overcharge, he got 2 in Tether.
I've seen him actually level up Overcharge over the orbs even before, so he's... I don't know, he's willing to experiment with the build, I guess is the way to put it.
Yeah, because the slow does increase, but it doesn't really benefit any more other than that, and usually having that Overcharge, I guess, can help, but I am not one to question this great of a player, so...
I don't think anyone wants to question FY with his recent
results. The slow
results.
is actually pretty damn noticeable once it's leveled up now.
Yeah, it scales fairly well. And the base slow is not that long, so let's see.
0.75.
0.75 level 1 up to 1.25, so not quite 50%, but close.
Yeah, he's good to go. They know he's in the jungle though. They know the way that C9 plays. They see AUI farming top, and they're like, all right, this guy's jungling. He's going to support the lane.
Yeah, they're not going to allow that to go unchecked, but Envy will dodge it. He'll use illusions to scout a bit here, and He'll continue farming while the Metamorphosis is up, but meanwhile, VG Gaming, FY and Ice 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 rotate back towards mid. They'll toss in the Wisp, and Silence from Fada will be used. Arrow. Just trying to bait out TP rotations, perhaps. I just love the way they chuck him into the middle of the fight, and...
I love the way how Black pings it when he's just farming his Void top. He pings the arrow in mid lane. Watch out! Don't worry, I'm just hitting creeps. I have nothing wrong up here.
Nothing to look at here. Well, he is hitting creeps, but...
He wants to go on this Bane bottom, it looks like. He's pinging him out. He's about to be 6. He's got the TP ready.
Bane is also 6. He's got some brain sap off in Super. That's basically half his health pool. And Bone 7 now wraps around for the arrow. Or is he gonna move an Eidolon to potentially scout or body block this? Doesn't look like it. That's the one thing Ice 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 is very diligent about when he's playing Enigma, is he constantly scouts with the Eidolons, if he knows supports or gankers are missing.
Wish Tiny clearing the stacks right now, and Wisp will get level 6 from it.
Also has a haster, and we'll pop that, starts healing up, and might see it go soon. They're gonna toss this Wisp in, it looks like. Well, they're thinking about it. But Fada's back at the tier 2, so that's not a go they can hope for.
Making his rotation. Guess he's probably gonna wait for another rune. Yeah, look how defensive C9's playing. Look at AUI. He's just sitting in the trees behind his tower. Wants no business near that Void.
They know Wisp is level 6 as well. Not to mention Lich. I mean, this... If you're Vici, you can easily chuck 3 ults at a hero to get a kill. That's probably honestly. They're looking for Fada mid lane. He's already used the orb to farm. Oh, that could be a mistake. Tossed up and dunked.
Sleep, but the arrow was already used. And now Envy is gonna go farm the enemy jungle.
He does.
Just Envy things.
Yeah, he does like to do this. his clinks, just get a bottle and just spend your time securing runes. I haven't seen his clinks to 6.82, but I imagine it's even more the case now with the double rune spawn.
Yep.
If anything, so it does in theory give the lane top, but the issue is that relocate. Like, you give the lane to a support, it's almost like just putting a meal on the table for Vici.
Yeah, AUI's using the pull though, nicely, so he can stay off the map. And he does pick up a full urn for himself, which is pretty decent timing.
It's still a very even game, and you did say earlier on, you think it's pretty close late. It just comes down to execution more than anything. Is that still your feeling as the laning stage develops?
Yeah, more than likely.
Okay.
We do have Super going for the mech as well. He's just starting to pick up his farm in that jungle pretty nicely. No boots though. And they are moving right toward Bone 7.
Well,
They sniffed him out.
They surely did. But
Black's gonna just throw a wild and get him.
That's when you know he's looking
Imagine
up at. That's when you know he's looking up at like the giant monitor or screen that the fans are watching.
And they just smoked, but Fenrir's actually got broken.
Bone 7 leaped away to the south, so he'll make his way out. And this does buy time for the mech to come out. So with this, you'll have the double heal from the tether and just a lot of additional HP. Black still working on the Mask of Madness, but it feels like once he gets that, they'll have mech, they'll have Mask of Madness, they have the Tiny with the basics, drums and out for Ice Ice Ice, the urn. Just basic items that work really well with the tether, and I'm expecting Vici at least to go for a kill or two with these ults. We're 12 minutes in, they haven't used the Black Hole, haven't used the Chrono.
They're good at just sitting back and farming right now. Pretty interesting. I haven't seen them stack anymore after that early few stacks. So I guess they're just... They got their drum up now on the Tiny, they're just gonna... Now they're gonna go for the kills. But they don't want to have to use a relocate, because they want to be more sneaky than that, it looks like.
Give them the old swapperoo. Ice 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 and FY to the top lane. The drums will be delivered. The urn picked up as well. No?
Timing.
Going back to base, apparently, with the urn. Is it... No?
Oh.
Okay. Well, I don't know if they need it anyway. They might get this kill regardless. The tether comes in, avalanche toss. Oh, he got off the grave! Great reactions by AUI. A little bit slow on the jump in, but they still just pop a dust and they pursue through anyway. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Super gets caught out, but the relocate's here. Oh no, don't start feeding Tony. Don't start feeding Ice Ice Ice. He gets the double kill. And
You know
he
what
can
sucks?
He's going back top.
Charges.
Oh, they're setting the whole team in. They gotta punish this. Coil's not there ready. The silence is here, but they're just gonna feed the Wisp. No, they're bringing the Tiny as well. Right into trouble. Could have left him alone. He tries to TP out. That's not gonna happen.
Triple kill for Pi. He's 6-1.
Man, that didn't go according to plan. That was such a good fight for them if they just sent the Wisp only, but Well, suddenly not.
I guess he didn't expect them all to TP. But that's right in front of their tier 1.
That was a quick and savvy reaction by Cloud9. They're like, oh, you know what? Wisp relocated bottom. Let's punish this. Arrow coming through onto Black. Do they get the Starfall? Yep, they do. And no backtrack for that, but unfortunately the Chain Frost is bouncing. They do manage to get a Grave off, keeping Bone 7 alive for now, but still the chase is on. Earn, not enough AUI. Doing everything he can to heal him, but in the end he'll redline and go down. Cloud9 are reacting well, though, under pressure, and that's really the key thing against this Tiny Wisp. Like, you don't take that opportunity to turn the fight, and suddenly you find yourself down 3k gold, one more fight, and Tiny's got a whole item up on your core.
Yeah, Envy's doing a good job getting a lot of farm, though, and using farm well. He's going into their jungle and farming things, so, you know, of course, Dazzle and everybody else can get some farm on their own. He's got his Yasha pick. And yeah, he got the last hit on the top tower, so big. And really unfortunate that FY did not get his urn delivered, so he did not get 3 urn charges.
It was right there. It was just going back to base. It didn't have anyone else's items on, and I'm sure they just were having another discussion or debate about what the next play was. But
mid lane, Fada
should really deliver that thing at some point. Trying to retreat out in his own Chronosphere, but Black unable to escape. Now gets caught by an arrow. They bring in the Lich to the middle lane. Ice. Running in, he tosses a creep back. That's not what he was hoping for. Now gripped under the enemy tower. There's no relocate to save him. They'll end up losing 2. Make it 3. Just self-destructing in the middle lane.
High.
Yeah, he had it a little bit earlier, and this will set up yet another arrow. Black caught out. Level 1 backtrack, not sufficient. It's a massacre in the middle lane. They lose 2,000 gold.
That just may have game. Envy's just farming this entire time too.
And I wanted to talk about how good Terrorblade is at farming the jungle once he gets to this point, but there's just been too much feeding. 12-7 now your score.
Yeah, I don't know if it's feeding. I think C9 are just responding really well and reacting.
Arrow coming through and narrowly missing super.
FY still hasn't picked up his urn. I'm not sure. I guess he hasn't. I don't know if there's something going wrong.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know. Did it? Maybe he didn't realize he bought it or something. Like, bought it and thought he sold it, but didn't? But they already have a mech.
Not sure. And we do see Murano ulti coming out. They don't have the Fiend script, and they don't have a coil just yet.
Cloud9 looking for that jump in, and there's really no vision right now for the Radiant squad. Ice, and FY heading towards the bottom room, but this could put them in harm's way. They're looking for a bounty run. Now walking up the cliff and back down. Fada has a coil in 3. Dodges out of the avalanche. Still gets tossed up, but he can silence Orb out, and he'll make it to safety with the jaunt. Now healed up by AUI, and the coil's going to snap. Ice. Held in place,
He's
but
got the weave bringing his armor down too. He's
they
gonna
do
go
have
down
mech.
here.
They have mech. Super can potentially turn this. He gets it off. Tossing the Enigma in onto Boat 7. He gets graved. AUI managing to keep him alive for ages. Now the Chain Frost canceling that Pylite ITP. They'll end up killing up the Bane. Does he self-deny? It's going to happen. And they, meanwhile, Ice went down to Eternal Envy, who found that kill on the Terrorblade. That's self-denied.
Nice. And that's huge, because he was on, what kind of kill streak is he on? 6? 7? So there would have been a lot of money going their way. It would have been worth it if they got that Bane, but they didn't, and they lost Ice.
The Urn's still not being delivered. This is a really long time to not pick up your Urn.
Yeah, I think he's getting it now. I think he's really... Nope, Lich got wards.
I'm so confused.
But anyway, during all that, Black was at least getting some farm in top, so at least the engagement was that. But look at Terrorblade's farm. He's exploding now at this point. It's going to be a Manta coming out anytime now.
Yeah, he's almost 3k up on the enemy Void. Or, sorry, the enemy Tiny, rather, who's only got a point booster to work with for Ice, and this is that stage where you can nearly be done your Aghanim Scepter if time. Alright.
That was actually, like...
really frustrating.
It's actually no, it was just stressing me out.
It's almost as stressful as these Reign of Achilles I've been seeing that just sit in the side shop for 10 minutes.
Oh, man.
And then their teammates start painting them out, like they're getting really upset. It's like, just sell it. It's 400 gold, man.
I don't know, I bought an urn one time. I literally just... I dropped it from my stash. I don't know how. And I forgot about it. I bought another one. And then like 10 minutes later I look and I'm like, alright. I'm not going to say anything to anyone.
Just pretend. Nobody seemed to notice either. I mean, if they saw it, they would have pinged it for sure. But Fada comes in with the coil. Now, to a 2-hero coil. And is there any follow-up on this to one? Meanwhile, Black thinking about a jump in, but doesn't find a good opening. So they end up retreating out. And Terrorblade just clearing out creeps. Arrow coming through once more. And fishing. Oh, barely missing Fenrir.
And AUI does opt for the medallion, and it looks like they're pinging out Roche. They want to go for it pretty soon.
Now do VG Gaming try and contest this? Rune will be picked up by Fada. He's now level 11, and normally, well, oftentimes we see him go for the Dagon. Do you think it's the Dagon game or more of a Hex game?
He's probably going to decide that within the next few minutes, depending on how their kills end up going. And he gets out.
That's a creep chuck.
Unfortunate. Meanwhile, they're two-manning Roche right now.
Wow, this is a really effective Roche duo. You know, you look at Terrorblade, he's an illusion hero, and most illusion heroes are not that good at Roche, but with Metamorphosis, you can use the illusions just to tank, and he actually damages a lot, even with the main hero.
It really could be that Dagon, because it's damn good versus Wisp, just blowing him up instantly in those fights.
Yeah, FY is quite squishy. He only has the urn, like no plus HP outside of that.
He was doing so well too, and then they just didn't get any opportunities with the reload at all, basically. They don't really have any hero to set up for it. They have Black Hole. That's what I was saying. Like I thought they were gonna pick a like a ranged carry, but they went for the Enigma because now they don't really have anything to combo. Like I was saying, they don't really have much to combo with this Chrono. They don't have anything. Like they can relocate with a Chrono, but that's like awkward. It already feels awkward.
To be fair, they've also just not even used the abilities much this game.
But that's because they don't. I feel like they don't really have too much of an opportunity.
Yeah, Cloud9 are just very good at spreading as well. They've got the leap to get out. Fada's very quick on his phase shifts, and there's not too many easy heroes to jump in on.
Yeah, he's just been in the jungle the entire game, so it's pretty hard to just get in there through all these heroes that they have already. You gotta put yourself in a pretty weird position especially if you don't have like a good amount of reveal after Bone 7 hits 6. The Moonlight Shadow, if you're in the enemy jungle, it's just gonna be a disaster.
And Eternal Envy is turbo farming. He's got not only the completed Manta and the Aegis, but now 10k net worth at 20 minutes, so fantastic farm for him, and 2,000 gold in the bank. It's top lane, they're going in. Black caught out, and well, with the coil and arrow follow-up, it's going to be a kill for Cloud9. So they kill off the Void again, who's been largely a quiet and not very impactful offlaner for them.
It really might be a death. I hope.
I think, like you said, with the Wisp being under-leveled, it's quite a good pickup.
Even the Void, he doesn't have much farm. He's not going to get a BKB anytime soon. Mask of Madness, Dagon, bye-bye. Blow him up pretty easily with all the different spells that they have.
And it's still a level 1 backtrack, so you can't even count on that to save you.
And if AOI is in good positioning, which normally he is, he's going to be able to save most of the people in those chronos.
And the top lane super just hanging very far back while they try to push in a bit more in this bottom side of the map. Ice and FY teaming up. Fenrir and Black not really confident to make any moves. It's not just the fact that they're down on gold or experience, it's more just the change in overall approach to the game. VG Gaming, when they run Tiny Wisp, they're normally snowballing like crazy and playing very cocky, but they're playing extremely defensively. They have no confidence in their ability to take fights.
I think they might just they know that they're pretty behind at this point, so they want to just go for the very obvious pickoffs, and other than that, just you have to get your farm up, because this game in the late game, they can still do just fine. They have a Void, Enigma, Wisp Tiny core. Like, the Tiny's about to have his Ags up at a relatively decent time since he has Treads and Drum on top of it. If they get some stacks up for him, he's able to catch up pretty damn close to that Terrorblade.
And they also have Frost Armor, which is going to negate a lot of what Eternal Envy looks to accomplish. Can't take the towers as quickly, can't kill heroes off as fast, but that's later on. For now, Eternal Envy is a beast.
The Iascati is going to really hurt, because the Wisp and Tiny aren't just not going to get away, obviously.
That's my one worry, is just this. There's no real, like, survivability for this Wisp, aside from just a clutch tether out. That's pretty much it. Otherwise, what, 4 auto attacks from the Terrorblade will pretty much kill her in Metamorphosis? Yeah. That's about it.
C9 are just playing, they're playing very well right now. Honestly, they're playing very grouped up, but also separate at the same time. It's just very elusive moves that they're doing.
Bone 7 walking in and, well, just crossing the knife for now, but now the blink in. There's your coil, holding Ice, and FY out. Do they jump in further? No, they decide they want to back. Fenrir was looking for a Frost Blast, but this is all space created for Eternal Envy, who takes the tier 2 bottom. And yeah, I have Scotty coming very soon. 2,500 gold up to go with the first ultimate orb. Is there anything on the courier? No, just the Quelling Blade.
He's pretty damn farmed. Almost 13k net worth now at this point. Yeah, I don't know. This hero, if this is when the hero becomes so unbound. put so much pressure on it, and you have to have a very good sieging lineup that really basically wins the game quickly, because otherwise, this is where the hero just becomes imbalanced.
Yeah, look at this illusion just easily soloing a medium camp. Not even in the the range form either. Yeah.
Yep.
It hits like a truck.
It's unbelievable.
There is an
I'm
Axe on
actually-
Tiny now though.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see Envy actually get 2 levels of the reflection, but
You think stats are better?
usually he gets stats. I guess normally he gets stats when he's behind. I guess since they feel farther ahead, he's leveling it.
Tiny does kill these off fairly quickly, but that's gonna change when the Scotty's out. He will be kited a lot more.
The reflection's really good to level too, though, versus a Tiny until he gets BKB. You just use it on him, and his attack speed and movement speed is slow by 60. It's pretty ridiculous for 5.5 seconds. It's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, and obviously illusions of Tiny are amazing. So
Yeah.
laning against Terrorblade is miserable if you're an illusion. Like if you're an anti-mage in lane or something, that is the worst.
Pretty obnoxious hero.
VG Gaming trying to push top, but they leave their Tiny Wisp mid for now and rotate towards the Ancients. They really want to make a go top lane, but there's a ward here just lurking for Cloud9. They seem to know. Super is in the front lines.
Age is expired, at least. Envy's running up there with a Scotty now, so he's 2k HP already at this point. He's got a ton of survivability. That's without Metamorphosis even on. Oh wait, Metamorphosis, it doesn't give health anymore. Wait, that's a long time ago. Just gives damage.
How long ago was that?
I don't even remember. I don't play that hero. Yes.
Are you losing MMR, Yanis?
I party MMR. My soul MMR is going up slowly but surely. I lost 700 party MMR.
Well, if you ever need them, just pick Terrorblade.
Yeah, probably.
He's a he definitely is. If you're gonna deal with that here, it's got to be in an organized way. Like whether it's just because you plan to trade incredibly effectively, which in theory Void Tiny Wish should be able to do, or if you're just gonna deathball them before he gets online. But it's
They're catching up in farm though. Unfortunately, Black really just isn't able to do anything. He hasn't gotten. I don't think he's gotten one decent chrono. He's not able to find too much farm either. He only has 98 CS, 25 minutes. Very unlike Black to have no items. Actually, no real big items at 25 minutes in.
this could be bad for the Tiny Wish. Slowly moving up the bottom lane, but the trap's about to spring. FY in position in the trees, but I think they know he's around the area. They'll go in on the ice. Coil can stop this. Tether relocate will be needed. Relocate, and there you go. All right, out to safety. But they are going to lose the Wisp, most likely.
I thought for a second the Weave was going to catch sight of the Wisp on the side. There was damn close to getting it.
Yeah, there's no creep wave as that's being drugged back, so FY will have to forfeit his life. He took one for the team here. But this is going to keep him as squishy as possible.
Yeah. Did he end up buying anything there? No, but he does have 1,200 gold, so he'll probably go for what, like a Ghost Scepter?
They're gonna go, I think they're going to toss this Enigma in. Yeah, get ready. Oh, no.
Lane Ward.
Already Pylite dice back.
Pai's playing really damn well this game. End the series when he was tanking, he played really damn well.
Yeah, I saw like a little bit of that game, but for what I saw,
Yeah, I
he was
didn't
doing
catch
really well.
much of it either. I heard the Arteezy cast was real.
Yeah, Arteezy and Bulbo, put them in a room and things will happen.
Things indeed.
Yes. Very unique.
And Fada actually got a Mystic Staff instead.
The siege begins, though. That's just illusions, bringing the tower down by several hundred points. Yeah, down about 500, 600 in total.
Yep, and that's what they only have level 1 Lich armor, but it doesn't really add that much. Because the armor already has 25 armor, or the tower already has 25 armor at that point, so that extra doesn't really do too much. But luckily Midnight Pulse does kill illusions quite quickly, and of course Tiny has a pretty good job of just clearing through those things.
Yeah, this is where Lich pretty much just runs around, saves Shade Frost for feed script, and just auto-cast armor, honestly.
It's going late game.
Yeah, it's going late game, but it's not really the late game Vici game we were hoping for. They would love to be at least looking at like 1 or 2 outer towers remaining for Cloud9, but it's 4 still standing, and Eternal Envy, 3,600 more gold in the bank. It's going to be his next tier 4 item.
I think they'd be pretty happy if this Tiny had a BKB on top of all of his items.
even with that, there's still a lot of control to deal with him.
There is.
Don't forget about that Puck Eggs if he wants to go it, but it's been very popular for the Chinese players since 6.82 hit, but it seems he'll be going for Hex instead.
It's pretty interesting. I want to see someone combo, like just bringing up like a Beastmaster with the roar, push him out of the coil.
Yeah, vacuum them out, like something like that.
Well, vacuum. I mean, sure, but that's not through the BKB.
Yeah, that's
if
true.
they have the BKB on. But anyway, afterwards, the duration of the coil is 8 seconds, so most BKBs will start withering down.
Yeah, and you know it's a pretty. They still have other answers for it anyway. Like they still have the feed script. Terrorblade is slow.
I'd like to see Pile die instead of going BKB with that Ogre Club. Go Ags.
Has anyone built that yet?
I don't think so. Blink in, Fiends grip the Wisp. Everybody's just gonna run in and hit you. Just everybody just gets slept.
Oh no, this is trouble for our Lich. Fenrir slept in the river. Where's the follow-up? No one coming.
Ooh, nice.
Highlight Eye now looking to blink out from inside the pit, but the backstep's coming from Eternal Envy under cover of Moonlight Shadow. Start slowing Black, start slowing Super. That's just illusions, taking away half his health. Well,
He probably would have actually died if he didn't have the Lich armor.
This is an aggressive jump from Fada. He's going in for a dangerous mission, looking for this Wisp. Are they gonna TP on it?
He's gonna wait for the blink to be up, and then he'll probably go in.
He has an idea of where FY is, but does he know exactly? No, he's just gonna go for Ice Ice Ice. Tries for the tower deny. Doesn't get it though. But this sets up for the Rosh.
Coil for the attempt to tower deny. Worth.
Yeah, and he's almost got Hex as well.
Yeah, they're all getting pretty farmed, but it's just this Void just really falling behind. I feel like it doesn't really fit the lineup. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just me.
Meanwhile, top lane, looking for the Wisp, gets tossed back, finished off by Ice 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 FY. That's a nice kill, and doesn't seem like there's much of a turnaround here. Yeah, they're not going to find anything.
That's pretty needed right there.
I do want to point out Eternal Envy and his love of the bottle going to the carry. He was passed over Bone 7's bottle. He's now got a double damage rune, which will work on those illusions if they're nearby when he pops it. So, yeah, that's a pretty scary rune for a Terrorblade at this stage.
His illusions get affected by the DD?
If they're in a certain AoE, unless they changed that recently. I'm pretty sure they do. It's like with Meepos.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I guess we'll see if maybe let's see the flame coming pretty soon, maybe.
Even if you're right when you say something like that, and the other person's question you, you're still gonna get flamed.
I'm pretty sure that's not a thing though, dude.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm pretty damn sure. All right, but anyway, Envy does have a ton of money right now, and he picks up a full butterfly.
Yeah, that is a pretty damn big Terrorblade. I mean, at this point, what do you even build? Just a heart? Stop feeding Twitch chat, Yannis.
No, I actually was not. I was reading Skype for a second, sorry.
That's okay.
I got distracted. I don't even know what you asked me, actually. My bad, LD. Very unprofessional of me.
Very unprofessional.
Who goes hard? What were you saying, dude? What are you doing to me?
I'm watching
Hey,
the speech. I'm waiting for you to finish. Are you done yet? Sleep on the black. Arrow to come through. Oh, that's gonna hit, and he just gets shredded by Eternal Envy. Now pushing through for the tier 2 tower.
There's no DD on the illusions.
Maybe I'm just senile.
It's been a long couple weeks.
Yeah, it has. Alright, well, Eternal Envy tried to siege the bottom lane. He's already brought this tower down by about half. He will be Malefist and forced off, but he's still healthy, still has the Aegis, and nobody from a VG Gaming really looking to go in. Avalanche gonna hit the wave. They'll be under a two-pronged assault. Envy in the bottom lane and almost killing off Super with those auto attacks. Now working on Ice Ice Ice.
Weave. There's almost maximum weave there.
That arrow didn't even look like it was going to hit Fenrir, but managed to clip him. This is going to force a reaction. Black Hole, catch out Paladine EE, but he still has his Aegis. He still has his ultimate. He can even Sunder if he needs to. He's just standing. Yeah, there's your Sunder. Now chase out Ice Ice Ice. This Terrorblade out of control. And will manage to finish him off. Now Super caught out the Chronos there. It's a great one from Black, but they need more follow-up. And Ice 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 is slept, and he's trapped outside this Chrono. He can't do anything. They'll now lose Black.
Just
Envy
hitting way
forced
too
off.
hard. The
He's
weave.
still got Aegis. still got Aegis. Super gonna go down. Oh
Weave
man.
is actually just making him hit. He's gonna get a rampage here.
I'm just seeing if they get a kill. They can't even get that.
Got
The
him.
puck will end up going down, and yeah, Eternal Envy walks back into the fight. He charges past the Tiny, looking for FY. He's gonna lose the Aegis finally. Oh man, that was like a minute and a half of no Aegis.
Sunder's back up, guys.
Yeah, Illusion's getting spawned. It's an army of Terrorblades. They'll clear off the Illusions, but they still have to deal with the main hero, Reflection, and that's a super Tiny smacking away with Eternal Envy on its side. And it's a lot bigger than the real Tiny, it looks like, but
That's pretty sweet. I like that.
yeah, they'll back
See,
off
there's
now.
the Sunder. That's what I'm talking about. And then it earned up. Look, Envy just got 2,000 HP.
And Eternal Envy and the rest of Cloud9, they're happy with this first later Vex. They would just want to run out. VG Gaming, can they get anything accomplished? They don't have to relocate for 7. They'll keep on chasing. They know they need at least some sort of trade. Tiny bought back earlier in that fight. Enigma bought back. But they're not going to find any openings.
They're just... The Terrorblade's just way too big, and the supports just work way too well with this. The Bane's just enfeebling the Void, enfeebling the Tiny, sitting in the back as he has a Blink Dagger. He's able to just react and get the hell out of there if anybody's trying to go on him. So they're doing a lot less damage, and the Weave on top of Terrorblade with Illusions, he's just able to stand there on top of, you know, of course, he's already super farmed. It's just such a compliment to the hero on top of everything. I don't see them being able to come back at all.
So, going into next game, assuming they lose this one, is Terrorblade a needed ban, or do you just have to play better against him? Like, where did this go wrong for VG?
Probably just ban it. They're probably just gonna ban it. I think picking Elder Titan first, who can be pretty decent if you have a good strat against it, but I don't know. I don't think they want to deal with playing versus that. It's just so obnoxious.
Yeah, he's got the next item now.
They need to just increase the cooldown on your.
Are we rebalancing Terrorblade?
I don't know.
Is that where this cast is at?
I do think they need to change the conjure image. It's just too low of a cooldown. You get 2 images out every time, and they're so buff. I don't know.
Yeah, they're pretty strong. They're also strong at level 1. Like, whereas you look at like Naga Illusions, they take a ton of damage early on, but Terrorblade's
4 though.
yeah 200% at level
Or
1.
3, whatever.
They're gonna jump in with Fada now. Hex onto Super. He's caught out in the base. The orb coming through and forcing that Enigma out. But this is just all about the mid lane, where Eternal Envy with this fresh 10-second BKB. He doesn't finish off the melee. Yeah, now he will, and they commit nothing for this. They maybe lose a tier 2 bottom to Ice 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 and FY, but for a 36-minute Tiny Wisp, this is really not that much farm. And now Fada's going to look to prevent a TP out. They're looking for that Wisp relocate. They do not want to let FY get this off. Ice Ice Ice, the only one caught by the coil. It was a bit farther to the left, but the relocate doesn't bring Ice 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 with him. And, well, there's no way to cancel that, so he'll end up TPing out. They'll still lose the Wisp. It's kind of a weird way to get the Tiny out, but it accomplishes the same thing in the end.
2 racks down versus Terrorblade is this farm? I don't know. I think the only reason to keep playing this game is just to keep your heads, I don't know, just keep your heads cool and just start thinking about the next game, honestly.
GG.
Yeah, okay.
I think they were like, they were probably going through their laundry list of like, all right, in this kind of situation, you know, let's go plan Z.1.322. Yeah, there's nothing. All right, GG.
Yeah, they played it pretty well, but Envy just got away with too much. He just sat in the jungle pretty much uncontested, and Vici just wasn't able to use their ults almost at all.
Well, on that note, Cloud9 looking good. They'll take game 1 of this best of 3. Vici Gaming on the ropes now. They got their Tiny Wisp. They couldn't make it count. If Cloud9 go on to win that game too, they will play Alliance, and we will
15
have
fantasy points for Envy too.
Oh man, he's racking it
0.6
up.
for Black though, unfortunately.
Doing what Tom Brady no longer can. That's something.
Damn.
If they win this though, it will be a guaranteed Western versus Eastern finals, which would be pretty cool. So for the Vici Gaming fans out there, you better put your heads together. They're gonna need your support. And with that, we'll go to game 2. Take a quick break. You're watching Beyond the Summit. WCA 2014 continues right after this. He's Fogged, and of course you can follow him at Fogged Dota on Twitter, and we'll be right back. Stay.
I want and need. And it's you that I want and need.
Hey guys, the game did apparently start, but my Dota does not want to connect, so we may have to cast through Dota TV, which would be for those who bought the ticket and happened to hear me correctly. But I guess with Perfect World, that is pretty unusual. So yeah, we'll give this one more try to reconnect. If this doesn't work, we'll just hop over into Dota TV. So thank you for your patience, and Game 2 will be getting underway shortly. All right, we got a ball game. Here we go.
Silent of goal. Liquid are doing it. They're gonna take. He's gonna bring down Bernie. Alone with a double kill. Dropping fast. Monopoint's there. He's still alive. Wait, 2 seconds left. He's going one time. He's going a second. He's taking it out. Oh my God! On 3. They're all dead.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCA 2014 LAN Finals. It's been a difficult event for the players, for the teams, for the broadcasters, but there have been some great games, and we might see another great one here. Cloud9, they won with the Terrorblade, and they ban it, not even forcing the issue to see if VG Gaming will go for the first pick on it. And, well, with that said, I'm LD. I'm joined here by Fogged. Yanis, no Terrorblade. No Terrorblade this game. There is still a Wisp. There is still a Tiny, something Vici like to run. The Void's also out there. They went for it last game. What are you thinking?
I love the Respect ban, the Visage ban from Vici.
Okay.
Just constantly banning that out from Cloud9. Just making sure that they don't get that Visage.
Yeah, it's interesting because like they run it reasonably well. I would not say FY's Visage is on the level of AUI's, but it's it's not bad by any means, and they do clearly understand the strategy, build lineups around it well, but they're just like, it's not worth it.
At the Centaur ban from C9. I didn't see if they did that last game or if they've been doing that a lot recently, but usually you don't see that hero banned out first 2. He is very strong. He does get picked first 2, but not really one of those heroes gets banned all the time.
Yeah, they have Ice, so you can always run a Centaur. Black has played it for them and as more of a more investment in getting the early Blink Dagger, I guess, but. I wouldn't say it's a go-to hero by any means. To me, their 2 core strats have been the Drow Visage and the Tiny Wisp. And outside of that, it's just pretty much the standard stuff everyone's been running. Again, Death Prophet is just ignored by both teams. I feel like if this was almost any other team in the tournament, well, maybe Alliance wouldn't, because they've been played very interestingly. Like a lot of just unique Rat Dota style heroes, a lot of split push, but most other teams, certainly most of the Chinese teams, would have snapped that Death Prophet up by now.
Yeah, C9 seem very happy and comfortable to just go with what they've been playing a lot of, like Bat Rider, Puck. They might pick maybe a Mirana support of some sort. Like they're just gonna go with everything that they're comfortable with, and what. I don't think they want to have a repeat of the other games from I think it was yesterday or the day before, where they went kind of into some, I don't know, a level of some weirder heroes, I guess we could say, and it ended up being some pretty quick losses for them.
So it's looking like this time around it's gonna be. Probably a Fada Puck, not a Bone 7 one, but yeah, should be a Puck going mid, probably a Bone 7 Bat off lane. We're looking at the Void for Vici Gaming, which they have run for Black as a safe lane farmer. Generally, Black will take it when they're running something else for Ice, so either an Invoker or a Tiny. Those have been the 2 main heroes that he'll play in lieu of the Void. And Lycan will actually get banned out by Vici Gaming in this stage. Largely just been ignored as of late. Not many people too worried about Lycan, I feel, recently.
Yeah, he's still pretty strong. The transformation time is quite a big nerf, and of course the base attack speed and all that, but Howl is still Howl. And those wolves are still pretty damn obnoxious.
That sounds like a Zen statement. How is still Howl? It's in the Book of Zen. Well,
Book of Zen.
Ember now banned by Cloud9. And it's interesting because they have decent heroes to deal with him. Puck is not too bad. Batrider's not too bad, but I guess they're a bit fearful of this Chronosphere Sleight of Fist combination. And they'll go into Apparition now, so they get some good pick off around the map.
Interesting. Buffs the spell damage from everything. Makes your lanes pretty strong. Not really the best like survivability at all. They're going for some more aggression, it looks like, this game then.
Are you happy with the opening so far from Cloud9?
It's interesting. I mean, everybody's been picking this Batrider first two in this in WCA, which I didn't really think was gonna happen after the patch, but he's back.
Batrider's like a Honda Civic. He always gets the job done, I feel.
Yeah, he just comes back. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not an exciting pick necessarily, but the hero just has a way of winning big games. I feel more so in the big lands and maybe less in, you know, random online group stage matches or even playoffs, but it's kind of like Anti-Mage was before he just got nerfed and then just teams stopped picking him, and now he's been buffed a lot recently, but the patches haven't favored him too much. But yeah, it used to be like TI2, even TI3, it's like, we really need a win? Okay, just pick Anti-Mage. Doesn't matter if he fits best in the draft. We trust in the hero late game. And that kind of fills a similar role, I feel.
Yeah, they do. And Vici ends up grabbing a nice Wraith King. Not the best stun for a Puck, really, because obviously the projectile time, but Skywrath with the silence can get the job done to have the follow-up of the stun come in, and it's a good roaming duo combo for the most part. Just the Wraith King stun plus Skywrath just running around can get some pretty easy picks on people.
Vici Gaming, they got that Wraith King Skywrath. There's like so many ways you can run this. You can aggressive with it, you can farm the Wraith King, you can play them as both a support roaming duo. It's kind of an open support combo, which I do like that for them.
And I figured that this Venture was going to come out for Cloud9. So Pi will be playing it, and of course being able to swap out of the Chrono, being able to swap teammates out of the stun into a Skywrath ulti, and you know, it's just really nice. And it stops Vici from being able to pick it, even though I really highly doubt they would have picked it there.
Yeah, they got an answer there, and it also it's a block on the potential swaps to cancel the last.
It's a nice dual roaming combo. And then with the AA, first the Wraith King, the aura is gonna be disabled if the Ice Blast goes over, so that'll be pretty nice to counter that a bit.
Who's your trump card right now? Who's that like one hero that neither team has picked, or that one team could pick now that would really blow the draft open for them?
I'm just still amazed that like this DP Razor I completely ignored. But I'm not saying that it's really that great for the Lions. DP could be pretty nice for Vici. They have Chrono.
They have Chrono, Skywrath, Mage Ult. Like, I guess the only thing that they don't really benefit from as much as the Wraith King lifesteal, but still good for Roshan. You know?
I mean, they're dire. Not that the Roshan's, it's still a little. I feel like a little bit on for the dire side, but overall it's been a little more balanced, kind of.
I wonder if it is dire sided this game though, because you've got the Orb to Scout, which is okay. Bat around the pit.
And they do it.
And like okay. Fourth pick, Death Prophet. It's
a really good pick. Wraith King in the front lines. I don't know. It's the thing is the Batrider's really good for it, but they'll probably end up trying to pick something to maybe help the DP, maybe some other counter initiator. But the AA is quite good for it. And they have a lot of nuke coming out on the side of Cloud9, but I still like it. That's what the point of the Void is. If you get a good Chrono down with an Exorcism, it's a disaster.
Yeah, they have the initiation. The only concern for Vici that I have right now is they're very ultimate cooldown reliant, and those are long ultimate cooldowns.
Yeah, early on, except for the Skywrath, and yeah, I guess.
Yeah, Chronosphere's not too bad at like once you hit level 2, but your Exorcism's 135 seconds. Wraith King, the 260 second cooldown on the level 1 ult, if it's a support, which it's kind of looking like it will be. I guess they could run Void and Death Prophet as solos, but yeah. I'm not sure what they're going to do here. Timbersaw, banned out by Cloud9. Interesting. Ice could play this Void, but it seems they think it will go to black.
I liked Vici banning out that Naga last, just in case. Because Cloud9 does need quite a hard carry at this point with the heroes that they're set up with. The late game is right now leading Vici pretty substantially, even though Batrider with the pickoffs is really damn good. Cloud9 needs some nice beefy hero. Maybe it'll be like a Clinks or something, but that'll be really awkward versus a Void.
Coddle guy's thinking the same thing as you in the chat, man. He wants that
Is he?
clicks. Yeah. He
He
said
said?
clicks question mark before you even spoke, and I'm like,
Oh, nice. I
is
wasn't
he
even looking,
hearing
actually.
you? Are you on a separate call with him that is lower latency? I'm not sure, but
I don't think it's. I don't know. Maybe it'll be like a morph or a. I don't know. I don't know what else they could really go for.
Morth versus the Skywrath could be a problem, though.
Razor. They go for the Razor themselves.
How do Razor and Death Prophet slip through until the last 2 picks, basically? That
It's-
is not every day you see that.
Pretty shocking to see that picked up, but. Are they gonna. I don't know. Maybe some dual wins.
VG Gaming, this is where you got to put your cards on the table. They could run the offlane Void, run the Wraith King farming. They could run the offlane Void, run the Wraith King support. They could go defensive tri-lane with the Void, Wraith King, Skywrath. They can roam with those two and pick something else for the offlane. And like they can do a lot of things, but they have to decide what kind of a draft they want, and they Weaver it. So
Elusive carry. Hard to get the Bat Rider last ones from time to time. That's pretty damn good.
There's
Nice
all-
little Tricore lineup. They have a much. Vici, if this game goes late, I see this completely going in Vici's hands.
yeah, it's also a dire side lineup with the Death Prophet. So to boot, they have the Roche advantage on top of the probably just the flat out superior physical and just general DPS on their team.
I guess maybe they were Cloud9 was seeing like the Void's coming out. It's probably gonna be like an offlane Void, so they're gonna leave Envy a lot alone in the bottom lane while they can just roam around with the AA and the Venge, and just able to get pickoffs constantly on the DP with the puck.
So how do you feel about Razor in the latest patch? Because I was casting with Fear. He says he doesn't think the nerfs are a big deal. The main one, I guess, is that when you die with an Aegis, you don't come back with Eye of the Storm. Do you think he's pretty much the same hero, or do you think he's significantly weaker in this patch?
I think he's the same hero.
Okay.
He's just such a lane dominant hero.
I guess that's where maybe Vici just try to break up the laning stage. They do have the Wraith King with boots, Fenrir on the Scarth Mage, and a lot of kill potential early
They
on.
might be putting these weird lanes. They might put like the Death Prophet bottom or something. And I don't know. It looks like they're doing something strange right now.
He does have the early null tally and double tangos.
He's probably going mid. Yeah, that's would be really odd. But they do have that dual Roman combo already set up with the boots on the Wraith King, and they have a smoke on the Skywrath, of course. While probably Pi and AOI have the same exact thing, and they do.
Oh, here we go.
The
Vici
clash will begin.
Let the battle begin.
I
Fenrir?
think the AA Avenge is stronger.
Yeah, I would agree.
As long as
Unless,
they're much-
unless they, yeah, no, they don't have enough burst to kill anyone before the killing touch auto attacks come out. If they have another stun, a 3v3, maybe they get the kill, but
yeah, because the Wraith King's not even tanky. If he ended up going in, if they end up clashing together, they go on say Pi and Pi, and they turn and probably can kill the Wraith King before they die.
by the way, you brought it up in game 1, and it's true here again. It's the blue and purple boys for Cloud9.
It is, dude. They've been doing it a lot.
They're addicted to these heroes.
They're strong. The Bat Rider ruins it though.
Alright, let's introduce our players. Ice, going to Faceless Void. He's going to have some support here. They're about to smoke, it looks like. Fenrir on our Scarth Mage. FY the Wraith King, the boots first. Super, playing the Death Prophet mid. And the safe lane goes black on the Weaver. Something I haven't seen him play too much as of late, but looking forward to that. Bone 7 is the offlane bat. Fantastic blocking early on with those slow creeps. Really keeping the lane back. Fada is the puck mid. You've got AUI 2000 on the H Apparition. Expect to see that early eggs if at all possible. Eternal Envy, your Razor, and that does leave Pilot Eyes the Venge, who's caught Ice trying to be cute, trying to be clever. He does have time off, but he's going to take a lot of damage. If they can keep a Clarity Potion going, maybe. He's going to try for it. Those auto attacks really chunking him down. If he gets off one more Magic Missile, this could be your first blood. Will come through. Needs late. No, okay. Out of Chilling Touch. And AUI a bit slow to chase that one down.
And FY getting the Invis on top, and Fada has to play a little bit defensively, but either way, not too scared.
So, looking at the lanes, Fog, what are your initial thoughts?
It depends on the movements, really. I don't see them maybe being able to really gank this puck mid, so maybe we'll see a rotation coming all the way down toward Ice, but C9's doing a really damn good job of keeping the lane static and forcing him not to get any experience whatsoever while Bone is level 2.
And he's already used his mana, which for an offlane Void is normally your most limited resource. You generally have a lot of regen. He's actually got quite little regen, though. Only the 4 tangos, but he does have 300 gold. He wants those boots, and it means he can't time walk out of these magic missile stuns. So he either just has to hug tower or he has to risk death. And I mean, I don't know what you do. You really don't want to walk back to base at 1 minute with full health, but
Yeah, Bone 7 suiciding to neutrals. Suicide, he fireflied over, suicide neutrals, gets his clarity, gets tangos, and he's just gonna go to the jungle, stack it up, and get it ready. AUI is gonna probably stack the big camp for him right over here as well. Oh, I can draw now. Nice.
I just got I got a fight recap for that.
Did you really?
Yeah. At the top middle.
I didn't
They're
notice
not
it.
particularly visible, yeah. Fight recap, Bone 7 died to neutrals. Oh, that's funny.
That's pretty good. What did it even say?
Volvo, please. It said
Minus
like 50
59.
gold loss. Minus 59 gold.
He actually didn't even go to stack. He's just gonna keep messing with them top.
Yeah, now he's got Firefly, plenty of mana for Sticky Napalm, and well, can FY get some gold here? Most of it going to Bone 7 so far.
Yeah, as long as they keep right-clicking him, it's gonna keep taking aggro away from the Wildkin. So they gotta just keep pulling it out of that Firefly.
They're looking for this rotation towards mid, though. Pylai smoked up, and oh, the Chilling Touch, unfortunately, will wear off. It's taken him too long to find an opening. By the way, Super has yet to use those pull tangos. That's how little pressure he's been under mid. He's just free farming at this point, and even in terms of CS, but Bottle now on the way. Is there any chance this Venge can snipe? It does have the boots out. It's about to hit the 3-minute mark, though, so the opportunity will probably be lost.
Yeah, now AUI is spotted bottom by Ice, and I think Super is gonna step up to get some farm. But he's still very scared. He's very aware that Pie's coming down because of that ward that they have there.
Yeah, AOI is going to get a little love tap from Ice here. Yeah, there you
Smack.
go. Just a smack. He's gone for the more defensive build. It seems he's going to try and pull the next wave, perhaps. No, just kind of scouting around.
He's just trying to speed to the best possible extent. It's really going to be difficult for him down there. But as long as Venge is moving around, he's going to be able to get at least some.
Yeah, and
And
speaking of
thankfully, the pull.
that Venge, no, you're good. So speaking of that Venge, she is stacking again. So like you mentioned, very important to keep the Bat Rider's economy going.
Yeah, they're going to stack both those up. But they are aware of this middle stack that's going because of the ward. That
All right, 4-minute
Yeah, let's see the smoke.
runes about to spawn. Let's see who gets what. Looks like a.
this-
Oh, this could be big. What's going to spawn? It's a double damage rune. Do they go to pick it up? That would be spotted by the Radiant, and they're not going to do it. They walk right into AUI 2000. VG Gaming looking for the real first blood. This was a deny to Ancients, and there you go. Delicious gold for Ice, who was getting wrecked in the offlane. I mean, not really his fault, but not getting anything. Now he's getting quite a bit.
Yeah, that's going to be nice. He's going to be able to finish up PMS if he wants to, or he can just save up and maybe just get a Gloves of Haste and try to get a somehow quick Midas, because that was a nice first blood for him. Really picks him up a lot of CS, basically. It's like, what, 15 something CS more?
Yeah, for a guy who's 0,
He's got 600 gold now, guys.
it's literally infinity CS more, so that's pretty good. And now they're top. They're actually, I don't think there's, were they spotted moving in here? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I was focusing on bottom.
Yeah, it's nighttime.
I don't think Fada's one never to get caught by stuff like this.
Silence was, oh, Super doesn't have it yet. Yeah, okay, that's a difficult kill without it.
Yeah, Fada, it's nighttime. He's not going to use Orb to farm. This is very standard Fada puck play.
Yeah, like you saw the last game, the one time he used Orb to farm, like they're like, okay, die Fada right now, because it's a very rare occurrence for him to be in a potential kill.
Yep.
Granted,
And
that was a
Ice is
tiny
just-
whiz, but
Yeah, of course. And Ice is just still pulling the bottom creeps, and
Coil mid
VG
lane.
is spotted.
on to Super. They're gonna go, and Coil will break, and that'll be a kill for
Courier.
Fada. Courier? No, that can't die. Oh, that does die.
Both the wards are on that. That's actually huge.
It's funny how it says that it's zero cargo worth, but a big worth. That 0 is very deceiving. That's wards, and then more importantly, the tango and clarity. No, yeah, just the wards is the main thing. Do they have any? They do have the one up top that expires soon. This one's about to expire.
It's going to go dark for 3 minutes pretty soon.
That really sucks. They're just roaming all the way across the map, just parading up the middle lane, and scouted out by Wave of Terror will be forced back.
How are both offlaners doing? They're both finding pretty decent experience. Bone, level 3. Ice, level 4, though, just with that kill. And now, looks like EE's going for it. He's got the haste rune.
But he might have overextended here. Thanks a stun. Nah, he'll be okay. Orb coming through, still trying to find Super. One auto attack, not
He's gonna get them
sufficient. chasing. Hasterun, is it enough? Needs one more from Eternal Envy. Big dives, big plays. He gets a double kill and makes his way. Fada cleans up the rear, finding the Scarlet Mage, so it's 3 heroes down in the end.
Hasted Razor at this point of the game is just, it's actually just, you can't do anything. He just runs at you and you're like, oh god, he's got Shreds ready, he's got 1,000 HP.
The only way that could have changed is if Ice 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 somehow it had level 6. We had a better time bottom lane, but barring that, there's just no way to stop that dive. And, well, speaking of aggressive plays and dives, Bone7 is basically diving the enemy jungle, and he's going to pay for this. Fenrir, a wild Batrider appears, and will happily collect that kill gold, and that'll help him catch up in experience.
That was a double stack, or was it triple?
I only saw it being a double, but I moved to it fairly late.
I think it was double. His CS is only 17, and I think he took quite a good amount of top. But he does have triple stacks in his jungle all over the place and stuff. Triple stack, double stack, and he'll be good to get some farm, and he'll get his blink pretty fast.
Yeah, his wood's looking good. Triple stacking his own woods now, and just the single stack to work with outside of that. But there's no golems, which is the main thing here. So Bone7
really farmed.
He is, but at least it's not a Terrorblade, I guess. Like, you're gonna get farm away to someone, you'd rather it be the Razor than the Terrorblade.
Is Black doing what I think he's doing?
Midas? No, what Radiance Rush?
Yeah, I think it might be a Radiance
Relic? Naked Relic? Is Radiance good this game?
I don't see it being very good. I mean, Batrider is usually sitting all the way in the back. It's good to stop blinks and stuff. Maybe they don't really have that much lockdown though for him, so he's able to just run around in the Sakuchi. I don't know.
It's just been so long since I've seen a Weaver Radiance Rush that I have no idea.
He's only missed like, what is it? He's only missed like 7 or 8 CS in his top lane so far.
It's like 64 plus a little bit.
But I think he's gotten a couple of the neutrals on the side too, so he's only missed a few anyway though. So he's gonna have a really early Radiance if he wants to, I guess.
It's always disappointing when you see someone save this much gold and they go to the side shop and just buy like tread, send drums out or something, vitality booster.
I like this that what C9 is doing right now. They actually gave all the experience to AUI, so he's gonna have level 6 right now from the stacks.
I'm just waiting for the Ags. Like, AUI was, if not the pioneer, then definitely one of the first few to just constantly be playing as greedy as possible in support.
Just brown boots Ags
yeah.
on AA. He's the best build always. But he was using the Ice Vortex to make the cleared faster from Firefly, which was really interesting. I haven't seen anybody do that.
I guess it kind of makes up for the, what was it, the Napalm nerf? Or was it the Firefly? I forget which spell got nerfed, but his jungle got slowed down. Mid lane, jumping in, Ice Ice Ice. Chrono manages to catch 2 on the periphery. Fada on one side, on the other AUI, but Eternal Envy's here, and he's angry. He wants to beat down Super. He will settle for Ice Ice Ice's damage. There's no time walkout. He may end up getting a little bit more than he bargained for. No, he'll get that kill and just get out safely.
Full drum picked up. Envy's actually insanely farmed, and the mobility of it is just pretty damn nice at this point. He ended up using the drum charge nice and early as soon as he got it. So really good efficiency of that.
Okay, so he's still saving 3,000 gold. He did deliver a wand and an Aquila. So he's still leaving his options open. But it's such a trade-off, right? Like, sure, you get the Radiance, you farm fast, but you're also not fighting at all. And you're not fighting at all against the line.
Okay, so rush Lincolns.
Okay. I wonder why he waits. I guess he's just debating what he should pick up, but...
I think that's really damn smart. He's getting no pressure on him. He's like, their Batrider doesn't have blink, they can't kill me. If Puck leaves mid, I'll know. And Myth King is dodging this AA blast in base, and yep, it's off the mark. Both of them. Actually, that could have been pretty unfortunate if they didn't realize he was 6 already.
That would be like the point booster mostly completed for AUI at that point.
Yeah, it definitely would. It would be actually the entire point booster. Oh no, he ended up opting for the Tranquil Boots nice and early on.
Yeah, but definitely the vast majority of it. And so Super still waits to get his Exorcism online in 11 minutes. We haven't really seen any tower pressure from either team, just focused on farming. In fact, I think every outer tower is at 3/4 or more. That's kind of crazy. Bottom tower's at half.
Ailed mid, and it looks like it's spotted by the sentry, maybe? I don't know.
It's going top for Black. They would love to kill him off, but with going for more stats, even if this hits, he's probably not dying. And
on my screen it hit because of the lag. He was staying in the area of it like 4 seconds after.
Okay. let me tell you, on my screen, which for once is not lagging, it did hit, but FY now finds Spotlight Die. The nukes are going to come through here, and he's silenced as well. Not much he can do. Fada trying to turn this one. They've already lost the Venge, though. And now Super caught out. That was a great coil. The silence as well. They're all going to snap the coil and end up going down. Fada secures 3 kills for his team. And Ice, although he has a chrono, has nobody to kill with it. And then he gets lassoed. He gets pulled back in. Ancient Burst Ultimate will connect. He tries to time walk out. That last auto attack. Oh, it's going to be close. I think he barely lives. Yeah, he'll live. Top lane, though. Black trying to prevent Eternal Envy's TP out, but FY just seconds late on the TP in.
That was beautiful by Fada there. Getting his Blink Dagger right before that engagement. Perfect coil, perfect silence, perfect orb. He almost died there.
Fada puck.
Yeah,
Say no more.
He's pretty damn good at it. Good spellcaster. He's just a very good player.
Good spellcaster.
He is a good spellcaster.
I feel like that demeans his efforts, but yeah, he is a fantastic puck. Puck for sure. Why are you flaming, dude?
I wasn't. How was that flame at all?
Cause you're being sarcastic.
I really wasn't.
Smoke bottom lane.
It's your problem. They're making me look bad.
I'm trying to get even for last game. Fenrir and Ice smoked up, and yeah, the chrono is ready to rock and roll. AUI 2000 trying to farm up that point booster, but it's not going to happen with this. Chrono will come through. The Ice Blast just continues harmlessly onto the tree line and doesn't really connect on anything. And they get a kill with the chrono, but they still don't have Exorcism, so it's not an easy push. And there will be a TP rotation.
He lost 230 gold. Poor Aoi.
And you know he's counting every single piece of it.
Definitely, dude. He bought TP and he's like, oh, I really don't want to buy another one.
Gotta save that unreliable gold as much as possible. But meanwhile, FY is looking at a medallion. Just a straight medallion with the chainmail, and this could allow them to sneak the Roche. Could be a big item for him.
Yeah, and Black actually also opts to just buys treads as well. Just no fear, and Bone might actually be able to get him here, but I don't think they have the burst. They need this AA blast to come through at the same time. But they see him.
Well, they're gonna kind of zone him out with the nuke, and yeah, in the end it won't end up happening.
I think Envy.
Seeing the Ice Blast down, they might make a move elsewhere. They're kind of
Envy
rotating
went a little early, and Fada might get gone on bottom lane, but there's no chrono.
But other heroes are inbound. Super's on the way. He's got Exorcism finally. If they've managed to find a kill, VG Gaming could be looking at a potential tower. Chrono cooling down at 45, so a long way off, and Fada begins the slow and steady retreat. He abandons that bottom lane. TP's in towards mid, and they may just head straight top. Oh, it looks like he wants a rune. He's going to get that bounty rune and refill his bottle a bit, so it's kind of like a fountain TP, except he stays a little bit more engaged on the map, and then maybe they go on black instead. Hisakuchi's in onto AUI 2000, trying to create space for his team who's pushing, but he gets lassoed for his trouble, blown up. I think he just wanted to make it seem like there wasn't more heroes bottom, but, well, he gets
There's a nice smoke, I think. Or was it even a smoke? No, he just came in on it. He was playing way too aggressive, but at the same time, they were pushing a tower bottoms, and now they're going to go in on mid, and...
It should... Do they get anyone for this? They have Exorcism. They're trying to wait for a better chrono. Coil found 4, but no follow-up, really. Now the Mystic Flare connecting on the puck, and Fada drop low. No bash. They needed that first hit bash. Fada orbing to the south. He's going to end up surviving. How does it keep on happening? The urn, maybe enough to finish him off. He'll use an early phase shift to try and retreat, while Bone 7's in pursuit. Scarith Mage, he will again phase shift, survives through it all. They end up losing 3. Ice Slice just didn't want to blow a chrono just to kill a solo Venge after all that, and Fada again delivers.
Yeah, really, really well played by them. They just baited out Black so hard. I guess he just didn't expect them to be there because he thought they would be defending the bottom tower, maybe. But wow,
Fada's puck has been on point. 4, 2, and 6, but it feels like more. Just like every coil has been 3, 4 heroes when it mattered, and on point. Not to mention, even when he's not getting kills, they're wasting a lot of resources trying to kill him off.
Yeah, it's really hard for Vici to fight now at this point without, like, honestly, without BKBs. Versus the lineup of C9, if they just run in, they're gonna get. They need to just farm up a little bit more. Once they get the Yules, maybe it'll help a bit on the Death Prophet versus survivability. But Envy's gonna have an Axe or a BKB anytime soon, and they're gonna start forcing more.
Yeah, and what's the answer for that? Death Prophet, in theory, can do okay, but is not particularly farmed. Uh-oh. Oh, no, Black's fine. He's out of range of that. But it's a squishy Death Prophet. Still not Yule Scepter. It's 16.5 minutes. So she's fairly susceptible to just getting burst down.
Yeah, Ice is getting pretty decent farm, though. He's got his Mask of Madness coming out quite soon. But yeah, I mean, this Razor's just... I don't see how they're going to kill this guy. They got to get a really good Chrono with a nice Skywrath ulti on him, as well as Exorcism focusing him. But on top of all that, Pi is getting close to a mech pretty soon, I think. Yeah, he just has the buckler, but he's building toward that mech, and yeah, he's got Swap as well on top, of course.
Cloud9 moving through the northern river, but it's VG Gaming on the smoke now, and they might find Fada. This would be a nice kill for them. Time walking it immediately with the Chrono, no hesitation, and well, Fada, you're not eluding this one. We'll end up dropping. They know Chrono's down now, though, and the question is if Cloud9 just try to force it somewhere else. Looks like they want to mid, perhaps searching for a lasso initiation, but we'll just try and siege the tower out. There is a glyph available. There is still an Exorcism. There's no Wraith King ult. FY holding that skill point until he feels it's a worthwhile use of it. But it's ready to go if they really need it.
Yeah, that was a really nice smoke gank there by Vici, and very needed as well. It didn't really get them too much because they don't get any objective out of it, but kill's a kill at this point. They really need to start getting at least some kills, I guess.
It's
on
really,
top of just letting DP get farmed with Black.
It's really a concern how farmed Eternal Envy is, though. He's got 9,000 net worth. I mean, this game earlier, we were talking about what's Black going to go for. Like, he could have had a Radiance for sure by now, and then some, if he wasn't ganked. So he went for the safe build, which is fine. But then the rest of the game just has been difficult for them elsewhere, and they'll now give up a tower mid, down by 5,000 gold, 4,000 experience. It's a nice kill on the Puck, but Puck's already kind of got his basic items. The Blink's online, the level 2 Coil's out. He can build his Dagon now, which will be appearing this game. Maybe a Yules for the Skywrath Mage silence. Yeah, I'm a little worried about it. Farm as well. BKB is already complete.
And they scouted out the Roche instantly. So he was going to try to do it, but...
Well, they scouted it, but are they prepared for this? Pylon die. That's nothing he could do there, but go back to the well. It was an Exorcism forced out, though.
Chrono's not up for another 30 seconds, so they aren't going to try to go in. But Ice might just jump right back in the Roche pit. Now he's just going to clear Ancients, and he's going to be okay with that. Some nice farm for him. And I'm going to reconnect the game, because mine is lagging like crazy.
Yeah, you're certainly not the only one today. Well, the slideshow continues. We've been pretty lucky so far though here.
I saw like Puck spells appear on top of the Ice Blast. I was like, whoa, what's going on?
The best is when like you just see heroes standing there for a while. Like the Chronosphere lasts for like 30 seconds and then ends, and then the Void's like back at his fountain. Man, that's the best Chronosphere ever. It's the double axe upgrade.
BKB again. He's been doing this lately. He's just getting BKB first item. I don't.
You're so laggy, you just saw it. He's had it for like 3 minutes, but yeah. Chronosphere, oh, waiting for Fada. They got off the Skywrath Mage ultimate, but swapped out. Great defensive play by Pylai Dai. Yeah, I guess with the swap, that wouldn't have been a kill anyway. FY is going to have to skill his ult now, or he's just going to have to go to... No, he just goes down. Even if he wants to, not much time. Now the Coil catch out Fenrir, and he'll pop as well. Try and split push top. But Envy even ready for this. He's already TP'd in to defend it, and Lincoln's Fear will come soon for Black, but he needs a lot more to really dish out the kind of damage this Razor offers in the upcoming fights. How you doing, Giannis?
Loading.
welcome to my life.
Oh no, unable to establish connection. I'm sure it'll be okay.
I mean,
I'm watching the stream. Don't worry.
For Kato Guy, this is just having that first sip of coffee. You know, this is nothing.
Looking good for C9 though. Honestly, they're just, I don't know, just putting a lot of pressure all over the place.
Yeah, and these Chronospheres for Ice 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 they're just tough. It's like he's got to jump Fada, who managed to get off a phase shift initially, and even if you get a kill, it's just one puck at best, and you have to worry about the defensive swap, the flame break while you're trying to hit someone in Chrono, and considering his start, he's had a time of it since then, but this is a lineup that really wanted to take a Roche, and they've had no openings for it at all.
Yeah, and I mean, Bone is just getting so much farm at this point. It looks like he's starting to build into what appears to be maybe a Yules, which is could be really nice, because Void doesn't really have many items, so at that point he's also basically another force where he can just, you know, just Yules the guy in his Chrono and he's useless. Or in the middle, if he's grabbing someone, he just jumps in, grabs one person, Yules the other, and they can't really help him out.
Yeah, also nice if you jump in and you just get silenced by Sky. I guess for that you can go BKB anyway.
Yeah, it's nice to, but the Yules is just really nice overall. The movement speed and everything. I'm pretty sure that's what it's gonna be. I'm not happy.
Wow. Bone7 loves his Orchid, but I don't think he loves it this much. And it'll be double Yule Scepter, actually. Fada not going for the Dagon in the end. So, versus double Silence. I mentioned Skywrath, which is the main one, I think, but there's also the Death Prophet Silence.
Yeah, definitely needed.
Alright.
It doesn't really delay you too much either, to be honest. Like, okay, you get it. Yule's out at like 20 minutes, but it's probably gonna end up saving you those few times where you would have lost a ton of gold, and yeah, it's a really good pickup anyway for catching people. And if your coil's not up, you can end up catching people if they're TPing out.
Bone7 on the hunt, and he does have Firefly at the ready. Ice, Ice, Ice. Just a bit to the north. I'm not sure if he saw him, but he definitely didn't want to go in there if he did. And FY is a level 8 Wraith King who has still not used his ult this game. We're 22 minutes in. He just has never seen an opportunity where he's felt it's worth skilling it. That's really sad when you pick Wraith King. Like, you'd love to just use that ult early, win a team fight, have it cool down, and then get to use it again, but...
Yeah. He did get a nice early, he got a relatively early blade mail for the poor start that he had.
I thought he was going to go Medallion just for the Roche, but yeah, certainly Blade Mail is a nice choice against pretty squishy... Well, I say squishy, they're not that squishy anymore. Pylai's got a mech on the way.
Black. Don't do it, Black.
Oh, he wants to. This will Lincoln Sphere, but that's not going to save you when they break it first with... That's the other thing. The Yules can also break your Lincoln, so...
Yeah, the Yules and the Force Staff, it's really damn good.
It's actually a pretty big deal for Puck, who has no way to break Lincolns normally. I guess you could take on the Lincolns, but this has other utility.
Yep, and it looks like Super is going to be building toward that BKB on the Death Prophet, which is also very needed, of course. Like I was saying, they need their BKBs before they can really do too much, except for just get some slight pickoffs. And Faceless Void as well. He's picked up a Mithril Hammer at base, and that'll more than likely be a BKB.
VG Gaming just not... They just feel uncomfortable, honestly. Like, this game, last game, Cloud9 have just not allowed them to play their style of Dota, which is not... It's not just, you know, picking late game and choosing your fights wisely. They snowball, man. They reminded me a lot of the original DK, not just because they had some non-Chinese players and Ice 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 and Mushi from other countries, but more just because they were very aggressive and constantly forcing fights, picking their spots. Or, well, not happening here. They'll get hit by an Ice Blast. 4 heroes caught out. Black
already committed,
charging
though.
in. They got to go for this one, and they will. But
be
Eternal
disaster.
Envy comes in. The whole Plasma Field doing massive damage. FY will fall. He skilled the ultimate. The Chronosphere. No! You can't whiff it like that, but I guess it's a zoning one at least. Eternal Envy waltzes into the pit. He doesn't manage to grab the Aegis. That will go the way of the Weaver, but they've already lost 2. The Ghost returning at a decent time. Still the Puck jumping forward. FY, life number 2, not so favorable. Black and Super pushed out of the coil. That'll break and it'll cost Super his life. 5 heroes dead. They'll have a second life on Black, and there's really no way to lock him down. Bone7 didn't get to use Lasso, but now out of mana. Well, they'll use him, but that's going to be it. Plink, plink. He'll retreat. Oh my goodness.
I'm surprised they even got Envy. I think he could have just turned and booked it and earlier and probably lived, and the result would have been much better.
That was like the worst position for a Roche fight to conclude as the Aegis drops. Like, they already lost half their health. H-Hyperish, Ice Blast. That's before the Ags, and AUI is getting close to it. 25 minutes in.
Level 11 as well.
1,200 gold short. Yeah, you throw that with a Plasma Field at max range on at least 2 or 3 heroes? Oh my, that hurt.
If you're getting hit by a 5-man AA Blast into like a 4-man Dream Coil, the fight's not gonna go well for you, even with an Aegis.
They were so ready for Ice 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 to jump out in Chrono too. There was just no opening for him. He could have held it, but then he risked just getting nuked once more and then shattering without even chronoing at all.
Yeah, and Ice actually opts to go for a Maelstrom instead of the BKB. He doesn't have it quite yet.
He's gonna need a BKB next. I mean, that's kind of a given at this point.
Another smoke coming out from C9. Using their smokes very wisely this game.
Cloud9 looking good. Net worth actually going against them solely because the Roche kill, I guess, went to Vici Gaming. So it's tipping the other direction, but
Slowly. Very, very little.
yeah. But more importantly, actually experience going against them. Did I miss something in that fight? Am I crazy? Did Cloud9 not win that fight or something?
Well, Envy's very over leveled, so
Oh, that's true. That's true. Envy died.
he got a ton just from killing him. And he just
What is
This has been happening.
these computers? I'm blaming the computers at WCA.
I think people are just moving their items around too much, and Envy's tread swapping I think 1,000 times that I've noticed this game. In one of the team fights, he tread swapped 30 times. It shows in the fight recap.
And now he's he's Eye of the Storming Creeps while he TP's out. He's gonna go top lane and look to jump. And this will allow him to join the fight quickly. Fada now using. And then there's the last one to Ice, preventing the Chronosphere. Oh, that's not gonna be a good fight. Already 2 down. Everybody run the hell away. Super. Try to retreat. Flame Break, not available. Oh, Coil second late. Just a second. Oh, man.
The DP used him trying to like be ambitious, and then it just ended up buying him time to use his heals himself. And then everyone was able to port up there because the tier 1 is there. That was a really sloppy play, in my opinion, from VG. They even blew the Exorcism as well.
It's like, against some Blink carriers, you want to Yules them so they can't Blink, but it's a Puck. He'll just phase shift afterwards, or Yules if he needs to.
Yeah, that was really... That didn't even look like something that Vici would do most of the time. Just seemed like such a risk for no real reward.
They seem so uncomfortable. Like, even when Vici has lost games, and, you know, they had a 20-game win streak, then they lost a few, but... It was never like they played poorly. It was more like their opponents played extremely well and just outplayed them. And,
well, C9 they are playing pretty damn well, but at the same time, some of these little moves they're doing just seem very odd. Like when Black just ran up that hill onto AUI.
Right. I mean, I just meant it was more of a pure outplay and less of a like, you played well and we also just played below normal level.
Yeah.
But well, who knows? They're just not firing on all cylinders, and they need to be soon. Fox, so when we started the draft and got through the picks, you said you felt VG Gaming would have this sure with their picks. Do you still feel that way? And also, if you do, how long is it going to take, and what do they need to do to get there? And if not, what's changed?
I think it's going to be hard, though, just because of the start out. I mean, this Razor's just way too farmed. He's got a full Shivas now. He's going in on Super. He's not going to get him, but... He doesn't really feel any pressure from any of the heroes on Vici. Even if he gets chronoed and Exorcism focuses him down, he's so damn tanky. This Venge is hopefully hitting level 11 soon. Swap from further range. I think, honestly, it's going to take probably another like 15-20 minutes of just like Vici playing very safe and finding small pickoffs and avoiding this Bat Rider as best as possible. They need to just not get picked off by the Bat and the Puck.
Swarm will come out. That will prevent any aggressive initiation from Cloud9 here, but they're bringing in other reinforcements. Pyla dies in position, and they just don't want to jump this. They've got the Maelstrom ready to go, more or less on Ice. Just needs the Gloves of Haste. And meanwhile, Bones... Oh, they're going in. Bone 7's trying to make a move top lane, but there's no one there to go on. Eternal Envy swapped out, and then turns with the Shivas, goes back onto Ice. Oh, man, he's not even taking damage with the mech. The reinforcements from Pylite. Oh, maybe now he is. Wraithcade slow. This could force him off the fight. Man, that slow is strong. Still chasing, looking for more. The Puck. Meanwhile, solo kill from Fada, killing off the Scarth Mage, while Bone 7 looks for his opening with this lasso. Liquid Sphere still online on Black, and they'll end up losing the H Apparition to FY. The burn damage took him down, and now they'll look for a bit more. Black caught up with the lasso. It's like a vacuum, and it just sucks him into the tower, finishing him off. While FY is losing all his damage. The Blade Mail not being too effective when they're not actually damaging him, just kiting and controlling him. And in the end, they end up losing 4. They get 2. It was close, though. They almost got 4 of their own, but just complete those last 2 kills.
Yeah, it was pretty well done team fight, but... Like I said, they just don't have enough items. This guy has no fear. It's a 28 armor Razor with a Venge sitting behind him, and then on top of that, that A blast just it looked like it one-shotted the Void almost because he had Mask of Madness on and hit right on top of him.
Well, he has to go for BKB next. He's got the Maelstrom now. He definitely has the solo kill potential for. Actually, does he? Venge has a mech, so she's got 17 armor. Who can he solo kill? I almost feel Bat Rider's like the easiest solo kill. Yeah, maybe Puck if you can catch Fada out.
Hey, you can probably kill the AA still, but now he's picking up. He's got his Ags. Uh-oh.
Still, you go this build with the Mask of Madness Maelstrom. Like you look to just at the very least get a solo kill every time Chrono's off cooldown, and it's a Void who's 3, 5, and 4, and most importantly to me, like has barely used Chronosphere this game.
Yeah. The biggest concern I see for C9, I guess I would say, just to give a positive note to Vici, is they're going to have some trouble breaking this high ground anyway. Sure, they're going to have maybe an Ags on Razor coming out eventually, but they have no real tower damage until that Ags comes out. He went for the BKB and the Shivas instead. So I feel like, I mean, there still is a potential for Vici to come back in this game just because of that factor.
Yeah, they do have the BKB and Super. Plate Mail picked up on him as well. They're building what's probably a 4-staff career, and Black has completed Desolator, which is a pretty damn big, honestly. It means Roshan, if they go for that, it will drop much, much quicker. And Cloud9 won't be able to walk in, like, 20 seconds into it and manage to get there in time. So
I don't know how where FY is actually finding all this farm right now, because he's 2-6. He's not really having a good game at all for himself, and he's got Treads, Blade Mail, Blink at 32 minutes. Not too bad.
he has 64 CS, which is pretty damn good for a Wraith game, to be honest. Like, considering that he's been running around trying to help his team, and 2 CS a minute. Even the HF version of AUI 2000 hasn't been able to keep up with that.
Yeah, that's like,
It's definitely not the kill score though. That's not doing it for him.
yeah, it's quite an accomplishment though. Never ceases to amaze me.
Are you an FY fan?
Just maybe a little bit. No, he's a good player. I respect when people play like really well. He consistently plays really well. Does a lot of really good decisions.
Yeah, Eternal Envy's gonna pop his ultimate at the enemy ancients. So just using it to farm. It's not the longest cooldown. Oh, sorry. That Ice ends up going down bottom.
He was waiting there for a while too, just trying to wait for a pick off, and it's like they just knew he was there.
Use the lasso, use the Ice Blast. They do take a tower while this is happening, so not a terrible trade as long as Cloud9 don't take an objective while the Void's dead. And there's not really an objective to take. They're kind of hoping for a Roshan, but it's still got a minute to go on the cooldown, so it's not too bad in the end for VG Gaming, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they don't get any objective out of it. But yeah, like I said, that's where the issue is going to be for C9. They really need to get that Ags up on that Razor, and Ags like Refresher. And he does have an Ags, actually. Wow, out of nowhere. And Pada picks up a full Hex block, and he's got another 1400, so he's going to be very farmed. And that's their shining star. If they are able to get the Refreshers pretty soon and just try to get a nice pick off with the Bat Rider and force a high ground push, or break at least these tier 2s and then get a Roshan out of it.
Yeah, and Eternal Envy has picked up the Ags, and I guess Refresher will be the next choice. At which point, he's still got a... Well, actually, no, it's down to a 7-second BKB, so it's a fairly low one, but he'll have 13 seconds of magic immunity.
That's the beauty of the Refresher, though, because you get the 10-second BKB basically anyway.
That's true. Like, no matter what, it is at minimum a 10-second BKB. It's, it could be a lot more if you've managed to save it for the... He does need it against the magic damage of Scarith Mage. And honestly, Vici dodged a bullet. If that Roche happened to respawn sooner, they pretty much just lose that. FY pulled in by a lasso. He has his ultimate, though, and this is going to slow everybody down. Popping the Blade Mail early, and well, he'll end up falling. Eternal Envy and Fada slow down. They're just sacking him. This is all part of the plan for Vici Gaming. They'll lose FY, but they'll take a Roche.
Yeah, no way that they can contest this. I think AUI even knows there's no way they can contest, and they just he ults bottom lane to farm and push it out.
That was that's more the snappy decision making that like Cloud9 exhibited in game 1, and kind of what you expect from Vici is, okay, we know this hero's dead, or even if we could save him, it's just not worth it. We could just take a bigger objective now. And Wraith King, the ult will be down for 2 minutes. That's kind of the main downside to this.
Yeah, very good decision making there. Oh look, a Ring of Kill. It got picked up by the courier.
They actually salvaged it. Ice with the Chronosphere. He finds Bone 7. Doesn't have his lasso ready. That's a gem, but he gets swapped out. He's going to survive through this. Ice ends up going down. What a great swap by Pylade again. Fada chased out by Black. They got to finish off this friggin' puck. Will fall. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Eternal Envy standing strong, slashing down the bugs, and now looking for Black, but will retreat out, and now they've got the Wraith King back. No ultimate for 100 seconds.
Worth it? Puck for Void?
Yeah, and they saved the gem. If they lose the gem there, that's not worth it. But
that could have gone pretty bad for C9 there. That was a really nice swap there by the Venge, by Pylade, and I think he was level 11 there right before that swap, so I think that the range might have actually saved Bone 7 there.
So in the end, it's pretty much an even trade in terms of gold. Experience a slight win the way of Vici, but I'm a little worried now about how farm Black is.
What the hell? I didn't get a fight recap. This thing's bugged. I get it half the time.
Maybe it's because you reconnected. Well, it's funny how you don't get a fight recap now, and then I got one when he suicided to Ancients at 1 minute.
I'll probably get one randomly in a couple seconds. I know it.
Fight recap. Tower
Yeah,
went
it's
down.
like, bam, Weaver.
1,000 gold swing for VG Gaming. What a great fight for them.
Yeah, Black's getting pretty farmed though. He's got Lincoln's Deso. He's got 4,500 in the bank. See if he wants to go for any survivability or just go for some straight DMGs. Looks like the Void is going for that BKB as we were stating before, and Super finishes up his Shivas on top of his very own BKB.
Who's your money on now? Do you believe?
It can honestly go both ways still.
But do you believe?
I was believing. I'm starting to lose a little bit of my faith.
Oh, just when you have doubt, Eternal Envy has the answers. Coil's gonna snap. Ice Ice caught out. There's your Aghanim Scepter ultimate. Killing off one, looking for Super as well. Oh, he's in trouble. Envy maybe getting a little overzealous. He dives into the tower, and he ends up getting a triple kill anyway. He's running around in circles, surviving the mech. How is he still living through this? There's no friggin' way he's gonna live through this fight. They pop the Aegis of the Weaver. He's killed off 4. He's looking for more. FY gets the 1 stone on Bun 7, but they silence Black. It's gonna be a 6-hero wipe potentially, counting the Aegis. Black trying to run. No escape. No mercy. Cloud9 with all the answers.
That was huge. Razor Dota.
Dude, you see him running in with like
What other hero can do that?
a
Please.
third of his health, 4 heroes waiting for him, 1 dies, and then he lives, he gets mech'd, and they end up wiping, breaking
I'm
the
sure
Aegis.
if you were more awake, you would have given a really good "he's still alive" right there. I was expecting it too.
No recycling.
No recycling. All right. You said it. You just didn't feel it.
Oh, I'm feeling it, baby. Just quietly.
Believing, feeling.
Hey, you're the one who's not believing. I had full faith. The Coil, the Chrono's there, not the Coil. Catches out Fada, just on the periphery. They'll get the kill with the Mystic Flare, and still they've lost the first lane of X. They lost 6 heroes counting the Aegis, and a massive, not just a massive swing in gold and experience, but map control goes their way. Eternal Envy now has pretty much a completed refresher if he wants it. So the next time they push, it's double Razor Ultimate to deal with.
Yeah, that was a big turn. Sure, they got a kill on Puck, but melee Rax was taken out, the most important Rax, and yeah. Is he going for the rest? Sure he is, right? Yeah. So, I don't know. Super made a weird decision. He saw the Razor low, and he was like, I'm gonna run into him and man fight him, but he got run into the range of the Eye of the Storm, and he already had a lot of minus armor on him, and it just literally killed him almost instantly. I think if he backed up and just let himself use another Crypt Swarm and not get killed by that damn Eye of the Storm, he would have probably killed the Razor. Because the only reason he lived is because he survived for like half a second longer and he was able to get mech'd up by Pi.
Man, they're dead set on getting these pickoffs around the map, but Bone 7 is 1 step ahead of them. Fireflies the creep wave, cuts through it, and then blinks out, expecting the gank rotation, and they won't even get that opening. It's finally a BKB for Ice Ice Ice. We're 40 minutes in. Sure, he had a bad start in the offlane, but to see it this late on a Void, who's your primary initiator, you've got, well, maybe you've got FY, but he hasn't often had the openings. Highlight, I just get TP out. That's such a late BKB. And at this point, what does it really matter? This Razor has a refresher orb and 1,000 gold to boot. That's gigantic.
That team fight might have put the nail in the coffin, honestly. I don't know. I don't really know what they're gonna be able to do.
You sound a little sad.
Yeah, I wanted to see it progress a little bit longer. And I mean, I called 20 minutes before they could start turning around, but that team fight was such a disaster. And even though it's coming around that 20-minute mark that I said extra, they weren't able to do enough. They got no real pickoffs at all. And just, yeah, they got no objectives, so they've only gotten these 3 tier 1 towers.
And we're just seeing the Weaver, even with all these items, like, the net worth wasn't that bad for Black before the fight, but the Razor just offers you so much more in the team fights, and they haven't been able to take advantage of the hero, which is those chaotic team fights, just picking off backliners. Like, the fight just converges around Eternal Envy. He kills everyone, he gets mech'd when he's low, he gets swapped out if he's about to die. Batrider manages to track down.
He's got a refresher
Weaver
on Bone now, too. Oh, Lord.
Double refresher.
Double Yules, double refreshers, everywhere all over the place.
Yep. That's trouble.
Game was close for like a little bit, and then, yeah, that fight took a turn for the worst.
Have you watched much of Alliance out of curiosity this tournament?
I saw when they picked the Naga and stuff. I didn't see what happened today. I think they lost, right?
Yes, they lost to Newbie.
I think they got 2-0'd. I think they were supposed. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I remember what happened. They had the anti-mage on Loda, and I think they were gonna win that game, but some weird things happened.
In the game or like in the event? Like was it?
Just in the game. I think they had a Fury on AM and it was going into the late game. I don't know. So I think they made some mistakes.
Yeah, when I tuned in, they were pretty far behind, but they had the Fury on AM and they were kind of getting control of the game with the split push. And then I started casting the other series. So.
And you said Alliance C9's after this?
Yeah. Oh, Alliance is awaiting the winner, and the winner of that plays Newbie in the grand finals. So.
Like right away, right? All tonight? Please no, right?
No.
All right, good. I gotta sleep, man.
Well, Alliance, Cloud9 has to sleep. They've played 2 best-of-3s. That will be their third. Like, Alliance has to be just sitting there like.
How am I supposed to sleep? I'm about to stay up all night. I got stuff to do. LD, what are you doing to me? What is the schedule? Tournament.
What do you have to do tomorrow?
I got practice and play Pain Gaming because we lost to Revenge today or not today, whatever. And practice.
When you said not today, I thought you meant like the other day, not the actual team, not today. But they're going in on Eternal Envy now. BKB was popped. He got it off in time. That saves him from the Mystic Flare. Then the swap once he needs it. He refreshes. He goes again with the BKB, but he is dropping. No, not fast enough. Not fast enough at all. They do lose the bench for this. The Wraith keep coming back to life. It's like the perfect start to a fight for VG Gaming if you could ever have one. The Ghost coming out. They're trying to focus down the Razor, but too much damage. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they can kill him. He's low. They get the kill. VG Gaming hanging on by a hope and a prayer and looking for more. 4 dead. Can they get that 5th? Oh, they're searching for it. They want it badly. Is it a wipe? Is it a wipe? It's a wipe! It's a wipe!
What just happened? That was like the most perfect team fight that could ever possibly. What the hell happened? Where was the Batrider lassos? Where was the refresher? He used everything. I don't know what happened in the team fight.
We don't have instant replay either because we're not on Dota TV.
I didn't get a fight recap. Did you click it?
No, I didn't get it. Oh, well, if I got one, I'm completely blind. But I
did get one. I'm looking at it on the stream. You didn't click it.
Okay.
Tension.
Why are you watching my stream? Shouldn't you be watching your screen?
I have 3 monitors.
My stream is where the chat is. You're reading the chat, is what you're really saying.
I actually wasn't reading the chat.
You're just looking at the stream that's right next to the chat.
I want to see if you got a fight recap. Alright, whatever, dude. I don't know why you're so salty with me today. I don't know what I did to you, man.
I love you.
Yeah, man, I know. But yeah, alright, I said 20 minutes from about, like, what, it was 25, so now it's gonna be 45 minutes, so maybe there is a comeback coming in.
That is the comeback trajectory right there. Like, straight down on the graphs. Experience back to even and then some. It's actually a lead, well, no, still a lead for Cloud9, but a slight one at that, and well, Gold will even out a bit. Still a ways to go. But that was a perfect fight. If they don't get that, then things could well go south.
Oh, and a DD rune on Black. And he just picks up a crit now, too. And Roche is up with the cheese. Third Roshan.
Does he have buyback time-lapse? Yeah, he does. Ice. Also has the BKB Chrono.
Is he on a... He might lose too much gold. I think he's on a streak as well. I think he needs to farm up another 200 or 300 gold, just in case.
Well, 1600 is reliable. And the buyback...
1600 is reliable, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I'm pretty sure the buyback status tracker takes into account like reliable gold and how much you'll lose when you die as well.
Yeah, I didn't even see that it was all reliable. I didn't even mouse over. I just was expecting it not to be.
Okay. Cloud9 now at the bottom lane. They have the refresher cooling down, and you know they're not going to give this up for free. VG Gaming lost the last game on the back of a forced Roshan attempt. Do they go for it again? It seems they will.
Firefly's down for 5 seconds, but they need to kill us in 5 seconds.
It's not going to happen at 5. It might happen in 10 to 15. But
they're blowing the exorcism. He's going in. They know. They're
committed. They're committed, baby. Chrono's there. It catches out almost the entirety of Vici, but it also catches Fada, who was already orbiting in for the attempted Aegis steal. Ice anticipated it. He knew either the bat or the puck was coming in, and he was not going to let them get a freebie. Oh no, Bone has no buyback. He'll fall as well. Ice, ice, ice. That was not just like a, oh, I want a chrono to, like, you know, catch a few heroes. That was a, I want a chrono to catch where heroes are gonna be in a few seconds.
Naga sleep chrono.
Yeah, it was a Naga sleep chrono.
Carry this Rosh, it's ours, boys.
The comeback is real.
Oh my god.
Is Cloud9 self-destructing now?
I think they might have now. Now they are able actually to maybe focus down this Razor.
They'll try and hold the line. HF Rishadult coming in. Vici Gaming don't have much push right now, aside from Black. Death Prophet ult still cooling down. Well, I say aside from Black, he's now got a Daedalus, so he does chunk pretty hard on these towers. Even in a wild FY appears. Charges in, and last hit will go his way. A little bit of server lag.
He's got an AC on that support Wraith King now.
Is it complete?
Yep. Look, the courier just needs the Hyperstone.
Okay. Yeah,
He's got
200 gold short. Oh my, he's on Void and not far off of the Batrider even.
Yeah. That changed really quickly. DP is gonna be finishing up her heart really soon. We have Skywrath. Skywrath's rich as well. Look at this. Got 4 staff and 3,000 gold. They just got the influx of money is incredible. Everybody finished up another item.
I'm pretty sure Cloud9 thought it was one more push just to GG Vici out too. Like the way they were pushing at top lane, they were very confident about this, and
I'm confused at where Pi was standing because the Envy got chronoed and he seemed to sit in that chrono for almost full duration before the swap came out. Seemed like a very long time.
oh, in the fight up top.
Yeah, all the way up top before that huge turnaround right there.
Well, Envy BKB'd and he was getting Mystic Flare, but he wasn't really taking much damage. Then Pylite Ice swapped him, and it was towards the end of the Mystic Flare, and he still was left near the enemy team for a while. And then when the chrono ended, they just kind of ran him down.
I'm just still trying to like wrap my head around how they ended up winning that team fight because even if they chrono like that, I feel like they shouldn't really win that fight. I guess they just played it really well, kiting around the Razor. All right, whatever.
It's also just the way this Razor works. If he just wants to be chasing you down with the stolen damage, the double ult, and he was spending most of his time running while Weaver's just plinking away at him, and yeah, his team. If the Razor's not I feel like he's like the sun system. Like everyone's got to kind of orbit him, and if the sun starts running away, then the gravitation is just all off for the rest of the orb bodies. They spin wildly out of control and lose their center. Alright, I'm getting too philosophical. We need more Dota.
I got it at the beginning, and then you just like kept going, and I
Well, you're leaving me out to dry, so you know.
I don't know, man. It's 4 a.m. Potential third game coming up.
Cloud9 Cloud9 now trying to salvage what's left of this game. I mean, not to say they can't turn it, but you just look at that drop. That's the biggest drop I think I've seen in weeks of casting this patch since 6.82B came out.
Yeah, yeah, they're losing. They're actually losing now. In net worth, at least. Gold earned is evened. I don't know. 3-2-2?
Is that really a 3-2-2?
Just kidding. Yeah. We got Blink now on Fenrir. He's level 16. They're constantly throwing the Lincolns up on the Death Prophet as well. Now he's got the heart, and I wonder what Ice is gonna go for next. If he's gonna finish up this Mjolnir, or will he sell the Aquila and maybe go for like a refresher, something like that?
Well, it's been a long enough game that my computer has ran out of hard drive space to record it, so let me try and fix that real quickly. It'd be a shame not to have a VOD of this one. It just gave me a message that it's
yeah,
done.
I called it. He bought a Perseverance, he sold his Aquila, and he's gonna be going for that refresher on the Void.
Alright. Soon, FY, now's the level 3 ultimate, so it's a 1-minute cooldown for the Wraith King to work with, and Vici Gaming potentially even getting aggressive here, pushing towards the middle lane.
I think this is the right move.
They do need that Oblivion staff, but he's pretty much got the gold. But they still have to wait for delivery.
Did we get a... how long... just now? We have another 1, 2... about 3 minutes or so, right? Can I read the clock?
No, that's when Roshan could respawn, so they've got like a minute left on the Aegis.
Oh, they've like a minute and a half. No, it just went away.
Wait, what?
The Aegis just disappeared off of Ice.
Wait, what? Because it said respawns... Oh, because it's already decided when it respawns.
5 minutes, yeah. The stupid
It's-
5-minute Aegis.
Okay. So it's like telling us when it respawns, but... Okay. Anyway, more importantly, Refresher's coming now.
Yep.
BKB still healthy, and Cloud9 are going to go for a smoke.
Ags finished up on Fada too. I didn't see that. I think he might have had it for a while. I'm blind.
There is the swap to make sure that this procs. There's also
Flame break as well.
the Flame Break and the Lasso Drag, potentially. So we've got a lot of lockdown here on Cloud9. Targets.
They're Weaver right now. They gotta get the hell out of there. They know something's up.
And that Weaver just teleports scrolls. He's waiting for a little more gold to pick up a big item and saving for the buyback. Do they find that opening?
It's really nice that Black has this 8-second KB still.
He bought it after the Lincolns, and he hasn't been in too many situations where he's needed to use it.
Yeah. And now they've got this double chrono on. This is gonna be whoever gets it. Good. If Bone can get a really nice engagement, if he gets this Void right now, they could lose the game. Vici could just lose right off of that.
There's no buyback. Ice
They're
really has to play it safe, but Cloud9 also feeling like this was a won game and definitely not wanting to flush it away with an overly aggressive diver. Just gonna back off.
Oh my god, Envy's gonna get caught out here. If he farms this big camp, this could be really awful.
Will greed be Envy's undoing? It has been in the past. It might be again, and it probably will be again. Caught out in the Chronosphere. He doesn't even get off of BKB. Yeah. Done for. At least Exorcism was used, and Roche is not up, so...
I don't know why the hell he used Exorcism, actually. They could have sieged buildings. They could have even threatened high ground with that.
Oh, kill secured, I guess.
Yeah, he was super dead.
Envy was so not ready for that. He's just like, I'm fine, man. I'll get this camp, then I'll back off. And yeah, BKB TP would not save you either this game. Just getting pretty much your downfall against the Weaver.
Crazy how that one kill on him swings the chart 1400 gold.
Yeah, and that's at this point when they're even winning. When Vici Gaming are even winning, and Cloud9 are no longer even with that lead that can be swung upon.
Yeah.
But they are kind of setting up shop in the top lane. Is there anyone good to go on here? Not really.
Yeah, they're all sticking together. Vici's being smart. They don't. The Wraith King's the only one just like, yo, I'm doing what I want. I'm farming enemy jungle. And now he's pinging out Fada. He wants to try to go on him. Does anyone have bots? No, they don't. But he might just try jumping on him and bluffing. See if
He does have level 3 ult, so yeah, he's just gonna start going to work on Fada, who hexes him and then sees that no one's reacting to this, and
he just farms the catapult. He's like, yeah, I know you're doing.
yeah, nice try, buddy. Their vision is okay with this ward.
Yeah.
Well, next Roshan about to respawn. This is once again an interesting predicament for both teams. You've got double chrono, but also the double lasso, the double ultimate from the Razor. Fada, who's also picked up the Aghanim Scepter, so you have the BKB piercing stun if you break that coil. There's a lot of heroes that excel around the Roshan pit, and it's really not clear who's going to have the upper hand there.
Yeah, the next big things that need to happen is, at least for C9, is they need to get these 16s up on their last two supports, and at least they need to try to get a pick off somehow. They have this Bat Rider who's just, I don't think he's gotten a pick off in
a long time.
Very, very long time.
Normally when Bone 7 gets 6 slotted, like, he's finding pickoffs constantly, but Vici Gaming just haven't presented too many openings, and to be fair, Bone 7 doesn't really have a good partner in crime. He can run around with an H Apparitional, but that's pretty much where it ends. Perhaps Fada joins him, but their actual damage against like a BKB just is rather limited, and you also have Wraith King with his multiple lives to worry about, and Cloud9 just, I think more than anything, just losing confidence after that one fight top and everything that's transpired since then.
Yeah, and Envy's completely maxed out at this point. All you can do is get bots. Or sell the Shivas and go for something else, maybe.
Yeah, maybe the Courier Dota.
Maybe AC. I don't think they have one on their side yet, and yeah, they don't. You ended up. I think the
Puck
maybe
Refresher. Okay, double Hex, double BKB Piercing Dream Coil.
It's a really good pickup.
That's so much better on Puck now with the new Ags, and they're gonna go for the Roshan. BKB from Ice. Illusions were maybe trying to snipe the Aegis, but the Cheese is still in, and they'll pick it up with the Courier. So they get Aegis, they get Cheese. Nothing really claimed here by Cloud9. Just a clear win for Vici so far. The only thing that they're lacking is the BKB
Oh,
on
C9
Ice
just
Ice.
glyphed. If they lose this team fight, they're gonna lose the game. Even with buybacks, I feel like they'll be able to pressure it extremely hard with this Aegis and Cheese. That was really... Why the hell did they glyph?
Oh, I guess it's just a day of misclicks.
Yeah, I mean, the BKB's all over. I blame the computers, you were saying. That's right.
Yeah, blame the computers, blame the keyboards. Maybe
I mean,
this...
Ice BKB'd at the Roche pit, but I think that was intentional.
Yeah. There was, yeah, it's just BKB in particular has been a tricky item for the teams today. Oh, Black's gonna get aggressive now. He's got 4,500 gold up. He does have a buyback if need be, and they're gonna Hex. They will catch out Ice 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 with the first coil. He doesn't have the BKB for 5 seconds. Refresher from Fada, but he gets silenced after using this, and now comes back to life the Void for round number 2. Time walking towards Fada. Chronosphere just to kill off the puck. Exorcism was used. They'll get 2. It does cost them their refresher usage and the chrono, but still a bit of a win. Did they get a gem off of that as well? I believe they did.
Yeah, they did. Did they actually pick
No,
it up?
there's an extra gem
It's
on the
on the
ground.
counter.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, the glyph's down as well. And I don't know if they noticed this, but this could be a Rex.
Super has blown the exorcism though. He's not gonna have it for the buildings. Doesn't have his own refresher yet, but they may try for this
Buyback
regardless.
on pot. He just bought that refresher. Are they gonna threaten it? They're gonna just take the top tower, but I don't think they know that this glyph's down.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you see a refresher on puck, you might assume it is, but they're just gonna slow roll it anyway. I think mainly because their void is nothing right now. Just the single chronosphere. FY cutting off the tower. Now Eternal Envy comes in. He's pop BKBs, pop refresher, the ultimate as well, and he tries to chase VG Gaming now, but all he succeeds in doing is scaring them off.
Envy committed a refresher there too. That's 3 minutes. They have no double ulti for Razor. They might try to engage here now too. Yeah, they're pinging it out. They want to go in. They know that Dire Storm's down. He even used the flutter and everything too. But that's a low cooldown.
I haven't actually seen that used where like I noticed the effect of it. Have you seen it like ever make a difference?
Not really, not so far. But I think it can be pretty interesting if you're trying to do some builds where you like swap your bots in.
Raiding
and you don't
Courier
have bots. Like you don't. Oh no.
Is dead.
At least it had nothing.
Yeah. Well, they're not getting anything. What were they trying to buy?
I'm not sure. And it looks like Skywrath Mage is going for a Lincoln's maybe. And Super picks up his own refresher. Game of refreshers. I hope someone else does. We need a refresher on some Wraith King, refresher on Skywrath.
The Fear Dota 6.82 breaker.
Yep.
The solution to the gold swage, just never die. And then when you do die, have a second life, and then a third life to work with as well.
Might as well, right?
They'll try to go in now. Fada with the initial Hex to start. That's forced out of BKB, but Chrono finds Eternal Envy. Do they manage to do much with this? The secondary Chrono. They found him after the swap. Ice 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 was ready, but is it enough? Actually, the Chrono appearing to end after he started moving, but I think that's just a visual glitch. Now getting pulled back towards the tier 4 towers, holding the line for the type 8. Ice 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 4-step back out the other direction, goes down to Fada. 90 seconds on the sidelines, but they do get that late of Rex. Super, with the refresher still ready to go. Maybe they don't even need their Void anymore. It doesn't seem like it. The ultimate's ready to go again. The BKB's ready to go again. FY still has the cheese. Black still has his buyback time lapse into the fight. They're going to refresh. They're going to do this one more time.
Puck has no buyback either for 70 more gold. This is so bad.
And they're going to have to fight it without much. They have no Razor ultimates. Eternal Envy trying to do what he can, but it's just not sufficient. 4-stepped off the tower.
Still down. There's still no glyph from that mistake glyph.
VG Gaming taking 2 lanes of Rex. Do they even take a third potentially? Let's see. They're scattering. No, they want to back off and they'll play it safe from here. Oh my. How the tides have turned. One-way trip straight down. And they're going to try and fight once more. Eternal Envy caught up by a concussive shot. Just a few auto attacks from the Weaver. Now begins to just shatter his HP pool.
Vici knows they've got this now at this point. They just need to back up, don't get picked off, and just get this, secure this next Roche, and then go win the game. They might take this bottom tower maybe without it, but I don't see them really going high ground without another next Roche on.
Yeah, wait for the next Roche. Get your double exorcism, and that's where Cloud9 have to make a gambit. I don't know what it is, but They just haven't found the openings with the bat. Bone 7 bat has come through in the clutch so many times for Cloud9 in the past, historically, but they just haven't been able to find those pickoffs.
Yep. I don't know. 3-2-2. I don't know. This like that glyph was really 3-2-2. Like that's such a big throw.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would say the fight top was, but that glyph just completely cost them.
But that's another thing you can blame the computers for. Maybe one of the computers accidentally somehow has the glyph hockey still on it.
I'm just mad that I'm losing my rares now, potentially. Well, in black we trust for... Well, FY really, but... in VG Gaming as a whole, we trust, say, the fans out there. They'll push in the bottom lane. Do they not even wait for the Rosh? Nah, they're gonna play it safe.
Yeah. I mean, I think the standout star for this game, probably, for Vici was... I kind of want to say Ice. Those Chronos were... There was a one whiffed one, but him and Black just did a great job overall, I feel like.
The last fight was so nice, because he chronoed one, then he knew the Venge swap would come, and the second she swapped out the Razor, he was already ready with the second chrono. So that was a pretty next level play. Not that he did it, but just how quickly he reacted.
Yeah, he's been pretty much on the ball. Offlane, he got good levels and everything. He's done much. I feel like he's had much more impact than Bone.
FY just jumps in bottom, balling out of control. Supposed to be a 4-position Wraith King, but at this
point,
they
don't even care about the next Rosh. Actually, they still have the cheese on this Wraith King and Fada.
That's your first ultimate from Eternal Envy, and Super retorts with an Exorcism. Then the Chrono can come. Ice didn't BKB. Oh no! Ice didn't get off his BKB. He'll end up going down here dead for 110 seconds. No buyback either. Maybe this goes the other way now without the Void. What has happened? What has happened? VG Gaming, 3 heroes dead. All it has to take is a BKB. Oh no. That quick reaction on the Hex as well to turn things.
Yeah, and he popped his Mask of Madness too, so he's just taking bonus damage.
But there are creeps pushing in.
FY, no. You too. Oh, and Black's like, screw you guys, I'm going in.
Is this even worth killing the Wraith King? Like, you'll get him, then you gotta get him again. And all the while...
so much time.
And Black is just pushing through the middle lane. Tier 4 taking a ton of damage. The Wraith... No. Do they even? No, they decide they can't. They've got to back off. Black is really forcing the issue in the mid lane. Available. He will get thrown up in the air right as the coil is dropped. Just every ability thrown at him.
Oh, the double crit! He just got 2 crits!
And he ends up killing up the Batrider. FY popped the cheese at the final hour, but he's losing too much damage to Eternal Envy. Won't be able to turn this one. The creeps are swarming into the Cloud9 base. They threw away 5 lives. A Void who had no buyback with double chrono at the ready. And it doesn't necessarily seem like it will matter. Cloud9 are still up against it. That is a 8,000 gold swing, an 11,000 experience swing. But in Dota, it's not just about that.
Rapier time. And now, wow, with the new Geminate attack, you can double crit on the attacks. I didn't even think about it. I'm stupid. I knew it got a lot big buff, but I didn't even think about the double crits.
Well, it's certainly not something you count on, just from overall percentage perspective. Eternal Envy marching in from the bottom lane. What's the buyback situation here on the Dire? Wraith King has it. Void's about to respawn. They're preparing to jump heroes in the fountain. They're gonna pull Super out, but the backup's here. Ice is, and they may have just gone too far. Double chrono, Pylite die. A desperation maneuver for Cloud9. They throw away the rapier. They throw away their lives, and then they GG out. And
yeah, there's no way. Their throne's just completely exposed. It's game once they the Rosh is coming back up. Everything like there's no way they can come back. It was a really nice try though.
I guess you have to kill heroes in the fountain there though. If you don't do that, you're probably not winning anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a game of Dota.
That was quite a swing. That gold graph, like I haven't seen something like that in a while.
Well, there's not much more to say. There's no words for this game, but there are words for the next one. It'll be the deciding game 3. Guys, you're watching WCA 2014 Cloud9 versus Vici. Winner to play Alliance shortly after this one. You're watching Beyond the Summit.
Scores really quick. Look how odd it seems. Look at C9 scores and look at Vici's. You'd think Vici lost this game.
All right, sorry. I had to.
Are you okay?
See 16-4. I'd be like so sad if I was Envy right now.
It's just when those kills came though. Like I feel like 12 of those came before they lost that fight top.
Yeah,
At least like.
Sorry, I ruined your closing. I just was like.
All right, goodbye, everyone, forever. Yeah, now that the game's loading.
It's a lie to everything we had. I'm done with fighting, done with fixing, enough of being sad. And the lights are hurting, make me feel free. Lay at the door, and you never wait for me. You should know better, that to cheat and be untrue. And you used to care. Don't give a damn about you now. Seeing below under my skin, touching the core that's beating within, moving below into the deep. Gravity holds these hiding seas.
Welcome to the City Airlines. Our destination, the galaxy of dreams. Our destination, the galaxy of dreams. Estimated time of arrival, unknown. Please fasten your seatbelts and get ready for takeoff. Please fasten your seatbelts and get ready for takeoff.
bring it back. I'm reaching out, 'cause I cannot fight this feeling anymore. Feels like I've been blown away. I'm pushing forwards, we're not running round in circles anymore. Feels like I've been blown away, and I won't do it again. No, 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 I won't do it again. No, 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 I won't do it again. And I won't do it again.
Please fasten your seatbelts and before takeoff.
Hey everybody, the game's about to get underway. I am sick as a dog and also very, very sick. I missed a few kills last game. I'm not on my A game, and fortunately someone fantastic is Basekip's going to be stepping in. He'll be casting the final game of Vici versus Cloud9, so I'll be taking the stream down just for fresh in a few moments, and he should be back up. I think I failed to load anyway, but yeah, regardless, stream will restart. Game should be underway soon. Clairvoyance will be joining him, so stay tuned for the thrilling conclusion to VG Gaming versus Cloud9. Then the winner will play Alliance. We'll be right back. Goodbye.